Well, hello, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the country and in the world. Day two of what is a very, very busy time. And I've just had the good news that someone has wiped out our blog by restoring a backup without checking with anybody. So if you suddenly think you're time traveling on the blog and some of the sessions look a bit weird, sorry about that. They've been struggling with a problem to do with translation. And we have a translation tool that auto-translates some things and picks the right pages and the translated pages, depending on what country you come from. And it's not been working. And the poor IT person who was dealing with it decided to restore a backup. Now, I get it, but could have asked with us first, checked with us first before they did that. But it is what it is. But we've got a lot happening today, and many of the sessions today are at the full 45 minutes. So you won't get a lot of chatting from me. Hello to everybody in the chat. Once again, you're all joining. And Patrick is saying hello too, and hello too. I don't know what's going on here. And Einstein, hello, salut, my friend. I hope you're doing well. You and Patrick are buddies. I know that in real world. And you do all sorts of things. But yeah. Hello from Nantes in France. And I don't see what that image is, so I'm not going to show that on the chat. In fact, it looks a bit weird, so we'll do that. Hello from the Netherlands as well. And well, let's talk about what we've got coming up, and then we'll probably just go straight into it because it's a very, very busy day, like I say. We've got some amazing sessions. Very good response to the sessions yesterday. Lots of positive feedback. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. You have no idea how much effort goes into this. Not just from me. I mean, I have done some 16-hour days getting this ready, but mainly from the team. I just sit here and talk. But all the team behind the scenes work very, very hard, including producer Martha, who's actually in another meeting at the moment, doing other things as well. And that's something on my mouth. Whoops, I was eating a sandwich earlier on. And all the design team and everything. It takes a village literally to get things ready. So it is what it is. But let's talk about the schedule. Coming up today are some names that are really going to struggle with, and some that I know very well. This session coming next is in Spanish, I believe. And this is, but it's subtitled in English. Armando Correa, Enrique Neto. I could be Brazilian, actually. Forgive me, Armando. I should know. I've translated so many sessions, I've lost track a little bit. And that is Sustainable Coding Delphi, Interfaces, Patterns, and Solid. So this is design principles. If you've ever wondered what the solid principle is when it comes to coding and stuff like that, Armando's going to explain it. And like I said, there are subtitles if you don't speak the same language as him. But he does a very, very good job of explaining that topic. And I'm being messaged by one of my colleagues about the big blog thing. And after that is our infamous or famous Jim McKeith, good friend of mine. He'll be here at 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. UTC GMT. And he is doing the Time Traveler's Toolkit, Mastering Dates and Times in Delphi. There are some new features to do with dates that you may not know. If you're already using dates and times, you know, from an older version of Delphi or something like that, then you should probably come along and watch Jim's session, because you'll learn a few things with respect to you. But there are new helper classes and things like that help with dates and times, and it is extremely useful. And Pascal Man is saying that Armando is Brazilian. Yes, actually, I believe I remember that now. I'm sorry, Armando, for placing you a couple of thousand miles away in Spain. But it is, like I say, translated into English. Hello from Durham. Oh, David, hello there. My father comes from Bishop Auckland, near Durham as well. I'm guessing you might mean a different Durham, but we shall see. Heart face, red shape. Yes, jolly good. And, oh, my word, a local. Melvin Stevens is from Bryan in Texas, and I just, if you're not aware of this, I'm sure you are, Melvin, but I live in Frisco in Texas. We always say Dallas because most people get confused with Frisco and think it's somewhere else, but it is actually Frisco that I live in, Frisco in Dallas. So yes, Jim McKeith at 11, and then at 12 noon or 12 p.m. US Central Time, or 6 p.m. UTC and Greenwich Mean Time, GMT. Plurals, genders, and numbers. And this is from Yakos Salminius, who's got a great name there. I did practice saying it before I got to it. I hate it when I mangle people's names because people always get my name wrong. At 1 p.m. we've got from heavy syncs to whisper updates, even over rest, with fellow Brit and employee Stephen Ball. And Stephen Stop Press will be taking part in the live Q&A, and he'll be doing it live, I believe, from a basketball match that he's refereeing. So he's going to be finishing the Q&A quite quickly, I think, ahead of time. 2 p.m. multi-threaded programming. 2 problems you now have. And that's from the wonderful Dalia Prashnikar, who is the master of this kind of stuff. There's a couple of books out about multi-threading. She did one that was an absolute work of art. Really, really good book by Dalia. If you've not read her books before, I suggest you go to her website when the time comes and have a look, because she's very well respected amongst the MVPs and colleagues. She's also a moderator for Stack Overflow as well. So she gets on and does a lot of different things as well as coding. 3 p.m., our final session of the day, will be using modern AI tooling to create a working multi-device application. And that is from no less than the king himself, David I. Inter-Simone. He'll be here a little bit later in person, live as well, and having a chat with me. He's already asked for the link to join the studio, so I know he's coming. But that's what we've got lined up for today. And we've also going to try and fit in, if we can, we will try and fit in some giveaways today. It depends on the timings of the session, but as long as you're registered via the website, and you can do that by going to coderage.embarcadero.com. I've totally forgotten how to point at things. Coderage.embarcadero.com, and register there. If you're watching us live on YouTube, click on like and subscribe, but that won't help with the giveaway, because the only mechanism I've got of picking people that is a fair and visible way is to actually use the email addresses that you've registered for CodeRage with. But go to there and register. There's a button that says register now. All you need to give us is your name, your actual name, and your email address. And then later on, hopefully today, we will fit in all the names on a spreadsheet. We can only do it as of this morning because that's how our system works. It takes a little while to churn through, but I'll keep doing giveaways throughout the next few days of CodeRage. So don't worry if you only have just registered today. We will make sure that you get a fair crack of the whip as well. Don't worry, and get a chance to do it. And it's not a lottery. You don't have to buy anything from us, but we do need to somehow get hold of you. So go to CodeRage, register, and that way I can pick your name out of the hat, so to speak. We're actually going to do it on screen with Google's random generator. But anyway, that's it. That's what we're doing so far. And Delphi stuff is also doable in C++. Yes, lots going on. Okay, so without further ado, let's go to the first session. And this is from Armando Correa Enrique Neto. And like I say, it is subtitled in English, but is in Brazilian Portuguese. So have fun, and I'll see you in about 45 minutes for a live chat. Speak to you later.
Olá, sejam todos bem-vindos ao CodeRage 2025. Na minha palestra aqui, que eu vou estar ministrando aqui nesse tempo aqui disponível, vou estar falando aí sobre Modernize sem traumas, tá? Como que a gente pode evoluir sistemas Delphi com a técnica Strangler Fig e a nuvem AWS, tá? Então, se você tem vontade de migrar o seu software aí, os seus sistemas legados para AWS ou para qualquer outra cloud, o padrão é o mesmo. Então fique aqui que a dica aqui a gente tem um padrão aí chamado Strangler Fig, que vai ajudar muito aí na migração aí do seu software. Então bora lá para a apresentação. Bom, então na nossa agenda a gente vai falar um pouquinho sobre introdução e motivação dessa palestra, um pouquinho sobre os sistemas legados, um pouquinho da história dos sistemas legados aqui no Brasil, né? Alguns desafios, né? Os desafios comuns que a comunidade ou as empresas têm em estar migrando seu software. Vamos falar também sobre modernização incremental, sobre o padrão Strangler Fig, que é o core aqui da nossa apresentação, a cerejinha do bolo. Vantagens de estar utilizando o Delphi. Mostrar aqui no final aqui um estudo de caso e finalizar ali com a estratégia de modernização e também a conclusão aqui da nossa palestra, beleza? Então vamos lá, sem mais delongas. Então, antes de mais nada, quem sou eu, né? Who I am? Então, para quem não me conhece, eu me chamo Armando Neto. Eu sou Embarcadero MVP do Brasil. Possuo certificação como Delphi Developer. Tenho também certificação da AWS Cloud Practitioner. E nas horas vagas aí como hobby, aí eu sou meio maratonista aí nas horas vagas, tá? Então, quem quer tirar dúvidas ou entrar em contato, tem aqui as minhas redes sociais, tem meu canal do YouTube, onde eu posto bastante vídeos relacionados aí ao mundo Delphi, tá? Também sobre a arquitetura de software e assim por diante. Beleza? Então vamos lá. Vou falar um pouquinho sobre a introdução e a motivação, por que eu trouxe essa palestra aqui para o CodeRage. Então, nós sabemos aqui que tem um certo histórico, né, de sistemas legados no Brasil, tá? Então eu vou estar explicando um pouquinho por que eu trouxe esse tema, justamente porque tem bastante empresa que estão querendo migrar o seu software e não sabe como tá realizando de forma assim mais, não diria fácil, mas de forma mais tranquila, né, assim, sem estar quebrando algo em produção, tá? Também um pouquinho da motivação é que a comunidade, as empresas, elas têm desafios comuns, tá? Como dificuldade em dar manutenção no software que já existe em produção e também está evoluindo para uma nova versão do teu produto. Tem problema de escalabilidade, integração, custo e mão de obra, tá? Então são desafios que bastante empresa e bastante aí, software house tem em comum, tá? E também ali a apresentação de conceitos da modernização incremental, beleza? Então, começando então como os sistemas legados, um pouquinho da história dos sistemas legados aqui, principalmente aqui no Brasil, tá? Então, nós sabemos que o Delphi, né? Então, nesse ano de 2025, o Delphi está completando 30 anos de existência, né? Desde do Delphi 1. Então, nós sabemos que ela foi uma linguagem muito bem adotada, tá? Até nos dias atuais, ela é bastante utilizada, tá? Então aqui nessa imagem vocês podem ver que em 2000 aqui foi o forte adoção do Delphi em estar criando sistemas comerciais, sistemas empresariais e assim por diante, tá? Embora aqui no gráfico esteja falando que desenvolvimento de sistemas legados, na época, lá em 2000, não era legado, né? Era sistema moderno e tudo mais, porém a gente viu que a partir de 2010 surgiu bastante crescimento e desafio na manutenção e modernização dos sistemas legados, muito por conta do avanço da tecnologia, né? Então começou a entrar aí mobile, começou a entrar aí a nuvem, né? Os cloud providers, né, que a gente fala. Então no ano de hoje, no ano que eu estou gravando aqui a palestra, no 2025, este ano, então a gente sabe que o Delphi ele segue ativo e com vários lançamentos anuais, inclusive com várias features para você estar modernizando o teu software, tá? Então a gente sabe que a gente consegue desenvolver para mobile, para Linux, que é muito importante aqui nessa palestra que eu vou estar explicando. Então aqui tem até um exemplo de algumas telas que foi feito lá em 2000, né? Até peguei aqui na internet alguns prints. E a gente tem as empresas e as software houses aí tem muito essa necessidade de estar migrando este software. E não é muito questão de beleza não, tá? É questão de estar reescrevendo mesmo alguns códigos para ficar mais fácil para dar manutenção e também está facilitando a escalabilidade do teu software, porque hoje a gente está falando de um sistema legado que é um sistema que roda lá on-premise no cliente ou na tua infra local. E a gente sabe que isso é um custo muito alto, porque você não consegue crescer a tua empresa, adquirir mais clientes, porque você não consegue escalar a tua aplicação. Isso é uma dor bastante grande aí das empresas, tá? Bom, então falando um pouquinho breve do histórico dos sistemas legados, Então vamos falar um pouquinho sobre os desafios comuns entre as empresas, tá? O principal delas é o que? A manutenção, tá? Então nós sabemos que softwares legados, né, softwares aí antigos, ele tem códigos antigos e complexos para você dar a manutenção, tá? Também nós temos atualizações críticas. O que é atualizações críticas? Vamos supor que lançou um novo layout de uma nota fiscal eletrônica, por exemplo. Então nós sabemos que você vai alterar ali um core, o coração ali do teu sistema, né, de emissão de notas, por exemplo. E se você não ter uma estratégia de atualização para isso, para teus clientes, você pode... teu suporte vai subir lá o número de chamados, né? Então por isso que a gente chama que quando a gente envolve manutenção de software, a gente tem atualizações críticas se a gente não souber nos planejar. E também nós temos plugins obsoletos. Então às vezes você está utilizando ali o teu sistema legado e aquele plugin ele não tem mais manutenção. E de alguma forma você fica preso, né? Você fica amarrado àquela versão daquele plugin e muitas vezes você não consegue fazer a migração. Então esse é mais um motivo de estar atrapalhando a manutenção do teu software, tá? Então a intenção é você sempre estar atualizando ali, né, os plugins, sempre estar na última versão e assim por diante. Um outro desafio comum aqui é a questão da escalabilidade, tá? A escalabilidade a gente fala que é o aumento da capacidade, tanto de CPU e de HD, né, do disco ali, tá? Então nós sabemos que para a gente poder escalar um software, a gente tem duas formas de escalabilidade, seja ela horizontal ou vertical, tá? No caso ali do horizontal, você consegue colocar várias máquinas para estar rodando o teu software, tá? Se você tem um sistema legado, isso é muito difícil de você estar trabalhando, tá? Se seu software ele não é modular, é quase impossível você escalar de forma horizontal. E muitas das vezes, você escalando de forma horizontal, às vezes você consegue economizar o custo, porque a gente está falando aí mais para frente eu vou explicar, mas a gente está falando aí de cloud providers que você paga somente pelo uso, tá? Diferente de uma VPS, que se você tem um recurso fixo, você vai pagar aquilo, se você precisar de um pouquinho mais, você vai pagar aquilo lá e às vezes você não consegue reduzir, né? Então não é escalável, tá? Então, quando a gente fala de forma vertical é como se fosse uma máquina única que você vai colocando o teu recurso, vai colocando mais CPU, mais HD e assim por diante, né? Como se fosse no on-premise mesmo, você está lá, o teu servidor na tua empresa, você vai lá e coloca mais processador ou mais HD. E às vezes um HD físico, né, uma capacidade maior de HD ou de CPU, às vezes é muito mais caro do que você subir uma nova máquina numa cloud provider, né? Então vocês já estão vendo aí o dinamismo da gente estar trabalhando aí com essas migrações de software, tá? Então a gente tem que pensar também na infraestrutura aonde está rodando a tua aplicação, tá? E também aqui, né, a questão que eu coloquei aqui embaixo, que é o aumento de número de máquinas, que foi tudo isso que eu acabei de comentar. Outra dificuldade, desafio comum, a gente tem a questão de integrações. Então, softwares legados, a gente tem dificuldade em estar comunicando ali com outros serviços, né? Seja serviços de pagamento, um gateway de pagamento, por exemplo. Às vezes lá ele usa um protocolo lá de comunicação que a tua versão do teu sistema que você desenvolveu ali no Delphi, ele não permite essa comunicação, por exemplo. Então a gente tem um pouquinho de dificuldade, às vezes tem que fazer, né, alguns ajustes ali para poder funcionar de forma fluida. E, consequentemente, a gente também tem plugins obsoletos para poder fazer integrações aí de software, dependendo da versão que você está utilizando. E agora, os dois últimos desafios comuns que eu listei aqui. Um deles aqui que é muito importante é referente ao custo, tá? Então, muitas empresas, muitas software houses têm problema em custo. Por quê? Porque o seu sistema só roda on-premise. O que é on-premise, Armando? É quando você tem a tua infra dentro da sua casa, né? Como se você tivesse o teu servidor, o servidor da tua empresa lá é hospedado toda a aplicação, ou, né, no teu cliente, ele tem lá um servidor onde o seu sistema é instalado lá. E às vezes aquele servidor, a gente sabe hoje em dia que às vezes a gente vai nas empresas e o servidor não é um servidor dedicado, às vezes são poucos recursos, ou às vezes até usuários utilizam aquele servidor como se fosse um computador pessoal, né? Então a gente tem um risco porque a gente está utilizando recurso compartilhado com o nosso sistema. Então nós temos um custo porque você vai estar aumentando a capacidade daquele servidor. Muitas das vezes o teu cliente ele não entende, ele não quer aumentar esse recurso e você não consegue explicar ali a real necessidade desse aumento, tá? Nós temos também a questão do custo no desenvolvimento, no time de desenvolvimento, porque quando a gente vai fazer uma migração, né, para uma cloud provider, então você tem que ter mão de obra qualificada, né? Você vai ter que ter ali, no caso, um time que vai cuidar dessa migração, um time especialista em banco de dados cloud ou, né, em recursos ali, em componentes de cloud, tá? E também, por último, ali você tem um custo, se você está utilizando ali o teu sistema e você quer apenas pegar o teu sistema e jogar para a nuvem, que a gente chama ali de lift and shift, né? Então a gente tem um alto custo. Então muitas empresas ela optam em fazer o seguinte: ela pega o teu sistema legado que foi desenvolvido lá em 1900 e bolinha, né? 1999, e ela quer simplesmente pegar aquilo lá e jogar para a nuvem, tá? Pode ser que funcione? Sim, pode ser, mas o custo é lá em cima, tá? Por quê? Porque o software ele não foi pensado em trabalhar na nuvem. Então esse conceito de lift and shift ela tem que ser colocado bem a fundo no papel, planejado, verificado os custos, para ver se realmente compensa você fazer esse lift and shift e depois ir migrando aos poucos, reescrevendo o teu código, tá? Então isso aí é um detalhe aqui que a gente precisa prestar muita atenção. E por último a mão de obra. Então, um desafio comum das empresas é que não temos muitas mãos, principalmente no Brasil, mão de obra qualificada, tá? Então, seja nível de cloud, né, nível de hardware skill, que a gente chama, né, ou no conhecimento ali da indústria que você trabalha. Seja você uma soft house que trabalha aí para uma área de varejo, por exemplo, às vezes é difícil você estar achando aí mão de obra qualificada nesse setor, ou mesmo a empresa ela tem, né, esse profissional, mas às vezes é difícil achar alguém especialista num produto de ERP, por exemplo, um produto ali de PDV, que faz parte aí do varejo, por exemplo, tá? Então, isso aí é um pouquinho dos desafios comuns que eu quis trazer aqui para vocês, ok? Bom, então, como que a gente começa a modernização incremental? Então, eu comentei um pouquinho sobre os desafios comuns das empresas, comentei um pouco sobre um breve histórico dos sistemas legados. E a modernização incremental, basicamente, ela se condiz com o seguinte: utilizar cloud providers, né? Então, assim, se você quer modernizar a tua aplicação, você quer disponibilizar várias features, né? Aqui eu dei um exemplo de um app mobile, de uma tela aqui web e também aqui de internet das coisas, né? Seja aqui um carro, né? Uma TV, uma casa inteligente e assim por diante, ou mesmo algum software voltado à inteligência artificial. Então, para a gente poder fazer essa modernização incremental, a gente tem que utilizar as famosas cloud providers, tá? Por quê? Porque elas vão disponibilizar componentes preparados e feitos justamente para o teu caso. Então isso daqui é muito importante, tá? Aqui até está cortando um pouquinho a câmera, mas aqui é um IoT, né? Internet das coisas. Tá, Armandinho, mas como que eu começo a fazer o meu processo de modernização? Você comentou como que eu faço ali a modernização incremental, mas como que eu começo a fazer isso no meu software? É aí que eu trago para vocês aqui o tema da palestra, que é o quê? O Strangler Fig, né? O padrão Strangler Fig. Tá? Então até agora eu fiz uma introdução e agora a gente vai cair de cabeça aqui no padrão Strangler Fig. O que é esse camarada então? Esse padrão, ele é um padrão de refatoração de software, né? Da tua aplicação. É um termo que foi originado pelo Martin Fowler, tá? Que o Martin Fowler, na prática, é quando você quer fazer a substituição, né? Wrapping, né? Que a gente chama, de sistemas legados com novos serviços, né? Warping, né? E a vantagem disso é que a gente consegue aprimorar isso aí também utilizando no contexto Delphi, né? Isso aí é praxe, né? Então a gente consegue utilizar o nosso bom e querido Delphi para juntamente com esse padrão a gente refatorar o nosso software, tá? Para quem não conhece, esse aqui é o Martin Fowler. Então o Martin Fowler aqui, ele é o autor, ele é autor, palestrante e também ele é uma figura aí muito importante na comunidade e que diz respeito aí à refatoração de software. Tá? Ele é especialista em desenvolvimento ágil, em arquitetura de software e também em campos relacionados aqui sobre o assunto. E ele tem também diversos livros desenvolvidos, né, escritos, né, por ele. Tem aqui alguns deles aqui. E aqui tem um QR Code, né, para quem quiser saber mais. Aqui tá meio cortado, deixa eu só trazer para cá. Só pra gente... Aí, ó. Então quem quiser pegar aqui o QR Code, esse aqui é o site dele, né, que ele comenta sobre a biografia dele, na verdade, né? Beleza. Bom, então o que é esse padrão, né? Esse padrão Strangler Fig. Basicamente aqui na imagem eu trouxe o exemplo de um padrão aplicado e aqui a imagem de uma árvore. Que árvore que é essa? Basicamente é a figueira, né? Então por isso que traz esse nome para o padrão. Porque a figueira ela tem várias ramificações. Então se vocês verem aqui na imagem, ó, ela tem galhos aqui saindo de por qualquer lado aqui, né? É como se fosse o nosso software com as nossas features, tá? Então esse daqui é como se fosse o nosso monolito, né? Nosso monolitão que a gente comenta aí. E aqui é como se, o padrão é você pegar partes dessa ramificação e fazer um novo serviço com ela, tá? Então basicamente é o que, de forma técnica, né? É aqui essa imagem do lado esquerdo. Então nós temos aqui a nossa figueira, a nossa aplicação. Então ela começa grandona aqui, como se fosse uma árvore mesmo. E aí a gente vai escolhendo uma nova feature, um pedacinho daquela nossa feature para poder ir separando, né? É como se a gente pegasse a nossa figueira e ia arrancando essas partes aqui desses galhos aqui, né? A gente vai espremendo e vai soltando os galinhos ali. E para quando chegar no final aqui da linha do tempo, a gente tem um monolito bem menor com vários serviços desacoplados. Isso é muito legal, né? Porque a gente começa a trabalhar com os famosos microserviços, tá? E aqui um pouquinho mais voltado na prática, né, de nomenclaturas. Então é como se a gente tivesse aqui o nosso ERP, nosso sistema empresarial. E a gente tem aqui os módulos financeiro, vendas, inventário de manufatura. Então aqui é como se fosse o nosso executável único, né, o nosso monolito. E aqui conforme a gente vai separando as camadas, a gente consegue criar aqui os nossos microserviços. É como se a gente pegasse partes do ERP e separasse em outros projetos para a gente poder estar trabalhando ali, tá? Então, por exemplo, aqui no inventário, a gente criou um inventário puxando a feature de cadastro, relatórios e assim por diante. E a ponte entre o ERP e o novo microserviço, a gente consegue utilizar aí o padrão proxy, utilizando aí uma API Gateway das Cloud Providers, ok? E um outro padrão que a gente não pode confundir é o padrão Strangler Fig com o decomposição de domínio, tá? São conceitos parecidos, porém na prática é diferente, tá? Por que isso? Porque a decomposição de domínio é quando a gente vai pegar o domínio inteiro do teu monolito e a gente reescreve ele, tá? Diferente do Strangler Fig, onde a gente pega features dentro do módulo, de um domínio, tá? Ou seja, não necessariamente você tem que terminar de migrar o teu domínio para você começar a utilizar já os seus microserviços. Então a gente vai pegando features daquele domínio que você está reescrevendo. Aqui é diferente, aqui você pega o seu domínio por completo e já migra ele direto ali para a produção. Basicamente é essa a diferença. Aqui é um pouquinho um GIF, né, mostrando que o teu monolito ele nasce, né, ele é grande aqui e ele vai diminuindo conforme você vai criando ali os seus domínios, né, os seus microserviços, tá? Então basicamente é essa ilusão aqui que esse GIF mostra para vocês. Tá, e quais são as vantagens de estar utilizando aí, então, o Delphi, né? Então, a gente consegue usar esse padrão e aplicar os nossos projetos para estar migrando a nossa aplicação usando o Delphi? Conseguimos, tá? Então, vamos lá. Então, qual é a vantagem? A vantagem é que no Delphi a gente já tem suporte nativo ou componentes open source para estar trabalhando com cloud providers, seja AWS, Google, né, que é a GCP, ou seja Azure, então a gente consegue estar fazendo essas integrações. Tem suporte e facilidade a trabalhar com containers Linux, tá? Por quê? Porque o Delphi ele já compila para o Linux, isso é muito vantagem, muito, digamos assim, escalável, né? Questão de custo, questão de subir uma máquina. Então, às vezes você quer criar uma aplicação, você vai containerizar ela utilizando o Linux com Docker, a gente consegue fazer isso de forma fácil, utilizando depois um Terraform, né? E assim por diante. Então você consegue subir uma nova instância da tua aplicação de forma rápida e fácil, tá? Por quê? Porque a gente está utilizando aí o Linux, sem contar que custo também é muito mais baixo do que uma máquina Windows, por exemplo. Também a gente tem suporte a Android, iOS, então se você quer pegar uma feature e passar para um app, por exemplo, você consegue. Então você nem precisa ir para uma outra tecnologia, por exemplo. Você pode ficar no próprio Delphi, fazer ali tua aplicação FMX e você consegue disponibilizar a tua aplicação, consegue modernizar já a tua aplicação. Também temos componentes nativos aí para trabalhar com os principais protocolos de integração, né, de comunicação, seja HTTPS, REST API e assim por diante. E a vantagem aqui no mundo empresarial é que você vai estar utilizando a tua própria mão de obra qualificada. Então, se a sua software house você tem desenvolvedores Delphi, você vai continuar, porque você só vai estar migrando para uma versão mais recente. Por exemplo, seu sistema legado, às vezes ele está utilizando um Delphi um pouquinho mais antigo. Então, você atualiza a tua versão, então a tua mão de obra continua qualificada para estar fazendo a tua migração, né? No máximo ali você vai precisar de um arquiteto cloud para poder ajudar você a planejar essa migração, quais são os componentes que vai utilizar na tua jornada aí de modernização. Você vai ganhar em escalabilidade porque você vai pagar pelo uso, ou seja, se a sua aplicação hoje está utilizando X de CPU e HD, você só vai pagar aquilo. Se amanhã a sua carga subir um pouquinho, você paga só pelo aquilo, e na quarta-feira, por exemplo, né, ou no outro dia, ela diminui e você só paga pelo aquilo. Ou seja, isso que é escalabilidade. Se você tiver, por exemplo, numa semana de Black Friday, então você sabe que a sua capacidade computacional vai subir, então você só vai pagar pelaquela semana da Black Friday, para aquele dia, né, na sexta-feira no caso, e depois na outra semana ou no próximo dia, assim que a demanda diminuir, você só vai pagar pelo aquilo que você está usando, né? Então, diferente quando a gente tem um servidor on-premise ou uma VPS, que você paga pelo aquele recurso fixo, né? Então, você vai precisar daquele HD, né? Você configura e você está pagando por aquilo lá, até o momento que você fala, não, reduz aí para mim porque eu não quero mais, né? Então, é muito vantagem você estar utilizando o cloud, porque você ganha aí em escalabilidade. E também a questão aí de manutenção, né? Então, a gente tem, como a gente vai ter microserviços, tudo segmentado, então a gente tem um baixo risco operacional. Porque, por exemplo, se a gente mexer num determinado microserviço, só é para impactar, a gente tem um ponto único de falha, só é para impactar aquele módulo em si, né? E para a gente poder ajustar e subir uma nova instância corrigida, por exemplo, é mais rápido e mais fácil do que você pegar o teu monolito, corrigir o monolito e subir tudo, sendo que às vezes tem outras features lá que vai impactar a subida da nova versão. Então, isso é um pouquinho das vantagens que a gente tem utilizando aí o Delphi na questão da modernização do nosso software. Tá, e agora eu vou falar um pouquinho sobre o estudo de caso, né? Então tá. O estudo de caso é uma aplicação real que eu desenvolvi lá em 2019, tá? Então ele é na verdade, né, ainda está em produção, ele é um monolito Delphi, uma aplicação ali que tem ali acesso direto a banco de dados e tem algumas regras de negócio ali na aplicação, né. Eu tenho algumas limitações como escalabilidade, manutenção e também espaço em disco, tá? Por quê? Porque eu armazeno alguns relatórios em PDF e esse relatório eu armazeno no servidor. Então, conforme vai armazenando novos relatórios, né, então vai inchando e vai enchendo aquele HD, tá? E como eu não posso excluir os antigos, então acaba aumentando aí ao longo do tempo, tá? Então, basicamente, é uma aplicação que foi feita aí intra-web, né, uma aplicação web. Tem ali um executável, dois executáveis, um para fazer o backup do banco de dados, outro para fazer ali o envio de e-mails da aplicação. Okay? E temos 3 domínios, o domínio de cadastros, de laudos e domínio financeiro. Então aqui é uma aplicação voltada para patologista veterinário, né, foi construído lá em 2019. Como eu comentei, tem os módulos então, de cadastros, laudos e financeiro, e também tem de e-mail, que ele faz disparos de e-mail de laudos. Tá? Eu trabalho com banco de dados Firebird 2.0. Aqui eu tenho esse executável de robô. O que ele faz, esse backup? Basicamente, ele faz um backup ali do Firebird e sobe para um bucket S3. Tá? E eu tenho também um outro robô de e-mail que faz o envio desses PDFs para os e-mails cadastrados lá para os veterinários. Okay? E tudo isso aqui, esse monolito, ele está sendo rodado, né, dentro do uma VPS que eu tenho contratada aqui do LGB Host. Okay? Então, basicamente, esse é o estudo de caso. A gente tem essa aplicação e a gente vai querer modernizar aos poucos esta aplicação utilizando o padrão Strangler Fig. Então, como que a gente faz? Antes disso, né, perdão, a gente tem algumas limitações, tá? Então, assim, antes da gente fazer a modernização, a gente tem que saber quais são as dores que a gente quer sanar. A primeira delas, a gente tem a limitação de espaço em disco. Como eu comentei aqui, ó, vai subindo aqui os PDFs, né, os laudos, e vai enchendo o HD lá do servidor. Outro, a gente não tem um plano de disaster recovery, né? Ou seja, se deu problema naquele servidor ou o seu provedor desse servidor deu problema, né, alguma coisa do tipo, cai tudo. Cai a aplicação, cai site, cai banco, cai tudo, porque está tudo hospedado num único servidor. Isso é muito perigoso. Não tem plano de backup, de restore, então isso realmente, acho que é um cenário de algumas software houses, né? Tem que tomar muito cuidado. Temos que ter sempre um plano aí de disaster recovery. Nós temos aqui baixa segurança. Por que baixa segurança? Porque nós tá tudo armazenado, nosso monolito, como eu comentei, está tudo no servidor. Não é resiliente, né? Porque se der crash no servidor, vai cair tudo, né? Eu pago o pagamento fixo, mesmo se eu estiver utilizando ou não utilizando a aplicação. Por exemplo, eu sei que em determinado tempo tem alguns clientes, meu cliente, por exemplo, ele não utiliza de madrugada. E eu estou pagando por isso, né? Poderia estar economizando recurso, né? Mas não, eu pago porque eu pago o preço fixo da VPS. E escalabilidade, nesse caso, somente vertical. Eu não consigo escalar de forma horizontal. Por exemplo, vai ter um pico, colocar mais um recurso ali, mais uma máquina, eu não consigo. Eu só tenho que ir lá, ligar para o meu provedor e falar para ele, aumenta aí o CPU, ou hard disk, né, ou disco, para eu estar operando. Né? Então isso é bem desvantagem porque não é flexível. Então esse aqui é um pouquinho da aplicação, né? Uma telinha aqui de cadastro de laudo. E como que a gente então faz a estratégia de modernização? Neste caso aqui, ó, a gente tem que identificar uma feature. Tá? Depois a gente tem que reescrever essa feature como microserviço ou recurso da cloud provider que você trabalha. Nesse caso aqui eu vou estar mostrando pela AWS. Terceiro, a gente tem que fazer a comunicação do nosso legado, né, do nosso monolito feito em Delphi para o novo serviço. Esse novo serviço pode ser feito também pelo Delphi, né? Nada impede. E a gente vai fazendo de forma gradual esse controle de tráfego, se vai para um serviço novo ou se continua no legado. Okay? Então, basicamente, essa é a ilusão aqui que eu trouxe aqui embaixo. Então, basicamente, nosso monolito, a gente aplica o padrão Strangler Fig e vai jogando os recursos ali para a AWS. Neste caso, quais foram os recursos que eu escolhi para estar mostrando aqui para vocês? Basicamente é a maior dor, que é onde que eu vou armazenar esses laudos. Por quê? Porque o nosso laudo, a gente está inchando o HD, vai uma hora lá e vai estourar, ou eu vou ter que pedir mais recurso. Então, neste caso, eu estou utilizando aqui, então, nosso S3, que é o bucket da AWS, onde a gente consegue armazenar objetos lá dentro. Nesse caso, a gente vai armazenar o PDF. Então, fora isso também, já que eu estou armazenando o nosso PDF aqui, por que a gente já também não faz o disparo utilizando o próprio SES, que é um componente da AWS, para poder fazer o disparo de e-mail? Então, a gente tira na nossa programação lá no monolito, a gente tinha lá uma programação, aquele robozinho que faz o SMTP para poder enviar o e-mail. Então, dessa forma, a gente transfere a responsabilidade para a AWS fazer esse disparo. Só que para ela fazer esse disparo e tudo mais, eu tenho que armazenar pelo menos um cadastro básico, né? Alguns campos ali do nosso veterinário, né? Seja e-mail, ID e assim por diante. Então a gente pode utilizar aí o próprio DynamoDB, que é um banco não relacional. Então, basicamente essa é a primeira feature, né? Por que isso? Porque aí depois o próprio veterinário ele consegue visualizar esse laudo, que é uma outra dor que essa aplicação não tinha. Essa aplicação, os veterinários eles tinham que acessar o portal pela web e visualizar lá o seu PDF, né, o seu laudo, né? Com essa feature a gente consegue criar um aplicativo, por quê? Porque o aplicativo FMX ele vai se conectar diretamente aqui no bucket, né? Depois eu vou mostrar um pouquinho a arquitetura, mas ele vai se conectar aqui no bucket e vai pegar o PDF e vai exibir no mobile. Olha que bacana. Então a gente vai tirando pedaços de feature, né? Nesse caso a gente tirou o armazenamento, não vai estar mais local, vai estar no S3. A gente tirou uma feature do SES, que vai estar disparando o e-mail, e também a gente vai criar uma aplicação para o veterinário visualizar aí os seus laudos, né? Então basicamente é o que eu quis dizer aqui, né? Então, e fora isso, o monolito continua trabalhando, né? O cadastro do veterinário, o cadastro do laudo fica no monolito. Esses outros recursos, as outras features, a gente está começando a fazer o estrangulamento, né? Bem bacana aí. E quais são os componentes que eu utilizei nessa arquitetura? Utilizei aí basicamente um API Gateway, utilizei também o Application Load Balance, o DynamoDB, o Elastic Container Service. Por quê? Porque eu containerizei um novo microserviço ali no Linux e tudo mais, e subi em ECS, tá? Que é um custo um pouquinho mais baixo, mas nada impedia também de subir no EKS da vida. Utilizei aqui o Amazon S3 e outros componentes aí que vocês vão ver aqui na próxima imagem, ok? Então, basicamente, a imagem da arquitetura dessas features é essa daqui. Então, nós temos aqui dois API Gateway, um que é para poder fazer ali o cadastro então, do laudo e o disparo do e-mail, tá? E o outro API Gateway que é basicamente para poder, para o veterinário, no aplicativo, acessar ali o teu laudo. Então, basicamente, é essa arquitetura. Não vou entrar muito em detalhes técnicos aqui, né, porque mesmo por conta do tempo, mas aqui vocês podem ver que tem algumas funções lambdas para poder fazer alguns processamentos. Aqui a gente trabalha com fila para não perder mensagem, tá? Aqui na verdade é notificação, e a fila aqui do lado aqui, tá? E aqui o nosso banco DynamoDB. E aqui basicamente a gente tem dois serviços, né? Duas tarefas aqui no nosso ECS, né? Então a gente tem o serviço que faz a busca do cadastro do veterinário e o outro que vai lá e busca o laudo em si, tá? Então a gente criou dois microserviços aí em Delphi, rodando em Linux, containerizado e bem bonitinho aí na prática, beleza? Então esse aqui é um pouquinho do que vai ficar no final, do que ficou, né? No final. Então deixa eu até... Aqui só tá cortando um pouquinho aqui do lado, né? Mas não importa, mas ó, vocês têm aqui... Tirando esse estrangulamento que a gente fez, a gente criou aqui um aplicativo mobile, tá? E basicamente esse e-mail aqui, esse robozinho de e-mail, ele acaba também saindo fora, ou seja, a gente já está eliminando recursos ali do nosso monolito. Então aqui alguns prints de algumas telas, aqui são as funções lambdas que eu utilizo. Por exemplo, eu uso uma função lambda que ele vai ler a fila, né, e vai processar o PDF lá no S3. Eu tenho uma outra função lambda que vai ver que chegou um novo laudo, vai ver qual que é o e-mail e vai disparar pelo SES aquele e-mail para o veterinário. E eu tenho uma outra função lambda que vai pegar aquele PDF, vai pegar aquele cadastro novo, né, do PDF, do laudo, e vai armazenar no DynamoDB. Mas o que ele vai armazenar? Basicamente ele vai armazenar só algumas chaves ali para poder o FMX, né, o microserviço que o FMX lê, para poder listar qual que é aquele laudo daquele veterinário em si. Aqui eu tenho o DynamoDB, né? Então, para quem nunca viu um banco não relacional, esse aqui é um exemplo. Então, eu tenho duas tabelinhas aqui para estar armazenando. Uma armazena o laudo e o outro armazena ali os veterinários cadastrados. Tem aqui o nosso famoso S3, né? Que é o Simple Storage Service. Aqui é onde eu armazeno, então, por pasta o nosso laudo do veterinário. E aqui eu tenho os dois microserviços que eu desenvolvi, né? Um microserviço que é o que lista então os nossos PDFs, os nossos laudos, e o outro que lista e cadastra os nossos veterinários lá no banco do DynamoDB. Okay? E aqui, né, o nosso mobile FMX, né, que foi retirado aí de um desenho no Figma. Então, transportei, né, a gente desenvolveu aqui no FMX. Então vocês vão ver um pouquinho na prática, tá? E como que a gente faz aquela questão do proxy, né? Lembra que eu comentei que a gente tem lá o API Gator que faz a ponte para sua nova feature, né? Então aqui no legado, na nossa aplicação que foi desenvolvida lá em 2019, então a gente tem que fazer a chamada do nosso API Gator. Então aqui a gente tem uma interface, né? Aqui foi só um gosto, né, meu. Então eu criei aqui uma interface que vai chamar então o nosso API Gator, e aqui a gente vai e chama o enviar laudo, né? Então basicamente, vocês verem aqui do lado aqui, é só uma requisição REST client aqui, onde na base URL aqui é o nosso gateway que a AWS disponibiliza para gente. Então lá eu configurei um API Gator, que esse API Gator, né, tem lá o load balance que bate lá no serviço da Lambda e assim por diante para poder fazer o cadastro ali desse laudo, né? Então basicamente eu só transportei numa outra classe para trabalhar com thread, não travar o cliente e assim por diante. E aqui é onde a gente faz a chamada então no nosso legado. Então vocês podem ver que lá no nosso legado teve pouca alteração. A única alteração que eu coloquei foi essa chamada aqui, ó, quando o rapaz lá, o responsável, está cadastrando o laudo, na hora que ele clica para finalizar, eu só coloquei aqui, ó, enviar laudo bucket S3. Então ele pega e faz toda a regra para poder mandar. Claro, né, que antes aqui, ó, vocês podem ver que eu criei uma classe, né, com thread e tudo mais, né, só para, né, não travar o cliente e tudo mais. Mas isso aqui é algo novo, né? Não precisei mexer no core no monolito, não precisei mexer no fonte em si. A única alteração foi essa chamadinha aqui. Legal? Tá, Armandinho, mas e na prática, como funciona? Vamos ver um pouquinho na prática? Então vamos. Então eu vou clicar aqui para vocês verem a demonstração de como funciona, então, na prática aqui a questão do... funcionando mesmo, né? Para vocês verem como que funciona na prática. Então aqui, ó, eu tô logando, né, com o veterinário. Eu vou basicamente entrar no cadastro de laudos. E aqui do lado eu estou espelhando também o meu mobile, tá? Então aqui eu estou cadastrando. Vou colocar aqui o nome de um animal. O nome aqui da raça. Isso aqui é como se fosse o cadastro básico aí do teu monolito, né? O teu processo. Então eu estou cadastrando, beleza. Eu vou escolher um PDF que eu tenho localmente, né? Que é um laudo, tá? Ele vai demorar um pouquinho, vai carregar aqui. Beleza, ó, carregou. Eu vou inserir então esse laudo e vou clicar para finalizar. A hora que ele finaliza, ó, ele fala que foi enviado o e-mail, né? Vocês podem ver, ó, que eu vou entrar lá no bucket S3 e lá, ele já criou 52. O 52 é o meu laudo que eu acabei de incluir, ok? Esse laudo, ele vai estar aqui no nosso DynamoDB. Então você pode ver que o 52 já foi lá para a tabela. Basicamente eu guardo as chaves para poder identificar lá no bucket S3. Então ali eu vou pesquisar por empresa só para vocês verem, ó. E ali ele vai trazer ali o 52. Ou seja, para aquela empresa logada ele cadastrou o 52. E ali vocês vão ver o e-mail que recebi, ó. Então recebeu ali o e-mail do laudo, beleza? Aqui ele recebeu duas vezes porque eu esqueci de desligar o robô que estava do monolito, tá? Então por isso que eu recebi duas vezes. mas ali a gente recebe o laudo em PDF, beleza? E agora vamos testar pelo mobile, vamos ver se no mobile a gente recebe. Ó. Então eu vou logar. Nesse momento ele já está verificando o usuário e senha do DynamoDB, batendo no primeiro microserviço e aqui listando os nossos laudos. E quando eu clicar em cima do laudo, ele já vai lá no outro microserviço e lista o mesmo laudo, que está tanto no e-mail, tanto no web e também no aqui o nosso FMX. Né? Então, bem bacana, né? Então, esse aqui é um pouquinho da demonstração de como que a gente fez esse pedacinho dessas features e utilizando, né, padrão Strangler Fig aqui na prática. Bom, então, para a gente finalizar aqui, conclusão de tudo isso, tá? Uma dica que eu dou, sempre comece pequeno, né? Então a gente tem que escolher uma feature com bom retorno financeiro, né? Então, por exemplo, não adianta você pegar uma feature ali que não vai, você vai aumentar um pouquinho o teu custo na cloud e não vai ter um grande retorno financeiro. E esse retorno financeiro não é simplesmente ali retorno monetário que o teu cliente te pague, mas às vezes você está ali economizando o recurso que você está pagando aí para o recurso computacional, por exemplo, tá? Então escolhe uma feature que tem um bom retorno financeiro. Teste, né? Então teste é essencial. Então vocês estão migrando, já vão fazendo teste, seja teste unitário, teste de integração, isso é muito importante. Outro, sempre trabalhar com investigação de log e monitoramento desde o início. Então, você está criando um novo microserviço ou fazendo um novo cloud, utilizando um componente cloud, sempre configure os logs e faça um monitoramento. Isso é muito importante porque isso evita, desde o início, pequenas falhas, né? Então, é essencial. E por último, conhecimento aí em cloud providers, né? Aqui eu estou dando exemplos da AWS, mas é muito interessante, né, vocês conhecerem outras cloud providers e também conhecer os principais componentes delas, né? Então, por exemplo, o S3 aí que eu comentei, o DynamoDB, API Gateway e assim por diante. Então, a nossa intenção, né, no futuro é a gente, no nosso monolito, nossa figueira, sair aí várias mudinhas, né? Várias figueirinhas aí, que é as nossas features ali, beleza? Bom, então é isso aí, muito obrigado, espero que vocês tenham gostado. Tem aqui os meus contatos novamente, que, né, caso queiram aí tirar suas dúvidas, mandarem comentários, né? Então tem aqui meu e-mail, meu YouTube, meu LinkedIn, meu Instagram, fiquem à vontade. Muito obrigado e até a próxima.
Fantastic. What a great demo. And several people saying very nice things. I just should point out that Armando will not be here for the live Q&A. What I will say is, oi, tudo bem, to him, because that's all that's about the only Brazilian Portuguese I can say. Landerson, who is Brazilian as well, will be impressed that I've learned that much, because that's as far I will start learning a few languages. But yeah, very, very good. And several people saying, you know, what a great session it was. I liked the fact that he actually showed a real example there rather than just a theoretical, hey, if you do this and do this and this and this, you know, it'll work. But instead, he actually showed something that was realistic. And I liked that. Great session. I should point out quite a few people saying, oh, the captions. Look, without being an Ivan is there as well. Hi, Ivan. And yes, several people saying very informative. Yes, it was. It was a great session. And actually, I just had an email from someone. It's a lady as well. This sounds like a lot of Brazilians have been watching it. It's a lady, very, very good MVP. You should follow her on Instagram and a few other things as well. She's on fire. She travels around the world and keeps doing all sorts of things with robots, and I've met her a few times, and she's a great individual, fantastic personality, but she's also as crazy as a box of frogs. I'm going to make an arm that moves around. She's great. Brazilians, I loved a lot of them. They're really great. And Patrick says, proud to be Brazilian. Yeah. I'm proud to be British, and I'm proud to be American. And if I ended up Brazilian, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It's a lovely country, and Italy's chiming in as well. Now we're going to get all the countries saying, "Oh, I love my country," or hate it, whatever. Great session. I had someone email me during that session to say how they couldn't watch today because they've got some work, so they're watching the replays, and saying how much they enjoyed yesterday's sessions. And they said like they were hooked on some of the sessions and that the quality of the topics is great. I want to point out, when I send a request to our tech partners and MVPs, I basically say to them, talk about what you want. Here's the general idea of what we want. CodeRage is kind of anything goes. It's meant to be have a broad appeal, but almost all of these topics are from the people that are doing them themselves. And they have come up with the ideas and come up with selections. If you want to see the replays, and if you want to be included in the giveaways from our tech partners, then please go to coderage.embarcadero.com. You'll get an automatic email with the replays at the end of the day. We split them up into individual chunks, so you don't get like a whole 5 or 6 hour video, although you can see them on YouTube like that as well. But if you go to coderage.embarcadero.com, Mike said it was a great summary of how to keep important principles and constraints in mind when you are devising your migration strategy. Yes, that's exactly it. And like I say, we've got quite a few computer science topics these 2 weeks as well. We've got 43 sessions or something like that, maybe more. And there's something for everyone, from AI to regular just development, component development. You name it, we've got something for it. And that kind of computer, more leaning towards computer science, the Strangler Fig pattern, and architectural design. I love those because I'm a computer nerd, as you can imagine from looking behind me, and all the other things that go on behind my head up here and all that kind of stuff. So I'm a nerd, and I do love that technology stuff. So that's what's great about CodeRage. A point about the subtitles. So Armando's original video did not have those subtitles on the bottom. And I use Camtasia to edit our videos and make sure that the sound quality is good enough you can all hear it. There was a little bit of background noise on the start of that video, but that's my fault, not his. And the captions, I was using Audiate from TechSmith. I love TechSmith's products. But I have to say, and I'm sorry about this, but I have found 2026 version of Audiate to be full of bugs. It literally corrupted videos, and I lost hours of time with it. And so I had to use a fallback method to produce those English subtitles, and they're called in-vision captions. And it did a horrible job of plonking them on the screen like that. I think it mostly didn't cover anything too vital up, but I want to emphasize that's down to me. That's not Armando, but it was either have those titles so you could see the content in English or not. On the replays, we won't do that. On the replays, you'll be able to select the subtitles from the YouTube video thing and select the subtitles of your choice. Some questions. I want to start on time because the next session is pretty long. Have yesterday's replay links been sent out yet? If so, I'm not receiving. No, I don't believe they have, but to be honest, we had a bit of an issue with the blog today, and I've not managed to talk to the team about it. But I'll find out where we stand with the replays. Team, if you're watching, and you should be, can you let me know in our chat? We have like a private Teams chat. What's happening with the replays? And as Patrick says, a good thing about CodeRage is we talk about the richness of the community and the diversity of the projects that can be done. Yes, the whole point about Rad Studio is really choice and target, that you can hit. You can get to almost any platform that is worth getting to. So Linux, Mac, iOS, Android. There are some others that we're looking at doing as well. We'd like Windows ARM, for example, would be a very popular choice. A lot of people ask that. And also, at some point in the future, Linux ARM is my personal choice. I can't influence that within the company, but I would love to be able to say to people, okay, boot up your Raspberry Pi. I have one behind me over there, and boot up your Raspberry Pi and run your programs on it. You can do that with TMS's stuff. TMS, I'm going to sneeze one. The weather's a bit cold here, and it's killing me. TMS have a thing called Miletus, which allows you to do cross-platform targeting at the hardware level with Rad Studio Delphi, I think. And I'm a big fan of TMS. They do have a session on CodeRage this year. It's in week 2. So there you go. So lots and lots of love for that first session. The next session is coming up in a second. And also, he's saying, I'm not getting notifications for the start of the day. You've registered your email? Can you email me directly? And I can't do it until the end of the day. But if you email me your details, I'll make sure that you're registered and that you're getting those notifications. Could be it's going to the spam, because that's what happens. But if not, at the very least, if you're watching on YouTube, and let me just check what you're watching on. You are on YouTube. If you click on the subscribe button and subscribe to the YouTube channel, our YouTube channel, and I know you're watching on it because it tells me on my little chat window here, then you'll get the notifications anyway, so it will tell you. But if you're not getting the emails, let me know. Email me here, and I will look into it. I answer all my emails. I get a lot, but yeah, it's beautiful. It's an Octopussy project, like often when an ERP is in. Yes, correct, exactly. And Patrick is, as ever, in the chat and giving advice to people. Okay, all right. So look, let us go to the next session because we're a little bit late. But the good news is it is from my best buddy, or a very good friend of mine. I sound like some kind of 1970s radio DJ, I don't know. And that is Jim McKeith. And this session, let me pull up the details, is called, and I love this, it's such a genius name. And he later on says something else as well. Watch out for his little jokes because he's pretty clever. The Time Traveler's Toolkit, Mastering Dates and Times in Delphi. And that is Jim McKeith coming up now. And Jim, I think we'll be live in the studio for live Q&A afterwards in about 45 minutes time. See you soon. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Hello, this is Jim Keith, and welcome to this session on Time Traveler's Toolkit, Escape the Now. This is a topic I'm really excited about, and I don't know, surprisingly or whatnot, I'm actually recording this at like 2 in the morning before the presentation time. I've spent just a lot of time diving deep into this and going at it. So it's kind of ironic that it's a session on time, but I'm running late. So it's not about time management. That's not something I'm an expert on. But I just had thought of this quote. That's not me, a picture of, that's Douglas Adams, author of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I love deadlines. I love the whooshing noise they make as they go by. So yeah, not on time management, but around everything else about time. This is me. My name is Jim McKeith. I'm a longtime software developer. But if you don't know me, I was at Embarcadero as a developer advocate for about 10 years. This is one of the topics I plan on covering in way more detail, if you can imagine, once we see this content in here, in my book, Deep Delphi, that I'm working on, which I just launched a Patreon. It's very scant for information right now, but if you go out there and sign up, I will be giving updates on that in the very near future. If you're not familiar with Patreon, it's just a way for people to engage with creators and help support them. I spent the last 2 years doing Delphi consulting, and frankly, I really miss doing this sort of deep dives. Anyway, diving deep into technical topics, and yeah, so that's my goal. Is I want to get some support on Patreon so that I can focus on my Deep Delphi book. So, and I do travel through time every day. Not good at time management, but good at traveling through time. Yeah, I think this is still what we're planning to cover today. It's a lot of stuff. And I need to officially let you know that this content is approved by the TVA, which is the Time Verification Agency, not some other acronym that may be similar to that. But it is the Time Verification Agency has approved this content. So before we get started, it's important as agents of the Time Verification Association or agency that you are test your skills and your knowledge about time. So I have a little quiz, so I encourage you to take it. I was going to try and do some sort of online quiz platform, but that didn't work out. But you can, jot down your answers and maybe just keep it in your head, and we'll put it on the honor system. So first thing, how often is a leap year? Every 4 years, 4 years unless divisible by 100, or 4 years unless divisible by 100 and not divisible by 400. Might be an easy one, hopefully. The answer is a leap year is a leap year if it's divisible by 4, except it's not a leap year if it's divisible by 100, except unless it's divisible by 400. So yeah, it is all of those. It's one of those things that at least personally, I forget that. I think it's just every 4 years, but no, it is the more complicated thing. I thought about trying to figure out exactly how often it is, like by dividing that all out, but then my brain started to hurt. So how many days in a year? Again, maybe this is an easy one. 364, 365, something like that. Might be seeing where this is going now. So lock in your answers. How many days are in the year? For the Gregorian calendar, it is in fact 365 and 0.2425. Because if you do take that cycle of every 400 years when the leap years kick in, then we can divide it out, and that's the answer we get. So again, this is one of those things that in my mind, I always think, oh, it's 365 and a quarter because leap years every 4 years. Nope, it's not quite every 4 years. It's more complicated than that. How many hours in a day? Now you might be thinking, okay, what's the catch? This should be an easy one, right? Well, most days are 24 hours, except in DST spring, when you spring forward, it's 23 hours. But then in DST fall, you go back to 25 hours that day. So, but that's if you live in a time zone that doesn't do daylight savings time, or does daylight savings time as a full hour, which turns out there's some that don't. So on average, it is 24 hours in a day on average, because it averages out the spring forward and fall back. But this is an interesting map. This is daylight savings time in the world. The colored areas, each area of that color changes time zones roughly within about a week of each other. So not everybody changes daylight savings time. The gray areas don't do daylight savings time currently at the same time, which is interesting. A lot of times we think that, whatever bubble we live in, that's the way it is around the world, and it's not. So this is breaking down that map in more details, and you'll see down there in the lower right that Australia, Lord Howe Island, is a half-hour change for daylight savings time instead of a full hour. So, yeah. Also, we'll point out that those last few are in the southern hemisphere. So when the northern hemisphere is springing forward, they are falling back because the seasons are reversed. Again, yeah. Did you think about that? It's one of those things, if you think about it, it makes sense, but it's one of those things that we don't always think about when we're working on times. How many time zones are there? So you're familiar with time zones, right? They're these lines that divide, they're every 15 degrees approximately, and they divide the Earth into different time zones. Going east and west, you shut your clocks forward and backwards. So how many time zones are there? If you take 365 divided by 15 degrees, you get 24. So, and there's 24 hours in a day. It takes a full day for the Earth to circle around. So it seems like 24 should be the right answer. Well, time zones range from -12 to +14, which, if you do the math, that is 26 hours, not 24 hours. There are 38 unique UTC offsets, up to 55 during daylight savings time. 211 common abbreviations, which you see used a lot, but those are imprecise, and I'll show you an example of what that looks like in a little bit. But the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, IANA, who puts together the time zone database, they have 341 canonical time zones. 129 of those were previously canonical, so you might have older data that is referencing these previously canonical time zones, and then 128 additional time zones that are not canonical but are commonly used that are only aliases to the 341 canonical ones. Actually, both those, the 129 and 128, are aliases to the other one, but depending on your data, it might be using that. So that gives you a total of almost 600 time zones in the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority time zone database. And here's a time zone map. This is based on the Internet Authority's time zone database. And there is some really crazy stuff. This is fun to just kind of zoom in and look at, but I'll point out a couple of them here. So you think time zones should be right, that straight up and down thing. And in theory, they would be, right? If that was pure time zones. There's actually military time zones are exactly 24 time zones, and nautical time zones, because on the sea there is no borders. But on land, there's borders, there's people, there's politics. So it gets complicated. So if you draw this line straight up and down here through Novosibirsk, I think it's Siberia or Russia. You'll see that it's +7 hours in Russia, +5 in Kazakhstan, +8 in China, because all of China is on Shanghai time, despite it spanning 5 geographical time zones. So Shanghai, if you don't know, is way on the far east end of China. And so all the way over here, the west end of China, even though it should be 5 hours difference, it's still +8. Then Nepal is +545 because they're Nepal, so they're not a full hour difference, and India is +530. And if you look at this and look at the borders, it makes sense, but it's one of those things that you don't think about unless you really dive into it. And of course, it's not just in Asia; it's also here in North America. And this is kind of interesting as well. I live in an area that is Mountain Standard Time. Now, during the summer, it would be Mountain Daylight Time. And if you look down there at Phoenix, Arizona, it's always Mountain Daylight Time. So Denver, the time zone area I live in, is Mountain Time, which means it shifts between Mountain Daylight and Mountain Standard, whereas most of Arizona is always Mountain Daylight Time. But you'll see there's parts of it that aren't, that do shift. Then if you go up to Calgary observes DST, so it's in Mountain Time, whereas Saskatoon does not, right there in the middle between Calgary and Winnipeg. Winnipeg does DST, but it's in Central. But then you get down here to Mexico, and you see that white line, that's the Mexico-US border, and parts of Mexico are observing DST if they're closer to parts of the US that observe DST, like New Mexico, but then parts of it don't observe DST, they just are on Mountain Daylight Time all the time because they're closer to Arizona that doesn't observe Daylight Savings Time. And then the problem with the abbreviations of MST, so I'm in Mountain Standard Time right now, is MST is also Malaysian Standard Time, not just Mountain Standard Time. So Mountain Standard Time would be -6, whereas Malaysian Standard Time, also MST, is +8. And then CST for Central Standard Time is not just Central Standard Time, it's also China Standard Time and Cuba Standard Time. So don't use abbreviations, they are imprecise. All right, we're just getting going now. How many hours how long is a week? And this is a trick question. All those answers are right, depending on the week. And this is a great example of the paradox of time, right? How time seems like it should be simple, but then once you involve people and politics, it gets complicated. On December 29th, 2011, Samoa jumped the international date line. So they went from at midnight, they went 23:59 on December 29th, they jumped straight to Saturday, December 31st. So they completely skipped December 30th, 2011. That date does not exist in Samoa. That Friday is just gone. So they went straight from Thursday to Saturday. that's the kind of thing you need to think about when you're dealing with time zones. Now, all of this said, pointing out how crazy time is, I don't want to scare you off. Really, what I want you to do is realize that this is something you need to take seriously. I was on a website the other day, actually, where it was in the summertime, and they're like, select your time zone, and they just had MDT, and I'm like, well, MDT is not right, because I'm in mountain time, I'm not in mountain daylight time. Phoenix is in mountain daylight time, and they're like, no, it's mountain daylight time where you're at right now. I said, yeah, but in a few months, it won't be MDT anymore, it will be MST, and this won't change, but they didn't understand. So this is the thing you got to think about, is that time is not simple. It's possible we can do this, and I'm going to give you the tools to do this, but just don't trivialize it. Now I'm going to start with the physics of time, and this is only in here because I'm a nerd, I'll be honest. So there's kind of two times you can think of about. There's the atomic clocks, which are based off quantum resonance of, I think it was cesium, I can't remember which cesium it is offhand, and it's not on there. It is CS cesium, but it's the oscillation of cesium. And the thing I love about this is that our time, our 24 hours in a day, right, 365 days in a year, is based on the movement of the Earth. But we've now taken that, because that actually changes over time, and we've reverse engineered it into a definition based on the oscillation of cesium. And so what that means is that we actually have a definition that doesn't change over time. At least as far as we know, cesium doesn't change over time. Over a long enough period of time, maybe it will change. And so that means if we're actually talking to somebody from another world, right, that doesn't, their planet they live on doesn't rotate at the same speed, doesn't orbit at the same speed, we can have a universal definition of time that is not tied to our planet. So I love that. But the atomic clocks that we typically deal with are different than the GPS time or relativity time. So this is interesting, is Einstein actually theorized about this, the idea that when you move fast enough, it will change the passage of time. And it wasn't until we launched GPS satellites. So GPS satellites are moving really fast around the Earth, and they're moving fast enough that they have to adjust for relativity. So, and that has to do with like the speed and the gravity well and all that stuff. Really interesting stuff. Like I said, purely just because I'm a nerd and I love talking about this sort of stuff. But yeah, that's just something cool to think about. And yeah. So, all right, let's talk about our time machines. And that is actually not the DeLorean from Back to the Future. It is a replica by Kovacs Time Machine. I got it off Wikipedia. Oh, kind of cool. So our time machine is our code, right? Our code records history, it schedules future events, it measures durations, and it tracks the order of occurrences. And actually, I was looking at a bug the other day where things were being recorded, but they weren't being, the index of the order was not lining up with the time index. And that part of what got me thinking about this topic is just, actually I've worked on a few different projects where I had to think about time, really like getting into it. And it's one of those things that it seems like it should be easy, but people keep getting it wrong because they don't give it the time to think about it all the way through. So some core foundations, we're going to go into detail on all of this here in a little bit. We talked already about the physics, the cesium-133, there it is right there. 9,192 cycles is 1 SI, 1 standard institute second. International Atomic Time, Universal Standard Time, or Coordinated Universal Time, which it feels like it's shoot backwards. And then epic time stuff. I love these infographics that you can get out of Gemini 3 Pro now. So good. And it's better about the text. This is if you saw my webinar yesterday, those I got out of not Gemini 3 Pro. These are out of Gemini 3 Pro, and they are just chef's kiss. So good. Okay. Temporal architecture. Let's see. I think it's the same information. I had too much fun. I'll tell you that these are cool, but sometimes I spend way too much time building this, and Yeah, so I'm going to get into all this stuff in more details here on future slides. So this is again just an intro overview of topics. Yeah. So I've covered all this elsewhere, but it's still a cool infographic, right? Hit the wrong key and I stopped recording. So I'm back. If you missed me, you probably didn't notice I was gone. So we're going to talk about Delphi's legacy time machine. This is probably something you're familiar with, is T-date time. It is the fundamental time variable in Delphi. It uses a double internally, a 64-bit floating point value to store both the date and the time. If you, for example, call just time or just date to get the date or the time, it gives you back a date time, but then it either truncates it, either just giving you the whole value or just giving you the fractional value. So the fractional value is the fraction of a 24-hour day. So 0.5 is noon, 0.25 is 6 a.m. The whole value is the number of days since December 30th, 1899. And I always wondered where that date come from. And it turns out it's the Ole epoch. So this was done because at the time it was mapped directly onto the VT date, which was COM's date format. So this made just perfect sense at the time for Delphi to have this really good integration with Windows and COM. And if you think back to the day, man, Delphi rocked in the COM ActiveX space. Was way better than everything else out there. Problem is this is not a great solution for today. So we have another type, and I meant to flip the text down there at the bottom, or the images down there at the bottom, the text at the bottom. Put the way around because, yeah, timestamps over here, timestamps on the right, and T-date times on the left, but then down at the bottom, it has the timestamp and date time the other way around, and that bugs me. So I meant to flip that. But there's two different variables for time now. There's the new timestamp, and they're both 64-bit. But the timestamp is 64-bit integer, right? So it's whole, or it's not fractional. The T-date time is a double, it's floating point. And so there can be variable accuracy in there, and it doesn't have as much devoted to the time as it should, especially for smaller values. And actually, like even 2 seconds can be when you're doing math around 2 seconds, you can get things off. And I have a demo for this, which I didn't include the name of the demo on the slide, but we will look at that in a little bit. The other problem with T-date time is it's time zone blind. Okay, so if you have the T-date time value of 45993.4583 repeating, the 3 repeats forever, then that is 11 a.m. on the day of my presentation, which is in less than 8 hours that I still need to sleep. But in Austin, close to where Ian is running this, would be 11 a.m. the time it starts. But if you were in New York, it wouldn't be 11 a.m., right? Or if it was 11 a.m. in New York, it'd be 10 a.m. in Austin, which is because it's an offset of -5, whereas Austin's offset of -6. But then if you're in London, that same value, 45993, being 11 a.m. in London would be 5 a.m. in Austin. So that value is specific to a location, right? That T-date time value is specific to a location. And if you take that value and put it someplace else, then things change, right? Then it changes what it means as far as a globally point in time. So where this could be an issue for you is, and actually it's one of those things that we like to think, well, it doesn't matter for me because I'm not dealing with time zones. Well, your server might be someplace else, right? And so if you're talking to your database server and you're like, I'm just going to store my now in the database server, and the database server is like, cool, but then you have somebody else connected to that server that's in a different time zone than you, and they're like, okay, cool, when did this happen? And the time's different because they pull it out and they're like, cool, this happens in an hour from now because you're in a different time zone than you just wrote it. So that's kind of the problem with just using plain T-date time. So we're going to escape the now. we're going to use, instead of tdate time, you want to use tdate time, or instead of now, you want to use tdate time dot now UTC. And so what this does, it gives you back the time in UTC, universal coordinated time, which again feels like, or coordinated universal time, but that is time zone free. So it doesn't have a time zone attached to it. If you want to be pedantic, GMT is the time zone that things that UTC is in, or whatever. But if you're in London, right, you're not in UTC time zone, you're in GMT. London is in GMT, unless of course they're on British Standard Time, BST, which used to be, ironically, the problem with acronyms. So BST is British Standard Time, but it used to be British Summer Time, being the shifted times. So you want to store your dates and times in your server in now UTC. So generally speaking, and I'm going to talk about here an exception in a second, but you want to store times, if you're storing a time, in now UTC. Now, even if you're thinking, my data always stays on my computer, so I don't need to store it in now UTC, I'll just store it in now. I don't need to do UTC, I'll just store it in the current time. Daylight savings time. We're going to talk about more in a second, but if you store a time as now, and then in a minute, your daylight savings time shifts backwards and you store a time then, that time will occur before the time that occurred a second ago, right? So you get things out of order. That is problematic. So always, if you're now is great for what time is it now, displaying the time to the user. Anything beyond that, if you're storing it, if you're transmitting it, if you're whatever, you want to do it in UTC. So this is one of the sample codes I have. I'm not going to run it, but you can see basically the thing there. This is showing you what now UTC looks like. Is we're getting, so it shows you now versus now UTC. Down at the bottom, you can see now is this time I ran it. This wasn't that long ago. It was 1 a.m. But now UTC would be 8 a.m. So when I ran this, it was 1 a.m. for me, 8 a.m. in UTC or GMT. And then local time. I don't know why I have local time because, because I'm showing it, that's how I'm showing you the code is how it deciphers it. So there's the code, and going a little bit, the kind of the time travel here for the way the code is being displayed. This is the old green phosphorus screens from way back in the day. I thought about applying like some sort of like raster thing to it, but yeah. Okay. Oh man, that's a big shift going back to the light. So representation and interchange, global time standards. So if you're sharing data, and you saw this a little bit on the previous slide, right? There is a global standard of sharing it as a string. It's ISO 8601. And if you think about this, this is a really good way of showing it because it starts with the biggest value, the year, and then as it goes to the right, it gets smaller. And of course, the crazy thing is that in the US, we do it in one order, and then in a lot of other countries do it in a different order, which that order makes more sense logically. But this is like the most logical way to do it. So yeah, if you're sharing it, you want to share it as the ISO 8601, and you want to share the time zone ID based on the TZDB, which we're going to talk about later, which would be like America, New York, not EST. EST is it's complicated, as we looked at earlier. Now, here's the exception to when you don't want to use UTC, is if you're storing an event for the future. So someone's scheduling a meeting in the future. So then you want to use the time at that point in the future. And so what this means is, like, if I'm scheduling an event, if it's not daylight savings time now, but I'm scheduling an event in daylight savings time, first of all, you need to make sure you calculate that correctly, right? When is daylight savings time? How's that going to change? And then schedule it at that time. Don't schedule it at UTC, because if you schedule it at UTC, then it's going to shift when the time zone kicks in. So you have to think about like what is the purpose in what you're doing, right? Why would you store it that way, or why you're making the choice to do. So it's, again, you don't just say, oh, everything's now UTC. Nope. You have to think about the intention, the purpose of the time. So you can think about on your phone, if you ever travel, right? Your events, your calendar events on your phone will shift as your time zone changes on your phone, but your alarms won't, or at least on Android. I don't know what Apple does. It could be the opposite, but yeah. And that's because that the scheduled events are happening at a specific time. That's a instance in time, whereas alarms are a relative time. Which brings us to the 2-clock paradox. Measurement and clocks, tracking times flow. You have monotonic clocks versus wall clocks, and these are two different things. So a monotonic clock is a measure of elapsed time. It always increases. So it's based on CPU cycles or whatever. And what this means is that if you start measuring like your uptime or how long your application has been running, and the system clock either syncs to a time server or daylight savings time kicks in and kicks back or forward, if you are using a T-date time and looking at like now, then your time would shift. It would be all of a sudden changed by a full hour or whatever that the clock changed by. So that's why there's 2 clocks. The monotonic clock is used for measuring elapsed time, whereas the wall clock is the time based on time zones, right, etc. So that the now UTC is a wall clock, right? It's a wall clock sans time zone information, whereas monotonic climb is not now UTC. It's a separate one. So that would be stopwatch start new down at the bottom. Whereas for wall clock, in here I'm saying T-date time dot now, because that's what you're displaying to the user, right? They want to see what time it is where they're at, not in UTC. So that's the one time you can just use now. Well, that, or if you're storing something for the future. I got this in here twice. That's why I was thrown off. Okay. So bonus slide. This is timeshift demo. It uses this unit here, the timeshift unit, to apply a delta to your system time. It does that by using the Delphi detours, which is available up on GitHub, right there, to hook get system time, get local time. So these are, this is Windows specific, I guess, because those are the Windows APIs that now date, time, etc., now UTC calls in order to find out what the system clock is. And so I actually used similar code to this, not the exact code, but a similar idea in debugging a big, large, involved system. Was just, I needed to look at what would happen if things happened in different times, and I couldn't change my clock on my computer because the computer clock is set by the domain controller. So I used this to hook the time and change the time on all the calls in the system, because it wasn't using a time server. I guess that would be another issue, right? Where maybe you might want to use a time server is because you're going to connect to, maybe you're going to maintain your own time internally, independent of the system time. Anyway, this was using, I use this here. So this uses the Delphi detours, and you specify a delta, which is a timestamp or time span of how much you want to shift the time by. So let's see this in action here. The code in here is pretty straightforward. It's got a second clock that just goes through and pings all these different times and then displays it in here. So here's the different methods, and then here's the values. Really, all these being here is kind of irrelevant, but I just thought it was good to have a little completeness, that's the term. So this is displaying here an analog clock and a calendar. And then that timer tick. So if I click here, this does, you don't change this. This is not an input. This is output only. But here's the input here. This is where I change, enable the time shift. So as soon as I made one of these values here change, then, oh, that's interesting. For some reason, the clock doesn't, I don't know why that is. The clock doesn't update on the first time you do it. Yeah, see that? It didn't update the hour. Huh. All right, that's a bug in my clock, I'm guessing. Or maybe everything else updates though, right? Yeah. Oh wait, no, it didn't. Oh, yep. Okay, I know what's going on. I will fix that. There's a bug. I'm not setting the delta. Yeah, I'm setting the delta before. Okay. I spent way too much time on this demo to totally miss that because I was always just going click, click, click and changing this a lot. So the hours, minutes, seconds, milliseconds. Not gonna actually. You can see that over here, right? It's changing that. The floating point value. You can see out here. It's changing it. But these are actually days. These ones here are exact. Well, weeks is exact because weeks is exactly 7 days. Months is assuming a 30-day month. And so we see that it stays on the first. Oh, but then January had 31 days, so now we're on the 31st. And then we're on the 2nd, and then we're on the 1st. So it's just jumping by 30 days. And this is jumping by 365 days, which doesn't take leap year into account. So we'll see as we jump forward, it some occasionally changes. Actually, we saw it already. There we go. So it leap year. Anyway, but so you technically, if you wanted to do this accurately, you should use the TZDB to get accurate information about what would be exactly 1 year in the future. But that wasn't the point. The point was just to show that you can do move forward, have your entire application move forward back in time. So this might be useful if you have an application and you want to see how it will behave on daylight savings time without changing your system clock, because that wasn't an option for me, so I came up with this solution. But here is the stopwatch demo. So again, this is a console application. We can see here's the code here. We're using system.diagnostics. We have the T stopwatch. We start a new stopwatch, and then we're going to sleep for 1 second, right? 1,000 milliseconds. Yeah, and then we time it. And so we see down at the bottom that actually took 1,001 or 1 billion. I should have put commas in there. 1, 2, 3. 10 billion. Yeah, 10 billion ticks. 10 billion ticks, 1,100 or 799. So it took a little bit longer than a second. Although I guess ticks aren't exactly. I should have looked up what ticks are. But anyway, that's the monotonic clock. Is the T stopwatch. And this also uses a time span. So it gives you back the stopwatch. The elapsed is a time span, not wall time. And should have shown that in more detail here. But yeah, that's a time span, elapsed time. And so the stopwatch uses a time span, gives you back a time span. Time spans are not attached to wall time. They're monotonic clocks. Synchronizing time events, and that's not a picture of the TARDIS. That is just a blue police box. I don't know why people keep thinking it's a TARDIS. It's not. Remote NTP sync, or SNTP, I guess depending on what you call it. This is how you would synchronize your time to a remote server. So this is if you have multiple machines. Now anymore, this is built into Windows or whatever operating system you're using. But I think it's still useful to know, and it's still a feature in Delphi, is you can use this protocol. And so what this protocol does, it actually connects to a remote server. It times how long it takes to get there. So it looks at the jitter and network delay, and then uses that to then do the complicated math in order to make sure that when it sets your time, or the time that it gives you, is going to be synchronized correctly with the server, right? So if you didn't do that, then you would always be behind, because it's going to take time for your request to get to the server and for the server to respond. So it does all the math, makes all the changes to figure out the round trip delay and the clock offset. This is a component in Delphi, the TID SNTP, and there's simplified code doing it. Now there's also the TID time, which are the demo. I don't know if I had up on a slide that shows how that one is outdated. The TID time It's an old protocol. You shouldn't use that anymore. You should use the TID SNTP, which is like technically like the SNTP is the server side of it, if I remember correctly. NTP is the client side of it. But anyway, this is the component to use, and it will synchronize your time for you. So now let's navigate the space-time continuum and talk about the time zone database. And I apologize, I meant to fix this infographic and put a Delphi logo there over there on the right instead of the Java one. I forgot. So that's on me. I apologize. This works with Delphi, which I'll tell you about in a little bit. But the time zone database, the TZDB by the Internet Association name, I can't remember what it is, IANA. They're the people that do the IP addresses as well. It wasn't originally by them. I don't remember where it came from originally, but it's been maintained over a long period of time. And it is the canonical reference database for all things time zones. Now, sometimes, if ever some country makes a decision to change their time zone or their daylight savings time rules or whatever, it will get into this database as soon as possible. Sometimes they make the changes and they're like, tomorrow we're going to do this. Samoa example, they had notice, right? People knew what was going to happen, but there's been some countries that are like, we're doing it tomorrow, and everybody's like, and they can't get it done in time. So it's not always 100% up to date because politics is crazy, but if possible, this database is going to be just updated really well. And oftentimes you could use this and you'll have better information than you'll have available from your operating system. So there is the Delphi TZDB. It's available on GitHub. I don't have the link on here, but I do have it in, actually, I think if you just search for Delphi TZDB, you'll find it. Yeah, it doesn't have this on here, but it is, that would have been good to include on here. It is everything you need to know about time zones. Easy to use. Yeah. So it gives you back a bundled time zone, which that code sample is wrong because it says time zone zone. It should be bundled time zone. Down below it says bundled time zone. Yeah, that's what I get. I try to double check these things, but some of them I miss apparently. Yeah, so here is an example of running that. If you get the Windows, so I ran this on my computer. I said, hey, Windows, what time zone I'm in? It says, hey, you're in Mountain Standard Time. Now, again, that is imprecise, right? Because am I in, well, if it came back as Mountain Daylight Time, right? Am I in Arizona? Am I going to have daylight savings time tomorrow? I don't know. What's going on, right? What's happening? So that's not enough information. But if you take that Mountain Standard Time and you plug it into the IANA database, the Delphi TZDB, then it will give you back the America Denver. So America Denver is the canonical time zone in the TZDB that has more information. It's a more exact specification. And so there is the information you can get back from that once you have this. Now, you're in Delphi, you can only get your local time zone information. You get a certain amount of information you can get back on local time. But you can get this level of detail on any time zone in the time zone database. Actually, more than this, you can like find out daylight saving time, which we'll get into it later slide. So here, oh yeah, this shows one of some other features is you can do the paradox detection. So you can say, hey, is this time valid? And pass it a time and tell it your time zone. It'll say, oh, hold on. That's when that hour happens twice because we fall back. That's the date we change time zones. So it understands daylight savings time. And then you can also use it for syncing across time zones when you're passing information between servers and you want to know, well, what time is the server, right? So if I know the server is in this time zone or I know the server's time, then you can then figure out what that is. All that information is in the TZDB. So now we're going to talk about temporal anomalies, and actually I guess that last demo kind of gave a hint on that, on how we solve these, is the TZDB has DST information, right? So this tells you it's up to date. The information in the VCL pulls from Windows, and it's very basic. It's stuff that gets from Windows. And I don't know if FireMonkey has features on other platforms, honestly. I didn't even look into that because use TZDB, it's cross-platform. That's the moral of the story. But it tells you about when the daylight savings time change happens, what time, everything you need to know about daylight savings time. So here's a more detailed demo on TZDB, or on DST with TZDB, and I don't have the code. If I have time, ironically, maybe I can show you the code later. But yeah, it'll show you like when DST happens, how things are happening right when you have to do forced daylight interpolation, fallback overlap, ambiguous times, right? It gives you all this type of information from the database so that you can know exactly what's going on, right? How things, what times actually is, what's going on with time. Okay, so all right, we're making good time. Yay, good. I was worried that we wouldn't get through all of this. So the time lords prime directives, this is kind of the summary of what you need to know, right? So you need to remember that T-date time is great for displaying the time to the user, the now, right? But it's not accurate when you get down to like doing math. And so you might want to look at a timestamp, right? Because it is a more accurate it's more accurate time measurement because it doesn't use floating point values. Then remember we have the difference between monotonic time and wall time, right? Why would you use one versus the other? Then we also learned about time zones and localization using the TZDB. And yeah, so that is, this doesn't talk about TZDB. It's supposed to have TZDB. So this is just covering like the basic stuff in Windows. Oh yeah, right there in the middle. OS dependent rules, OS independent. So yeah, you want to use TZDB for getting time zone information. Okay. And that is not the actual hot tub time machine. And a few of the other time machines were not real time machines. I was just having fun with them. But yeah, so where does that leave us? I had a lot of fun just diving deep on this topic and going into a lot of detail. This is an excerpt from my upcoming Deep Delphi book I'm working on. I've got this chapter and my colors chapter mostly done. I'm giving you a lot of the code samples available here with the slides. With this presentation will be available for free on patreon.com/c/Jim McKeith. They're not there yet. Well, at least they're not there at the time of this being live. I have to extract the content from the book versus what's going to be available for free. So everything you saw here will be up on there for free. But if you want to get the book, you need to sign up on patreon.com/Jim McKeith. So you can go there now. You can sign up for a 7-day free trial if you want to, or you can sign up as a Patreon, or you can just come back and check in and wait for the free stuff to be posted. That'll be available on there. If you do want to get the Delphi TZDB, that is the URL for it there on GitHub, although I've made a fork of it as well. I should have put that link up there. It's Patreon or github.com/Jim McKeith/TZDB. I have some changes I'm working on to that as well. And anyway, like I said, hopefully you enjoyed this as much as I did. If you can't tell, I really did enjoy just this deep dive in on this topic. And we should have some time left over for Q&A.
Yes, we do. I'm pleased to say. And I'm just waiting for him to turn his camera on because I'm hoping he's going to turn his camera on, but maybe he'll just be, there you go. He's not going to be a disembodied voice, which is important.
Yeah.
We were both talking about the slightly weird crackling voice. Several people were saying, Jim's playing a kazoo at the same time. It was only about 3 or 4 minutes because I know you joined just as it was happening. Like, what's happening with my audio?
Yeah, I came in right in that section. I'm like, oh no, my audio is terrible on all of it. It was just that one section. So
I had so much to do, and I normally check through, but I always trust you because I know you know what you're doing. And I'm like, yep, I'll check a few minutes of it. Sounded great, good to go. And then unfortunately, we missed that little bit, but that's fine. lot of love for you, Jim. You know, you may not be doing this job anymore. I've stolen your job, and I intend to keep it. But but a load of people saying things like, "Oh, Jim's back," and "Oh, thanks, Jim. Very helpful. Appreciated." Oh, whatever. He's all right, I suppose.
You know. Honestly, I've had a few people say how much they miss my deep webinars and stuff like that, the web presentations, and this is the thing I really enjoy the most. But I honestly, I think you bring a lot to the position as well. So I think it's good that you're there. You know, it's good to mix it up. Everybody brings something in their own. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the same with David I as well. David I, you know, you, me, and Anders and some of the others that have done it in the past as well. Everybody's their own style. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to go towards the people that have not used Delphi before and who are developers wanting to learn. And that's my kind of slanting. I do some in-depth things. I'm going to be doing at least one session where it's all about UI with Rad Studio and FireMonkey and all that. Because a lot of people use VCL and they never realize what you can do with FireMonkey. And when you know what you're doing with the VCL and you know what you're doing with FireMonkey, I think it's unbeatable. It really is. You know, the VCL is fantastic. But yeah, lots of things saying what time zone DB does Delphi use? Well, you mentioned that in the video, didn't you? Talk about.
So Delphi itself it doesn't have a time zone DB from what I saw. I didn't dive into if there one on FireMonkey specifically. I don't think there is. No. Honestly, it pulls the time zone from the data from the OS, and it just pulls the local time. So it doesn't have and that is a very basic sliver of what's available in time zones. So the time zone DB, it's a single file you compile into your program, and it gets everything, all the time zones. It'll tell you everything you want to know. It is just if you the point of this session is you should care about time. I don't know how everybody did on the quiz, but chances are there were a few things in there you're like, oh, I didn't think about that. And that's the reality. Is it's one of those things that we live in time, right? Time is happening, but we don't think about all the nuances of it. And if time is at all important in your application, whether it be the order of things or talking between different machines, then the time zone database is really easy way to add that complete understanding in your application so that you can deal with time effectively.
And it crops up surprisingly often. I mean, I kind of was biased because I spent 27 years working on a time and attendance product, so I do know about how times work. But also, I worked a company that wrote rostering software, so shift planning and that kind of stuff as well, which is similar but not the same as time recording. And so I've always had to struggle with dates and times. And I would have had hair when I started. I'm sure I pulled it because good grief! I mean, we had one customer. It was at Copenhagen Hospital, and they had door entry systems based in Jutland, but their IT team worked in France or something random like that. And I tell you, that's when you start learning that not everybody represents dates in the same way. Because the Danish have commas where everybody else has periods or full stop. So just to drive us all crazy, it's let's do it differently, said Denmark, and they did. So,
and it's actually the mentioning that it reminds me of way back in the day. Like, I guess I must have been I think I was a teenager. I had a job working at a bank, and I was on graveyard shift overnight, and when I first get there, they're like, okay, Jim works from this day to this day. I'm like, cool. And they give me my badge to get into the doors. And it went through Thursday at midnight.
Oh, yeah.
And so at 11:30, I go to lunch, and then I go back to my office and bloop,
and it won't leave it. It's a different day. Yeah.
It's a different day. And so then I go to
something I wrote. Sorry about that.
I go to security to tell them I can't get back into my office, and I can't get out of the building either. The turnstiles are like, nope, you're not even in the building anymore. And so I had to like shout down the hall to get someone to come.
Weird, but it's actually a common problem with time and attendance and access control. My building here has a smart entry. You can look me up in a dictionary and it phones my phone and I can open the door by pressing a button on the phone. But the other day I went to get in and my tag wouldn't work. I'm like, oh, okay. And it's just a RFID tag. I've thought about cloning it, but apparently that's a bad idea according to the building management. But the panel on the door had just reset itself, and everybody's numbers were just like a series of ones and zeros. And I'm guessing someone did some kind of binary conversion there. But yeah, it's weird. And I also thought an interesting thing that came up in the comments was this. I like to point this out because I was born in Woolwich. In London, which is, I was born 1 mile away from the Greenwich Meridian. If you go to Greenwich, there is a line, a brass line in the pavement, in the sidewalk, that says you are standing on the Greenwich Meridian. That's where it is. Now, it's a historical thing why Greenwich was chosen. I forget who it was that invented it, but GMT is not the same as UTC. It is during the winter. And then when the summer comes along, it's 1 hour difference. And it's one of those little gotchas. British people just assume that, you know, their time works for everybody.
Well, and the other interesting thing is that actually, if that line is not exactly where it's at, they actually drifts. It has drifted because of dealing with
spinning. Yeah, exactly.
Planet spinning and stuff like that. So I had that one slide on the physics of time and just spent a few seconds on it, but it's such an interesting thing. I really love these kinds of the technical things,
and the fact that the GPS satellites have to account for time slip.
Yep.
I mean, that is just mind-boggling to think that those things are actually time traveling for real.
Yeah,
you know, and because of time dilation as they go around. I mean, you see things like. I forget who his name is, but he used to be a pop star and now he's a famous physicist in England. Oh, I'm going to hate myself now. His sleep deprivation has ruined my memory. I've had hardly any sleep for 3 days, as have you, working at 2 a.m. and stuff like that.
Well, but I know Brian May.
No, it wasn't Brian May. It's another guy who was in another pop group, but he's also a physicist as well. But he does some very interesting stuff about time, and there's a few others. I mean, physicists, they're actually quite famous people because I don't know why, but they become celebrities for some reason. It must be a weird job to have, where you assumed you'd be sitting in a room talking about things banging together and what happens when atoms are spun at quicker than they should be.
All right,
yeah.
So Peter guessed Brian May. David suggested Brian Cox, and Patrick said maybe Lady Gaga.
Brian, I don't know what physics is watching, but it's Brian Cox actually. Yeah,
yeah, and actually I recognize that now that I see David.
Yeah, it is Professor Brian Cox. Yeah, he's a very interesting guy. If you ever watch any of his videos, I thoroughly recommend them. And Brian May is also a very smart guy as well. But Brian Cox has got this very good way of explaining things, like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Where he takes a very complicated topic, but I like the fact that he debunks people that say things like, well, you could go through a black hole, and he gets these ask me anything questions. What would happen to you if you went through a black hole? It's relevant to time. And he explains how you get spaghettified. Apparently that's a proper physics term where you are strung out like a piece of spaghetti. He said, but we don't really know. And I'm like, well, no, of course we don't, because who can ever write back and say, "Oh, I went through a black hole and turned into spaghetti, and now I'm back to tell you all about it." But yeah, it's fascinating. But I think it's David Harper said a really useful session. Be good to have a similar one on currency. Time and currency management is always nuanced.
Yeah, actually, that's a interesting one to think about, because the thing with I could do one on currency, and actually I had a demo planned in here. I had so many demos planned in here, and so many demos I made that I did not get.
I told you not to overdo it because I worry about it. Because I'll do 3, I'll do 5, I'll do 6, I'll be fine. And I'm like,
yeah. I remember actually way back at one of the first CodeRages, I think I did like 6 videos.
Yeah. I did 30 on the trot, so I can thoroughly do not recommend doing that. It's a very good way to to go completely crazy. But yeah, 6 is too many, mate. I
Yeah.
think 2 is enough, and you put so much effort into them as well. And the topic, as everybody has mentioned, very, very popular, and you explained it so well as well. Okay, all right. Well, I think that's it. I don't think we've. I mean, lots of people saying thank you and things like that as well. So you may not be doing this job in front of the camera all day, every day, but nobody's ever forgotten you.
Oh, public holidays. That would be cool too, dude. Yeah.
Oh, actually, there's a really good API. There's a freeapis.com, which they do a weekly newsletter. I thoroughly recommend people sign up to that because they have a really great bunch of APIs to do with public holidays around the world. I think it's freeapis.com. I'm sure that's what it is.
Nope. I went to freeapis.com and it's for sale.
Oh, okay. I'll find out what it is and put it up later. I get an email from them every week. I'm sure it's called, maybe it's freeapis.org or something. I don't know. Anyway, they basically they put a link up there for the endpoint and then some examples and stuff like that. It's basically a database, an online database of APIs. I can't let you go before mentioning your GitHub, which is on the top corner here, left-hand corner for the people watching it, right-hand corner for me. And I didn't do a link for your Patreon, but I will put one up later as well, because you're writing a book, aren't you?
Yes. So this is the colors session is one of the chapters that
the standard has been set, Jim. Okay. Caesar's gone for the full 2 inches. I mean, Marco G did a measly like 1/4 inch, but you know,
I remember Marco's books back in the day were like that. Right, yeah. I have some of those still.
Oh, this is Marco G from GDK, not.
Yeah,
but Marco Cantu did books this size, didn't he? Yeah, it's a weightlifting exercise as well. If you need it, you can actually develop biceps. But
if I was to put all my demo code in the book, the text.
Oh. Yeah, but then it'd be so expensive to print that nobody would buy it. It'd be like getting to get a mortgage or something. So
I actually there's a number of different programs I make, utilities that I use around my presentations. For example, I have one called Code Wall that collects all my demo code up and makes it into a wall of code that I can use when I want to have a screenshot of source code, which I had in one slide for like 2 seconds.
I'm going to have to get some tips off of you, because I'm obviously slacking in this department. I do 90% of it manually. So, but I don't know. Everybody has their own way of doing things. But you were talking about Gemini and saying how good it was as well. For was it? You said you used Notebook LM for slide decks and Gemini.
Yeah. So
you said much better.
They just dropped Gemini 3 Pro recently, and it has upped the bar. And I redid a lot of my content last night because I hadn't realized the gap, how much better 3 Pro was than what I had been using. So yeah, I had planned to do a deep dive into this, and some of the people have talked on some of these type things, but as far as like what you can do with it from a presentation point of view, 3 Pro, oh my goodness, it is really just the best. So you can do 3 Pro, and you can say, I want do deep research. I want you to research this topic, gather a bunch of sources in, and you can say, oh, you need to add this, you need to add this. And that's the thing Notebook LM is specifically designed around, but you can do a lot of the same thing with 3 Pro. And then you can say, give me an infographic, and you have to kind of tweak a little bit the way you ask for the infographic. But once you get it dialed in, boom, 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 it just starts shooting them out based on that research. And so you can say, oh, I want you to include this GitHub repository, and you just say import code and point it to a GitHub repository. And you're like, oh, upload my source code file, upload my markdown of my book chapter all into this conversation you're having. And then it's just able to pull that. One thing is when it's generating infographics, it doesn't understand markdown formatting. And so it'll occasionally put like the side ticks and the double asterisks in there, which I went through and fixed some of them. And I noticed some of them still got through in the slides. I fixed the rest of those last night after I uploaded the video. So yeah, I got to sleep at like 5 a.m. this morning, I think.
As you did the day before as well, because I remember you were posting videos. People going, well, do you think Jim will get the video done? I'm like, I don't know, but we'll see how it goes. But I'm sure it'll be fine. It's always the same, you know. People don't realize how much effort goes into a session. An hour on screen is like several hours of time getting things together as well, even with the help of AI. So I appreciate, I appreciate what you're doing. We're going to have to go to let Jaco have his session next. Although luckily his session is a little bit shorter. He's done a mere 30 minutes compared to your 40 odd times two. But I appreciate it, and we make sure when you get your Patreon up and running and everything, I'll make sure to promote it. We'll put it out on the socials and that, because I think all of the community, looking directly at the camera, community people out there should be supporting people that want to spread, the word Delphi around. Sound a bit like an evangelist now, don't I? And I won't that term in connection with what I do, but it is like that. I think that spreading the knowledge of the product around. I never say to people, use this, it's better than this. I actually say, here's what it can do. Now decide if it's what you want to do.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a pragmatist too, and I use a number of languages in stuff. And I tell people, use the best language for what you're doing. But if you're doing this, if you're not using Delphi, you do it the hard way. It's okay.
Exactly.
You can do it the hard way if you want to, but
exactly. I always when I'm working, I always wear the shirt so people know when I'm talking. Look, what I'm saying is nuanced because those people pay my wages, but I was a Delphi guy, as you know. I was a Delphi guy long before I worked for Embarcadero. And one day, I hope never, but one day I probably won't work for Embarcadero because, whatever happens, you never know in life. But I will still use Delphi, and I want to leave it in a better condition than when I came along. It was fine when I came along, but it's trying to get it into as good a position as it can be. And they're pushing hard, the R&D people. So. All right. Well, thanks a lot, then, Jim. I will see you around, and we'll chat on all our little social networks and the rest of it.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Have fun.
Take care. Yep. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye. Okay, so we are going to go to the next session, and I'm just going to have to hide the captions here. So let's get rid of this one. And this session that is coming up is, I've practiced his name, but I'm still probably going to get it wrong. And this session is called Plurals, Genders, and Numbers. And it's by Jaco Salminius. I hope I'm saying it right. I did listen to how he said his name, and I think I'm saying it right. But it's subtitled as before. But it's a great session, and I'm looking forward to seeing what it's all about. So I'll see you. It's only 30 minutes, so I'll see you in about 30 minutes' time. I think Jaco is going to be here for the Q&A as well, but we'll see. Let me just check that before I'm saying. Yes, he says he is. So we'll see him in about 30 minutes' time. Have fun.
Good evening or good morning, depending where you are. My name is Jaco Salminius, and I'm a software engineer at Soluling. And today I'm going to talk to you about plurals, genders, and numbers. This is a little bit niche situation, but if you want to get the final touch into your application localization, this is one area where you can shine. And a little bit about me. I'm a software engineer at Soluling, and at Soluling we have a product called Soluling. It's a localization tool written in Delphi for Delphi and lots of other platforms, pretty much everything, no matter if you use Delphi, .NET, Android, Angular, React, you can use it to localize your software. And I mostly used these Anders Kjellsberg languages, Delphi, C# and TypeScript in my career. And recently I mostly use Delphi and TypeScript. And I've done this localization and international stuff a pretty long time. more than 25 years. And today's agenda, we're going to talk about these composite format strings. They are the strings that they are not totally hard-coded, but in runtime, we inject some kind of parameter there. And if that parameter is a number, we're going to get some challenges, grammatical related challenges. Because most languages, they have the concept of singular form and plural form, and some other languages have even more of those. So depending on this number, we have to change the grammar, the spelling a bit. And the same thing happens when we're dealing with gender related stuff, if he or she is doing or it is doing it. And then recently in the internet area, there are lots of these like buttons and things like that we have to show some big number, like how many likes, or even in other cases we have a huge number like billions, and we have to show that in a compact form and round it in compact form. It's not that easy as it should, because different languages do this abbreviated numbers in a different way. So I'm going to show that too. And this library is 100% native Delphi library. It's open source. You can get it from GitHub. And let's go to the sample first. Okay, here I have my Delphi sample, and let's run it. You can see that it shows you the same text I have car in 5 different waves, in each time injecting different number here. Like first I have a 0, and then 1, 3, 11, and 20 cars. And you can see that they are all in singular form. And this is because we go here in the code, you can see that we use the old-fashioned format, and it can only handle one form at a time. So here the thing we inject here is the count of the cars. And how can we improve this? Okay, one thing that we could put this into plural form, and when we run this, all cases are plural. Now it looks better in 4 out of 5 cases, but this singular case is incorrect. And this is why quite often you see this hack. And if we now run, I bet you have seen this like 1,000 times, and this is quite common. Unfortunately, this is quite common thing, and the reason this is common thing that there hasn't been any good ways. Most platforms, some platforms have the API to handle this, but developers don't use it. And Delphi doesn't have, and lots of other platforms don't have this. So this has become like a de facto way to do that. This has a lot of problem. It looks ugly. It's not correct English, and there are lots of languages that it's not easy to do this, because in some languages, when we the change we need to do this grammatical change is so big that we cannot just put a simple thing like that. In some cases, we need to change the stem and at least modify the end of the stem and so on. So there are other ways that this has been tackled in past, and one thing I have seen quite many times is that we have like this count is 1, we do this, and if we put this in the first thing here in singular and this in plural. And now when we run this, now it looks correct. So yahoo, we have done that. But the problem here is that this is now, there are lots of problems. Let's start with the first one, that we have to actually write some code to handle this. And the second problem, that this is now hard-coded, the logic. So in our code, it's hard-coded that whenever the count is 1, we use a certain singular form, and other cases we use the plural form. So this works with most West European languages, English, Dutch, German, Swedish, Finnish, but it fails in French, and the reason is that in French grammar, both 0 and 1 are considered singular. So I've also seen something like this, that we add a language parameter here, and if that is English, then we do this, and let's put this, if language is French, we use different logic here, something like this. So now this works in English and it works in French, but you can see what the mess this is, that there are hundreds of languages, and even if you don't localize to all of them, you typically localize to the dozen languages. So your code will be full of these if statements. So we need to have a better solution, and next I'm going to talk about what the international community has done to tackle this. The solution for this is Common Local Data Repository, CLDR. It's a project from Unicode Consortium, and it's actually a database that contains all these rules, all these local depends rules, not only plurals and singular, but a lot more, like the weekdays, the name of the weekdays, name of the months, and whole bunch of other stuff. And they deliver the data as XML files. And those XML files are very big, and each language or country dependent local has its own XML file. And then IBM has implemented a library on the top of those XML files. So it's a C library that on runtime reads those XML data from XML files and uses that to format messages and so on. And this library is called ICU. It's very old, maybe 30 years old, written in C or C++, and delivered as a binary. And the problem with these two are that those files are big, and you have to deploy them with your application. So if your application is tiny or even medium size, this will double or triple the size, and we're going to lose this nice feature of Delphi that you can compile everything into one XC. So that's why when I wrote this application, first I wrote an application that is going to read that XML, and then it generates Delphi code that you then include into your application, and everything is in Delphi code instead of XML file and library. And Let's first look a little bit about how this XML files look like. Okay, let's look at this CLDR data a little bit more. This is the XML file that specifies the rule sets for plurals, and there are lots of different rules depending on the grammatical need of the language, and they have been grouped into certain categories that there can be multiple languages sharing the same logic. Like here, this is the West European group. There's English and German and French, Finnish, no French, but Finnish, Swedish, and they share the same logic. And here we have those languages that don't have a plural format at all, like for example Japanese. And then we have a language that have three different forms, like a nuller, singular, and plural, or singular, dual, and plural, or singular and few and plural. So as you can see, lots of different rules. So the tool I wrote is going to read this, and it generates a Delphi code that is exactly the same stuff in Delphi code. And to get this library, you can grab it either installing Solling and then you get it. But if you don't use Solling, you can go to GitHub to get here, and the library is here in library Delphi, and we can see that if we go here down to plural data, here is the same stuff, the XML stuff, but now in Delphi code. So there are all different groups, rule set groups here, and then there's a mapping for where each belong to. Like let's find EN. The English belongs to this group, and here we can see that one is singular, everything else is plural. And now let's go to this application. We need to add this NT pattern and NT plural data there, and we can go here and modify our homebrew solution here. So I'm going to copy here. Well, let's get it from here. So now instead of using just the plain and RTL's format, we're going to use a multi-pattern format, which is a API from that library. And here we're going to set a pattern, and this pattern is now structural pattern. It's following the ICU message formats. It's a de facto standard used by the ICU library, and here it belongs with the brace and then plural, literal plural, and then there are sub patterns, and this one is indicating it's a singular pattern, and then we have this pattern, and this pattern is exactly the same as we used to use in a format, and this is the plural pattern, and here is the plural variant of here. And the beauty of this is that now everything is just one string. The translator can add a new sub pattern here if the language requires it. And there is no need to change your code. Everything can be done when translating. And now if I run this application, we see that it's now behaving correctly. And we can add, even technically we only need a singular and plural in English, we can add here a nuller part. Let's add it here. And this 0 means that when the car is 0, we actually use a different pattern. I have no cars. And now if we run that, when I don't have a car, I have no cars, then I have one car, and then I have 3 cars, and so on. So this ICU message format is very flexible. The library is 100% Delphi library. It doesn't require anything but RTL. It's compatible with VCL, FireMonkey, C++ Builder, and Free Pascal. Open source and available from GitHub. And using ICU message, as I showed. It actually contains lots of other stuff that we're going to talk today. For example, runtime language change. So you can change your UI language on runtime. It also implements a proper localization component and resource for FireMonkey. And similar libraries for C# and Java, TypeScript and JavaScript are available from that GitHub. We already covered this, but this is like a recap about this grammatical number stuff. Let's go to the next topic, which is grammatical gender. This is similar to those grammatical numbers, but now it's not a number we inject into message pattern, but we're going to inject the who is doing something. And here is a example. John will bring his skis and Jill will bring her skis. So how are we going to do that? The pattern, this John and Jill pattern is easy, but how to deal with his and her? And English has 2 genders, male and female, and some other languages has 4 female, male, and neutral, and some languages like Finnish and Japanese don't have gender at all. And then finally we have this abbreviated numbers, and this is a sample that, let's see, we need to show very huge number, like when we're counting likes, or sometimes just monetary stuff, or whenever we need to show the big numbers. Very hard to read if there are lots of digits. So that's why usually instead of this 17,012,678, we're going to just put the 17M, which means meg, like millions. Or if we have a 49,456 views, we're going to put 49K views. But different languages handle this a little bit different way. Here we have 3 different samples. The first line is the English, where we use this K, M, and G. The Finnish, other ways, they use a T like thousands, and mil like millions, and MRD like a billions. And Japanese has the whole different counting system. It's not based on thousands, like in Western countries, like we have 1,000, and then we have a million, and we have a billion, and so on. They have 10,000s. So it goes by 4 digits, not by 3 digits. So we have a man and oku. So let's now look how we're going to use both these genders and abbreviated numbers in our code. Okay, before we go to the genders and numbers, let's internationalize this, or actually to resource this. So we need to put this a resource string. So let's copy it here from here. So let's put the pattern ICU pattern as a resource string, and then we're going to replace this. So we now run, it behaves exactly in the same way. And the next thing is the genders. Here I have 3 different samples, John, Jill, and Amazon. And our pattern here is, if we go to gender, we can see here that now it's using the same ICU pattern, but instead of starting with the plural, we started with gender. And then we have a male variant here, a female variant here, and the neutral variant here. So when it's a male, it will be whoever will bring skis, and female will bring his skis, and the female variant will bring her skis, and then the neutral will bring the skis. So now let's run this. I go to gender. We have John will bring his skis, Jill will bring her skis, Amazon will bring the skis. You can see that again, ICU message format is very flexible. The same format can handle plural and genders. And then the final topic is this numbers, and the API is here, abbreviated number dot format short, and it's going to take the number and it's going to use those rule sets, and it's going to make an abbreviated number depending how big the number is and what's the actual active language. So let's run this and go to numbers. So I have 1K likes, I have 20 million likes, I have 1.4 billion likes. Okay, now we have compiled our application, and it's time to actually see how the translator will work that. Okay, let's now localize our application into other languages. I'm using Solling, and let's open the project. So Solling works at the binary level. So you select the executable, and then it's going to scan the resources. It extracts the form and string and possibly other image resources. Here we have the main form. Solling shows this visually, so you can see as you translate visually how the form looks like, and you can move these components and resize them if needed, because sometimes the translation is so much longer than the original, so you have to make space for that. And the thing I want to show you is that it has integrated plural, singular, and gender editor. Here we have this gender message that has 4 different variants: a male, female, and neutral in English. But Solling knows that Finnish doesn't have any genders, so it only provides you the one subfield here to edit. And in the same way with the plural, English has 2 variants. The Finnish used exactly the same rules, so it has 2, singular and plural. But we go to Japanese. Again, editor notes that Japanese doesn't have plural, so it only provides you this one single variance. So this is very safe in that case, that it pinpoints the translator that, hey, you have to enter all these variants, and you don't enter less or more variants than needed. So here I have we have a Polish here. I haven't translated that because I don't know Polish. Okay, I can use the machine translation. We have integrated several machine translation engines, and it can translate, but I cannot verify that they are. Usually, machine translation works very nicely nowadays. So you apply it, and then you just double check to minor modification. But here you can see that English has 2 variants in this singular, but Polish has 3 variants. It has a singular and pausal and many plurals. So 3 different variants depending on the number. So let now Solling to create the resource DLLs for each language. Here you can see that it created the project 1 FI, which is the Finnish resource DLL, and Japanese and Polish. And now we can go here and run this application. You can see that this is in English. We can change the language. Let's put the Finnish on here, and we can see that now everything is in Finnish. It's following the right plural and gender forms, and also the numbers are now following the Finnish standards. Let's go to Japanese. We can see that the numbers, again, instead of 1,000 based, they are this 10,000 based, man and oku. And also these, you can see that this, because there are no plural, all these forms are the same. Okay, thank you. This was all I wanted to say, and now it's time for questions and answers.
That was a great presentation. I'm pleased to say that Jekko is with us live. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, super busy always. I'm getting all sorts of messages. Really great presentation. I don't. Let me just because I got a caption here. Oh, here we go. So this is actually the website for Sololling itself. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm not entirely sure. I just want to make sure that people understand that there's an API and a library that does the translation, but also there is a product, a tool called Sololling. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah. That API it's open source project that anybody can just grab it and use it. But then this application, this localization tool is actually commercial product.
It does a lot. I mean, it creates the resources. I remember years and years ago, and I'm probably talking 2001 or something like that. I did a presentation for the UK Ball and User Group. That's how long ago it was.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was at the Polish Centre. For any Brits that are watching this will remember that with fondness because it was a really great place. But I did a presentation because Delphi, a lot of people didn't realize that Delphi read in resource files. So there was a localization tool and you could create the localizations. So if you translated your user interface into Spanish, the Delphi runtime would automatically pick up any resource file that had the right extension.
Exactly. I would say that because we support lots of different platforms from .NET and Delphi, but Delphi is probably it's so brilliantly engineered that it's the only platform that has this UI resource like a form file. It's very structural, and then this automatic loading of it's a local aware. It's going to find that DLL and it loads. It's fantastic.
Yeah, people don't realize.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually showed a demo there where not only could you translate the words on the user interface, but a lot of people realize that I had a demo that was a calculator. So, you know, the traditional portrait calculator, you know, like a calculator. But you could hit a button and it used the localization tool to change it to a desktop calculator, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And that was because it could read in resources. And all I did, I cheated. I told it was a language called desktop or something. And it was like, oh, I'll load that. I found a resource. I'll load it in. But that was kind of the thing you could do before FireMonkey came around, and where you could have the different views for iOS. So you could hack it to make it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's very, very good. A lot of people are very happy with what you did. Maxi Donkey, who's been with us all day yesterday and today, saying very interesting presentation. It was very good. And someone spelt your name wrong, but I guess it's phonetically correct, even if
that is correct. And by the way, you pronounce it very well.
Oh, thank you. Well, yeah, I try. I actually, what I do whenever I have someone on who has a name that I can't necessarily say phonetically, I play the start of your video and listen to how you say it, and I'm like, oh, that's how he says that. Okay, I can say that. Yeah, it's funny, but with the name Ian, surprisingly, a lot of Americans cannot say my name properly. I have a sticker behind my head here. You can't really read it, but it says, no one says my name right. And it's a family joke that people think
yeah, exactly. I did the same mistake. Sorry.
Yeah, I get used to it. I get called Jan by Mexicans and things like that as well. Yeah, I mean, it's very good. I have to say, the thing that I always found with localization was not just the plurals and genders, which actually was something I never needed to worry about, because I was very careful how I labeled controls on the screen, so I never ran into that problem. But it was always things like date formats and the length of strings. So I mean, Germany, what on earth is going on with Germany? They always have, 25 extra letters for every word, don't they?
It's quite common when you design your UI, and if your original language is English, you're going to make it too compact, and then when you start translating, it's going to cause some trouble. So I usually say that let some extra space be there. So then when those strings you translate to German or Finnish, they usually get quite long.
Yeah,
so
Finnish has some long words as well.
Yeah.
It's all the Nordic countries. As a Brit, obviously, I'm originally British.
Oh, Swedish is quite compact.
But I never understood why Brits were counted as being in Europe when we've actually got more in common with Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Iceland. I think the culture is very similar in some ways as well. Stuff like that. Yeah, it's very good. So one of the things that someone was saying, there was an if statement I think you had where you say, if it's this, then do this, and if not, you do that. I actually, for RAD Studio 13 or Delphi 13, I did a demo using the ternary operator. So
I love that.
So you can say it was a joke. It was a joke on Star Trek where Picard is taken away and tortured. They show him 4 lights and try and get him to say 5 lights. So I did a little joke on that. But it did highlight the fact that, of course, that would only work, like you say, in a language where the plural was having an S on the end, and that doesn't always work, especially in German. I don't hate Germany. I just find that whenever I think back to my career as a software developer, it's always Germany or Denmark seem to cause me problems.
I'm very happy for Germans because it's the biggest market area for us.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah. How long has the product been around? It's been quite a while, isn't it? I think.
I started doing that about 10 years ago, and the first version went out 4 years ago.
Wow. So it's you started doing it 10 years ago, and the first version went out 4 years ago. So 6 years.
Yeah,
Really?
and unfortunately, there are so many different platforms. It's not only it's written in Delphi, but it supports Delphi and .NET. And oh boy, this .NET is every year they release a new library, a new way to do.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean that is one of the problems I think with a
Mm.
lot of different languages. And I don't want to pick on one in particular, but one thing that Delphi has always tried to do is be backwardly compatible.
Exactly.
You know, and I think that's really underappreciated strength of Delphi is that you know you can literally open a Delphi 7 program and it will probably compile in
Yes.
Delphi 13, which is quite remarkable. Well, I know because I've written C# code myself. You definitely can't do that with C# and JavaScript. Yeah, the minute you blink, there's a new library and it does it. Everything does differently. And stuff like that. But,
Yeah, I remember that the biggest hurdle in Delphi was when the Unicode was introduced in was it 2009. Then you actually had to go through your code and verify that, hey, am I using the right character?
And I think the biggest other problem that I still face is Delphi. It is improved for FireMonkey, but it's right to left.
Yeah.
And I think that the trouble there is that almost all of the developers that work on Delphi, and there's a lot of them, there are more than people realize, on Rad Studio, tend to be working in a language that's left to right,
Exactly.
European or something like that. And you don't realize when you're coding how much of a bias you put into your code. You think you're doing it right, but I think this is probably one of the things you brought out in your session is that you tend to know what you know about a language. And so if you speak English and say you're English or American, well, there is no gender. I mean, you call a woman female or her or a man him. That's probably as far as the genders go. But French is always tricky because, of course, there is a gender for an object. So, la table instead of, le table and things like that. In Finnish, because I saw a video where there was a Swedish person, a Finnish person, a Danish person, a Norwegian, and they were describing the similarities and differences between the language. As a Finnish person, you speak Finnish is your first language, right? Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah. So how do you cope with that? Because is that right that, if you were to go and talk to someone from Sweden, would there be quite a significant difference, or can you understand?
They are totally two different languages.
Right.
Finnish is not even the Indo-European language. It's belonging to Uralic with Estonian, Hungarian, the same group.
Oh, really? Wow.
But Swedish, Norwegian, Danish are Indo-European, and they belong to the same group as English and German. But I studied Swedish at school, although I don't remember that much. We usually switch to English.
Yeah, I studied French at school and I forgot all of it. And then I had to look after a French grandmother, not my grandmother, someone else's grandmother.
Yes.
And she had dementia, so she didn't know she lived in England. So everybody had to speak to her in French, and she was a hilarious person. I remember walking her through a cemetery one time. It was a churchyard, and this person came up to her, and she's like, "Hello, Grandma," and she's a British person talking to this French lady who's wrapped up. She was 96, and she was saying, "Oh, hello, Grandma, how are you?" And I won't say what Grandma said because there are French people listening, but let's just say Grandma told her to go away in a very rude way. And the British person, this old lady British person, "Oh, what did she say?" I said, "She's very pleased to meet you." Luckily, the language barrier helped us there because
it sometimes helps.
Yeah, she was being extremely rude. But I think it is interesting because we don't see a lot of Finns around. I think Finnish people, it's a relatively small country, and and Denmark seems to have all the computer scientists. I don't know what went on.
Oh yeah, that's right. Lots of this Anders Hjelper, who was my favorite software engineer. He wrote all the tools I've been using, like Delphi and C# and TypeScript, and then the C who made the C++.
Bjørn Strustrup.
Yeah, he's Danish, and anything else.
There's a few of them. I can't remember all of them. There's obviously something in the water there because it produces computer scientists. Maybe the weather. I mean, it's like England. They have a lot of scientists, and I think it's because nobody wants to go outside, so they sit at home and learn stuff. So, not so many from. I mean, Greece was the cradle of civilization, but not so much nowadays. And I think it's the weather's too nice and the food's too good. I think that's.
You can take it easy.
yeah. They're like, let's just go outside and socialize. I think that's what it is. Yeah. I'm very. It's a great presentation you showed. I didn't know, but I have to say I didn't know about your library. I wish I did. Because for many years I struggled doing it the hard way.
Now you can do that.
Yeah, so now I can, and I will use it in presentations in the future. It's a very good API. But we've got a couple of people make some comments. Let's have a look. Eastern Slavic languages, you'll find a lot of fun trying to localize natural sentences in them. Yeah, well, I mean, it's like Native American languages, like the Navajo code talkers. They're famous for, and even in English. The funny thing is that America, I'm a British and American. I'm an American citizen as well, and I was married to an American. I have an American daughter, and the funny thing is, you think because we both speak English as our first language, it would be fine. But there are just these subtle differences in the way you say things that a Brit would never think of, and an American would be completely confused. And just because the language sounds similar, it doesn't mean to say it's the same. So yeah, Eastern Slavic languages, I definitely see that. And Maxi Dunk is saying in French, cheval, horse is singular, and chevaux is plural. However, cheveux, hair, is the same in both the singular and plural. That's the French messing with it. Yeah, I mean, as someone who speaks un peu français, I can tell you it's really deliberate. They're like, how can we make it difficult for the rest of the world? And the French came up with their language. Really, it's just when you think you understood it, it's a beautiful language, but it's.
Is it so that they don't have a word 90? Did they say like a 80 plus 10 or something like that?
It's 89, and I think 93 is the classic one, which is 4 20s and 13.
Oh, that's right.
93, which is like, what? Why would you count like that? But no, the Danes go even further than that. Because
that's correct. Yeah.
I swear the Danes do it as a practical joke on the rest of the world. Like, let's confuse everybody. So, it's a beautiful country, though. Love Copenhagen. I've been to Copenhagen. I've seen.
Yeah, nice country, nice people.
Sweden across the water. As close as I got to it. Yeah. I've been to Denmark, and I've been to Jutland, and I've been to see the grave of Gorm the Ancient, which is a marvelous thing. There's lots of culture in the Nordic countries. If I could choose to live anywhere, I would go and live in Norway, Sweden, Finland, or something like that. I think it's a beautiful part of the world, and I think you're proving that we don't have all the answers. I think your product really is a good one. It helps with the localization in ways you didn't even know you needed.
Yeah. Thanks, Jan.
All right. Thanks a lot, and thanks for coming on. And I appreciate your time.
Yeah. Thank you.
See you around next time. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Well, that was Jaakko. So I can still say his name properly. And this is his product here, Soluling. And also, if you want to get the API and the library, the QR code up there, get better. See how it's coming back to me now. The pointing at things is there as well. It's a Delphi library, and it's a Delphi product. The one good thing about excuse me, that presentation was not only did it introduce a topic that I actually think lots of us, including me, I've been developing for 40 years, don't always, we think we know what we're doing, but actually he's proved the point we don't. But it is also a very good demonstration of a person who's multilingual in terms of being able to write code in other languages, so C# and all the rest. Although he was a little bit rude about C#, but a lot of different languages. And he said there are benefits to Delphi. You know, the well architected language, which it is. I believe it's written very well, and you know, he's chosen Delphi as his product for soluling as well, and uses that library, and it's a great library. But go there. Someone is scanning the QR code, but go to soluling, and you'll be able to see what's going on. Let me just maximize myself, and then I can point right at it. That QR code there. Whee! See, it's almost like I'm a professional. Okay, so we are going to try and do a giveaway today. We've got a couple of sessions. Most of the sessions that are left actually are 45 minutes long. So I'm not quite sure when we're going to do it. If we can't get round to it today, we will do it tomorrow. Don't worry. All of the things that we've got as giveaways, we will make sure that they are met. You know, we've got a whole bunch of stuff. For example, let me just turn these captions off. 10 free licenses of Unidac. If you don't know what Unidac is, scan that QR code and go there. It's a very good library. It's very powerful, and Dev are very generously giving us 10 free licenses to give away as part of their giveaway. We've got some other things as well. Mitoff Software have also got a whole bunch of things. So we're going to do a big chunk of giveaways. We do have a slot tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. that we currently don't have a session for. So I might do the giveaways then, because I suspect it's going to take, you know, half an hour or so to go through it. But basically, as long as you have gone to coderage.embarcadero.com and registered, we only need it so that I know what your email address is and your name. And then what will happen is I'm going to get the list of names. Only will show you know, the first part of your name and not your email address on screen. So don't worry. We'll put the list up, and then I'll be using Google's random number generator to pick someone at random to have those giveaways. And it'll all be above board. You will be able to see what's happening, because I don't want you to think that there's any sleight of hand. I wouldn't have anything to do with anything shady. I disagree with you know, anything shady like that. I don't like us spamming people. I know you get a lot of emails from us, but most of it's relevant to what we're doing rather than out and out spam. I can't speak for sales emails, but you will never get an email with my name on it that is a sales email. If I'm writing to someone, it's to do with the work. I always give up my email address as well. You know, if you ever need to email me and talk about our products, that's my email address there. And I do answer all our email. I'm obviously quite busy with CodeRage at the moment. I'm doing like 15 or 16-hour days to make sure it happens. So the rest of the team, by the way. But forgive me if I don't instantly reply. I'm usually reply very quickly. But if you've got anything to say about Delphi, good or bad, preferably good, but good or bad, if you email me there and I'll respond. Same with bugs and things like that as well. Make sure you file a bug report on quality.embarcadero.com. But if there's a bug that you say it's a real problem, it's a showstopper for us, please don't suffer in silence. I don't like people going, you know, off on Facebook and making a big show of it. Oh, I think it's terrible. They never listen. Email me. I'll listen. You don't. Why shout in the void where nobody cares and all they want to do is pat you on the back for being unhappy? Email me, or indeed any of the program managers, the PMs, and you'll get someone who can actually make a difference respond to you. But that's by the by. And like I say, for the giveaways, make sure you've registered at coderage.embarcadero.com. That's so that I can get your email address and we can send you the code if you're picked out of the giveaway. Not everybody can win it, and some people are probably forbidden by law from receiving it. I can't do anything about that. I've got to stick by the law. But if you want some free licenses of Unidac, they're giving 10 away for their Pro product, which is very, very good. And Mitov Software has got thousands worth of licenses they're giving away. I'll make sure that we talk about those. Like I say, we might not get time today, but we will definitely get it done for tomorrow. Anyway, it is time for the next session, and this is from, let me just check I'm doing the right one. This is from my colleague who, surprisingly enough, he tells me that, where's it gone? Oh, here it is. He tells me that he's going to be refereeing, and this, I quote it exactly what he said, I will be refereeing a basketball game. So I can't wait to talk to him live on the Q&A and see how that works out for him. He'll probably get bumped in the head with with a basketball or something. But Stephen Ball, and his session is from heavy syncs to whisper updates, even over rest. So over to Stephen.
Hello everyone, my name's Stephen Ball and welcome to the next session on CodeRage. In this session we're going to be looking at heavyweight syncing of data and how we can move from that to a whisper update, where we're, instead of having to send a huge amount of data, we can actually get the server just to send us the deltas in a very effective way that is really lightweight on the server, so we're not adding huge amounts of admin overhead or anything else like that into the back end, and how we can actually manage this even in a REST environment, which is quite phenomenal, especially around some of the challenges that come in terms of having a two-way communication when asking for changed delta packets and then confirming that they've been received on the client side. So why is this session kind of important for you? Well, one of the things that we all want as developers is to make very successful apps. We want to have a great user experience and we want to have a very low cost per user. And that cost is not just about what it costs to pay for the software development. It's also about the maintenance. It's also about the cellular data that you're going to be connecting to. And to get a good user experience and to have the app successful, you want them to have availability always. And we've seen a lot of issues with different internet services over the last few years where they go down for a day or for a few hours because of some random thing that's completely outside everybody's control. There's a real argument for having data stored in mobile applications if you can do it safely and securely, which is always one of the big challenges. Now, the great thing is with Interbase, we have got full 256-bit AES strength encryption. The latest Interbase 15 has FIPS support. There's some real great security around what Interbase can offer, and that includes out to mobile applications. So the big question then is, if we've got a way to be able to store data safely in our mobile applications, how can we keep that up to date? So I want to start off by having a look at data movement. So we've got here an info point of two databases, a main database and a secondary database. And we've gone ahead and we've written some data into the first database here. And we've then kind of synchronized that across. That's nice and easy. It's a one-way push, straight job done. We then have some more changes put in. Now, do we dump the whole database down? Well, ideally, we should have a way to be able to pull just what's changed and push that down to the second one. Now, when you've got a one-to-one database, this is nice and easy. You can use log-based replication. There's a whole load of different things that you can do to be able to track what's coming in. But what happens if you start making changes in the secondary database that you need to go back? Well, at this point, as the write is made back into the main database, I need to make sure that that's not logging that it needs to go back to the secondary database, because otherwise you end up with circular references. So the change that was written in the second database has been logged. It's gone back to the first database, and that's now recorded as a change. So you need to make sure that the logging mechanism knows not to send it back to that secondary database. Now, you can manage this with, a couple of databases. It's pretty straightforward. But when you start moving into the world of IoT or into the kind of the realms of, even 5, 6, 7 databases, let alone 5, 6, 7,000 databases, it becomes a real challenge. The log-based replications just don't scale that direction at all. So let's have a look at a slightly more complex example here. Again, data writing in, and we've got a few databases now, and we can see they're logging data changes at different times, and as those changes are being made, we're then having to kind of keep everything in sync by just being able to pick up what has changed, or we just got to fetch the entire data set again once we've dumped in what we have put in. That becomes more and more expensive as time goes on. So we'll come back to change views and how they kind of work a little bit later on. But I just want to kind of raise a little bit of awareness about some of the challenges around data movement. Now, I kind of want to move on a little bit to the REST architecture and just kind of set a bit of ground around REST before we kind of get into the rest of things. So with a REST backend, something like RAD server, you would have your server, which then connects up to your database. And your RAD server application, or your middle tier application, can be connecting up to any number of third-party services or databases, but then provides them out as a unified API that your clients can then connect to. And those clients send in a request, typically using HTTP verbs. That request comes in, and we then send, based on the request, a response. So a GET would fetch a list of users, for example. A POST would create a record. A GET with a specific ID would return a specific individual record. A PUT would update a specific record, and a delete would delete a record. So using the HTTP verbs, this is a very common standard approach for REST. Now, what this means is that every time a client calls the server, it's a call and forget. Once it's made the call, it forgets anything else is going on there. So any state has to be managed on the client side. Now, when it comes to tracking changes, you need to make sure in this example here that the database has got everything tracked. When the request comes through, that you can make that request, you can send the delta back. But you then need to know that it's actually successfully reached the client side to then be able to commit and roll forward where you are with your change logs. So quite a few bits to worry about and track there. And some people kind of go, well, I could just use a date timestamp and say, right, well, this is the last time I asked for it. That's fine as long as you've got a sequential access to the database. But if you've got multiple people connecting to the database at the same time, you can have overlapping date times, which means records can get lost in that kind of scenario. And we'll come back to change views a little bit later and talk about how that can work in this scenario. But I wanted to kind of just give a flavour of what a REST architecture is at this point here. Now, there's 3 really good reasons for building middle tiers. Firstly, it's about data security. The first thing you don't want to do when trying to get applications to work outside of your network is to open the ports to your database onto the outside world. That's just kind of craziness. So what a middle tier allows you to do is to actually provide business logic that wraps up access to your data sources, or your different systems that you've got running internally, provides a unified level of authentication and access control that allows you to implement data rules, data validation, and have that all done in a simplified way that can then be used to do the second part of the three things, which is to allow multiple applications to be built and run on top of your business logic. Now, a REST API is a fantastic way to keep your business logic secure, protect your key systems from external access, but still provide the functionality that you need to build a distributed architecture within your application. One of the other great things in doing this is that if you need to change how you're building or what you're targeting from a database point of view, you can do that in the back end. As systems change and update, you can modify and enhance your middle tier without breaking all the clients that are connecting into it and using it. So this fundamentally is a very scalable way to build out and define applications. Now, as we say, it's using standard protocols, typically HTTPS and JSON and XML for moving data around. So yeah, really, really easy for everything out there to use and consume. Now, finally, I mentioned scalability and maintainability briefly, but with RESTful services, if you need to increase the capacity to allow multiple applications, or more clients, should I say, to connect into your application, then it's simply just a case of spinning up an additional node and having it point to the database server and have that dealing with the connection coming in, doing authentication, all the other kind of parts that you want there, building the response and then providing that response back. So I think if we kind of take these points, the reason we're kind of thinking about that, especially with today's kind of demand, going back to that desire that we had right at the top to have successful apps, a great user experience, and low cost per user. We want to have our apps always running. We need to have some data that we can store locally on devices. With things like Interbase to Go, with the strong encryption that's built into it, you've got the chance to be able to cache data locally on your device and then to be able to work offline. And these are the kind of things that briefcasing allows us to do. And by reducing the network traffic, we're simplifying our costs, our data movement costs, and we're making sure that our apps can run always. So a few examples of why you briefcase. It's about having that local subset of data on the client. Example one, offline apps. You need to be able to make sure the app can keep working. So let's imagine for a moment that you're a salesperson going out on the road. You've got your tablet application that's been put together. On there, you've got your list of clients for the day. You've got their list of contacts. You've got their recent orders. You've got a whole load of history on there. And that's cached and ready for you. But you can still go and ask for the changes and any updates before you go into the meeting, so you've got the latest information. Now that's close enough. It doesn't always need to be 100% real time. And if we're now in the middle of London, going into the bottom of some of these big concrete buildings that are around where the cell connections just don't exist, you can still work and do what you need to do and talk to that customer about who they are and what's going on. Another use case could be around edge devices. So if we think about IoT, devices that are wanting to run locally, having a local data is great in terms of battery performance, battery life, and those types of things. Ensuring that even if the cell network is down, it's still got something to run and work off. Those types of things are a great example of when you want to briefcase some data. Now, it's kind of hard because when you briefcase data, how do you know what's changed? What if multiple clients are changing data? How do you manage that synchronization without any state? Date time logs, these are all a challenge. If you're using a date time, you could have one database doing 10,000 updates, where another database comes in and starts making some changes, but is only updating one or two. and their changes kind of get lost in the middle of all the other stuff that's being done. So when it goes and asks for changes, the first one that's doing this massive commit hasn't been finalized in the database yet, so it doesn't get told about it. And the next time it comes back, the timestamps are before the one that it was doing, so it never finds out about this huge amount of data. That kind of stuff isn't practical when you're trying to log and track data. So people tend to use logs, but we spoke a little bit earlier about the challenge around logging. When you start having multiple different clients that you want to distribute data to, and when you've got bi-directional data being processed by more than 2 databases, it becomes a real challenge to manage and maintain. Now, we also have a challenge in stateless applications being able to do synchronizations. State is great until data has changed. And then you're kind of going, okay, well, how do I kind of keep getting updated? Do I just poll and compare? Do I do a full sync every time? There's a lot of bandwidth that's being wasted there. And this puts unnecessary load on the servers. If you're always asking for the same stuff again and again and again, but only, say, one field or one record out of 10,000 has changed, that's a big amount of data that's being moved. It's a big amount of cost. It's a big amount of server resources. And it also reduces the scalability of your application. Instead of that server being able to deal with maybe 10,000 end users, you might only be able to deal with 500. So it is really important that you make sure that we kind of get this right. And I love this kind of quote. A full sync is like taking a full new suitcase every trip, even if you only changed your socks. You want to just be able to take what you need. So I think I kind of covered a few of these. Improved performance, lower latency, conserves bandwidth, reduces infrastructure costs, boosts stability and scalability, enhances battery life on devices, improves the reliability of what you're providing out, and supports the offline access. This is a huge amount of benefits that you can bring in by having a briefcasing mechanism. So, change views. What are change views? How do they work? And how's it going to help us in this situation? Well, this is what we're talking about here. This is about going from these heavyweight syncs to these whisper updates. Change views is a patented technology that exists within Interbase, and it basically allows you to subscribe to data within the database. Now, you need permissions to subscribe, so the database administrator needs to create a number of subscriptions, and then it needs to say who can subscribe to those subscriptions. So it's very heavily controlled about who can track what data changes. And a really good example of this might be in healthcare. You might have a field that marks up a patient's HIV status. Now, there's only one reason that field is going to change. So identifying who is allowed to track those types of changes. The HR team in the hospital might not be allowed to track what a patient is doing on a specific record or a field. So being able to provide access level control to different bits of the data using role-based authentication is really important. And right down to the tracking as well. Being able to say, right, you can only track changes if you've got permission to track the changes to that data. So the subscription allows you to say, right, I want to subscribe to listening for changes to specific data. Because this subscription model is built into the Interbase database engine, it's really lightweight. Rather than having to create a whole load of database triggers and manage them, maintain them, and do a whole load of work, it's really lightweight. There's no triggers. There's no log tables. So from a security point, again, something less to be inspected and looked at and meddled with. Now, I'm going to show you some examples of change views running in a moment. But how it fits into the briefcase, basically, you track the changes on the server side. The subscription tracks that the changes have happened. When a client connects in, it's able to activate its subscription and then run a query to find out what delta there is based on the query that is run. And we're able to track changes at a field level. One of the things that ChangeViews doesn't do is it doesn't track the old and the new value. We don't really care about that. What we care about is something's changed so you can pick it up and pull it back down and then compare it with what you have. What this allows you to do, especially this field level granularity, is it allows you to get very small delta packets that you can distribute back out to an endpoint and then synchronize locally. It also means that we don't need to manage sessions from the client. We don't need to say, right, or I think I did this at this point in time. We don't have any issues around anything else running. So, and it also manages time zone changes and all the other kind of weird and wonderful things that trip up, other types of syncing approaches. And the one thing that's really important here is ChangeViews works with multi-phase commit. So what that means is that once you've asked the question of the subscription, you can then either commit or roll back. If you commit, it rolls the subscription up to that point in time. If you roll back, and there may be use cases where you want to roll back, for example, if you've connected up and found out that there is 1 million records changed, you might want to query for something that's specific to you for that point, but roll back so you can then pick up all of those changes when you're on a faster connection at some point. So this multi-phase commit is the one bit that makes this very difficult around a RESTful architecture. So how do we get there? Well, the first thing is we need to create a change view. Now, to create a change view, we can use something like the SQL that we've got in the screen here to create a subscription. This one's called sub_stock, and we are tracking inserts, updates, and deletes on both the inventory and the suppliers table, and we've given it a description there. So we can see using standard SQL with the correct privileges on the database, you can create a subscription. Once the subscription has been created, we can then grant access to subscribe to them, and we'll have a look at that in just a second. But I just want to show the second example there shows actually creating a subscription on a specific table, but on a specific field only. So you can actually define at a row level or a table level what is actually selected. And you can also define if it's just inserts, updates, or deletes, or all of them that you want to track. So for example, if you wanted to have an audit log of any record that's ever been deleted, you could create a delete subscription and then track everything based on that delete subscription. Connect in and then be able to find any records that have been deleted, even if they've completely been deleted. So that is something that is quite a useful backup audit type of thing that you can do. But there's some great tricks and things that you can do around change views. So anyway, create a subscription. The next thing we need to do is grant access to the subscription. So that's done using the grant command. And we grant subscribe, which allows people to subscribe it on the subscription and the subscription name, and then to the database user or the group that we want to be able to allow them to subscribe to. So as long as the user is this user or is within this user group that's defined, then they'll then be able to start using the subscription. So let's have a quick look at a couple of different versions. If we're doing heavyweight connection, we just go select star from stock and we'll get the entire stock table. Using change views, what we're able to do is we're able to use this method on the right hand side. So we're able to say set subscription stock sub_stock at and then a device ID active. So the device ID is something that you define and is specific to each individual client that's connecting in. And the device ID works with the username as well. So a username and a device ID will always provide a unique pair. So if you're using individual usernames for the database, they could all have a device ID called mobile. If, however, you have just a single database username that's being used in your middle tier, and you want each individual to have their own subscription for their mobile, probably the best thing to do is create a GUID and then cache that on your local device to use that to identify itself with the server. Or you can have an API call on the server to generate a device ID and then provide it back. So anyway, the first part of the SQL that you run is to set the subscription active. Once you've done that, you can then do select star from stock, and that will then give you the stock table. Now, if you commit, it will roll up to this point in time. If you roll back, it will revert back to where you were before this subscription was activated. So this becomes a bookmark that runs in the database. It's using snapshot isolation mode, so it means it starts now and it will run as it's looking at the data right now. Any changes are going to be ignored for the point of the duration of this transaction, because we'll pick those up next time. Our subscription has started now. So that's how we kind of get the data. Now, updating. If you just run an update, that will make the changes on the database. If you're using a change view, you can set your subscription active. And then after you've done the subscription going active, and you need the active at one point in the transaction that you're running, you can then run your update. Now, the clever thing here is because because Interbase knows the device ID, and it knows the user, and it knows what changes you're making, it's not going to have any of those circular reference issues that we spoke about earlier on. It knows that you've made those changes, so it will not give you those delta to include the changes that you've made. It will only give you the delta to provide changes that other people have made or other devices have made. So that's a really, really important part here, where you'd have a huge headache in admin for managing multiple different users on a centralized server with log-based replication. It's completely gone here. And this capability knows who's done what and where and when. So it will only give you the changes that others have made, and not the ones that you have made. So we've got this idea of Interbase, change views. We've got the idea of wanting to be able to use them through REST. We've got this understanding now that there's multiple sequence of statements that we're running. We need to know that before we do the commit or the rollback, that data has reached the client successfully. And also we've received response from the client about what they want to do. If I just come back here to the count, if we did select count from stock, you get a total number of records. If you set your subscription active and you do a select count from stock, you'll get a number of records that have changed. So you can actually check to find out how many records have changed before you actually decide if you want to commit or roll back or fetch that data set. Now, that's a really important thing when it comes to protecting bandwidth and making sure you get active and responsive applications. But having that multiple phases isn't something that works normally with REST. So that's really where thing points come in. Now, thing points are a specific module of RAD server that allows you to expand what RAD server can provide and do. Now, typically, this was put together for edge modules, where we have hardware connected into a local PC that you want to expose through the RAD server RESTful engine. A really good example of that might have been in a hospital where you have your RAD server running that's providing the architecture for your applications that run within the hospital, and you might have a Bluetooth set of scales that are used in a nurse's station for weighing a patient. And you want the patient to be able to stand onto the scales, you want to be able to see that those scales are online, you want to be able to request the weight and store it. Now, that's using a thing point because it's got to have a distributed piece of hardware that is around the network. And what these do is they then register with the RAD server engine, provide an additional endpoint in RAD server. And then when you call that endpoint, it relays the message through to the thing point. The thing point connects with the hardware, does the execution of what's needed, and then provides the response back out through the central RAD server engine. Now, using the same technology, we can actually build a plug-on application that's going to manage some short-term state around sessions for managing the interface change views. So we can actually have a module that creates a session that manages the data connection with the transaction, and then at the point that it's done, closes it down, or if nobody comes back within a specific time, close that session down. But what it allows is where we've got quick calls going on, we can keep those calls active. So the way this works, we have our server. So we activate the change view. We activate the change view, and we do that within snapshot isolation mode. We have the query run on the server. We then build the return JSON, and that's sent back to the client. Now, with the response, the client can decide if it wants to send more queries in. If it does, it can send an additional request in and then process that within that transaction, within that change view, to then be able to build additional dataset responses based on this point in time snapshot that it's running. Now, once it's done, it can either say, do I accept the delta? And if it's a no, then it will roll back on the server. If it's a yes, then it will commit on the server. And if we don't get any reply after a period of time, the rollback will happen automatically anyway. So, time for a demo. Let's have a look at this in action. All right, so I'm going to start here for the demo by pointing you to the GitHub repo that I have called Delphiable. So if you just come to my Delphiable repo, under there you'll find a RAD server, Delphi, and then change views. Basically, if you just come and clone the RAD server repo, you'll be able to get what you need for the sample that we're working on here. Now, the only thing that you will need to do is just create a directory called C data. So on the root to C, make a data folder, and then copy the sub.ib into that folder. The other option you have is to go and change the data connections to point to wherever your sub.ib is, but this is the subscription-based database that we're using for this example. So here we can see my database in the correct location. I'm also going to, before we get going, just open up IB console, because this allows us to just connect with and play with the data a little bit later. We've registered the database, sysdba master key, the username password to connect into it, and we've got some data in here. So I'm just going to, let's go and check some of these scores, and we'll play around with these a little bit later on. Okay. So we have got our scores to play with. Let's go into the source code and have a look at what we've got within this project. Now, the project group Change Views in EMS, which is part of that repo, has 3 different projects in there. The first project is the Edge module. Now, the Edge module has a little UI that allows us to activate and deactivate the application, the Edge module. We've got a sweep that is running every 60 seconds when the timer is running to remove any inactive sessions. And we have got our code from what would normally be an Edge, a RAD server resource embedded in the application. Now I'll let you have a browse around, see how this all is put together and how it runs. But it uses the Edge module here to get that up and running. We also have in here a blank RAD server application. That's literally just to be able to spin up and show RAD server running. And in fact, I had that open and running earlier, so let's just close that and restart that. So that's nice and simple. We can just use Open Browser here to see RAD server up and running. Yeah, all looking good. We can call the API endpoint. We can call the API.json endpoint that's returned back. We can see all the documentation here. So yeah, that's pretty straightforward. So the key thing really here is with RAD server running, we're going to run our Edge module. And just whilst we've got that up and running, I'm going to jump into the code to show you what's going on behind the scenes there. So at the moment it's showing active equals true, and we have got no active sessions. So if we come into here, we can actually query RAD server to say, right, what Edge modules do you have? And we can see we've got one called Change Views Demo. Let's go ahead and deactivate this. That's now disappeared. Reactivate it, and it's back. So just like RAD server, we can then call the endpoint. Let's call the API, and we'll be told, hey, yeah, I support both these types of documentation. And within here we'll be able to see what endpoints are available. So it's, it's a very good way to be able to help make endpoints auto identifiable and know how you can call them. So for example, in here there is, I'm pretty sure, the high scores point. There we are, we can see it on the left there. So we've got high scores as being shown. We also have a number of additional endpoints for change views, activate, commit, query and roll back. So let's go ahead, and I'm just going to copy this one here for the moment. Instead of going to API, let's go to high scores, and let's go ahead and we're going to call our device ID CodeRage 2025, and we're going to do a select here. So here we are, we've created our query, we've set a device ID in, and we've done a select, and we can see we've got down the total number of records. If we change this to a count, it's going to tell us it's 3 records that we've got. So using the single query here, we can actually fetch different types of data. Now, the reason these numbers are looking different to what's in IB console at the moment is because we didn't commit the changes. So let's just go back to IB console. Let's commit some changes there. Now I've been told about what's going on here, so let's go ahead and confirm a commit. And this is for our device ID CodeRage 2025. Now what's going to be interesting here, we changed 2 values earlier. And if we put and query equals select back in, and change this to query, we now are picking up just 2 items. So this is really, really interesting because there was 3 before, and we've fetched everything. We've committed and confirmed that we've got all 3. But because our change view had started before those commits had been finished from an existing transaction, it still knows to provide us back the changes that we do not know about yet, which is really quite cool. So let's go ahead and commit. And let's go back and run the same query again. And now it's providing us nothing because we've rerun the query rather than seeing the cached result, and it knows everything is there. We've already got everything. So let's imagine we're a different device. So let's have a CodeRage phone with a different device connecting in, and we run the select. We now get everything. So it knows the different device IDs have got different awareness. Now, if we go and have a look at our Edge module, we can see here a summary that we've got 2 different active sessions, which is pretty good. So let's go ahead and let's try the rollback. So roll back for this device. We can now see that the session has disappeared. But let's go ahead and query again. And this time all the data's come through. So real flexibility around what we do in terms of the counts, selects, and the commit stages. We've seen straight away that having changes performed at different stages also is kind of really quite powerful. So it's important to call the commit. Let's go ahead and maybe change this one up. Let's commit that here. Now we refresh, because our active transaction is in snapshot mode. It still knows that that's where we are. We need to go and do either a rollback and then change this to a query again. And now we can see the updated value because it's a new transaction. And if we go back to the other device ID, we should just see that one record come up. Oh, helps if I put the same device ID name in. That was CodeRage 2025, wasn't it? 2025. There we are. So we can see only the ones come up. So yeah, pretty cool. All right. Right, so let's just finish off by having a chat about how this applies to RAD server and also how it can benefit other technology stacks out there. So we've seen Interbase and change views being able to provide back deltas to changes happening in the database out through the REST API. Now, Interbase's technology change views can be used and consumed by a number of different development languages. Interbase has drivers for .NET and Python, and there's a great way to be able to connect this into other systems. But the change views itself are something that enable us to provide pure deltas via REST, which is absolutely fantastic at being able to make sure that we can keep remote systems up to date and reliable in terms of the data that they have ready to use in a way that is performant as well, especially when we've got larger data sets. So final takeaways here. Briefcasing really does help avoid waste in both time, performance, and just adding green credentials into your applications. REST alone isn't enough to be able to deal with this type of approach. You do need to have some short-term state, but we've seen how using RAD server and the API that we've got there that you can do this. I'm sure there's similar ways that you could do this using WebSockets or other types of approaches with different languages, but this is a really clean way to be able to do it. And by using RAD server and the thing points to be able to do this, we're then able to expand this subscription-based model to any programming language that can call a REST API. So combining RAD server and thing points can provide some exceptionally fast prototyping, and because it's built in and the subscriptions are built using SQL, you can worry about what you want to track the changes on right at the end of your development cycle rather than having to bake it in from the beginning, which makes it very, very flexible and easy to develop on. And the big benefit, the reason we're doing this, it's all about that user experience, reducing the network strain and getting our customers really happy with the performance of the apps that they're after. So I think that brings us to a close of the presentation. It's time to open up for the Q&A.
Well, that was Stephen, and Stephen is going to do something very un-software developer-like. He is apparently doing something called sports. I've heard of this before, but
yeah, I only run around when I get paid to run around. So it's.
I always used to say to my daughter when she was little, "Don't run unless you're being chased by a tiger." That's what I used to say. Yeah, you're a basketball guy. See, I've become American. Baseball game, a basketball game. That's right. Yeah.
So I'm refereeing a Division 1 game tonight. So I've got to be in the venue in about 15 minutes. But
well, we're good. So we finished in a good timing. I know Dahlia's waiting in the studio as well. So there you go. We're all ahead of time. So we did have a question. Let me just get it. It's from Maxi Donkey, who's been with us for the last 2 days actually, watching. And I asked him to clarify this. Yeah, okay. So he has clarified it. So he said, if the data being transferred is significant, can we consider using WebSocket or /SSE? And I said to him, when you mean significant, what do you mean? Do you mean a large amount of data? And he said, yes. And what would your answer be, I think?
Well, at the end of the day, we've just shown one example of how you can take the data and serve it out to a client. If you've got WebSockets, if literally any transportation mechanism you can use, you can bundle this data up and pass it down. But the key thing is you need to have that kind of two-phase commit, really. And this is the one thing that just blows my mind when we talk about change views, is that you can query the server and run a whole load of questions and then decide what you want to do, if you want to commit or roll back. But you need that long-lived connection to be able to have that two-way conversation, which you just can't normally do over REST, which is why the thing points example is actually quite a nice way of being able to expand the functionality of RAD server to actually provide some short-term state. And it's a trick that you could do for other things. It doesn't need to necessarily just be for interbase change views or and the likes, but you could use any transportation mechanism.
Yeah, and Maxi Donkey is pretty smart, guys. So I think he could come up with a few ways of doing it as well. And someone was giving you a bit of love here. I won't read Patrick's comment out on the air, but let's just say it's a very French comment about sport. So he may be meaning indoor, but we don't know. And he was this person, Force One Dev says, thank you very much, Stephen. So I think
you're welcome.
Got some love there. Alexander Leberov asks, can RAD server work over Windows named pipes? This is testing your technical chops here, isn't it? Our customers get insanely paranoid over opening TCP/IP ports. That's a good question.
Well, you could. Yeah, RAD server can be deployed in a number of different ways. Obviously, for development, you use standalone application, and there's RAD server Lite, and you can bind that to a specific port. I've run RAD server instances at home before, where I've been using Nginx and using that as the secure socket layer to connect through, and then defining which port's going to be open and shut through there. So there's lots of different ways that you can manage that. Obviously, you can compile it up and run it as an Zappy DLL or under Apache. So there's lots of different options available to you if you want to put it on specific ports or through a web server. So
yeah, I mean, Alexander, if you've got some specific questions, I haven't got a tag for Stephen's email, but if there's something that you're not sure, if you're considering implementing RAD server and you could do with some advice on it, feel free to email me and I'll pass it on to the right people. We do have in fact, Stephen manages a bunch of them, pre-sales consultants, and also people that can provide services and stuff like that. So if there is an implementation thing you're not sure about, ask us first, and we'll see what we can do. We want to point them in the right direction because we want you to be getting the best out of our products. I mean, that's the benefit of having a paid relationship. It's not like you raise an issue against an open source GitHub project and fingers crossed somebody will answer. No, we're actually paid to answer, so you'll get a response. So if you're not sure, Alexander, feel free to email me and I'll pass it on either to Stephen or his team or one of the other people as well. Patrick says, jokes apart, it was a great presentation of Interbase interest in big projects. How are we doing for time? Oh, you're doing okay so far.
Yeah, well, talking of big projects, with the change views, we actually dealt with a pharmacy chain that was originally trying to replicate drug information on a database out to all the pharmacies. Had 50,000 pharmacies around the country trying to keep it all up to date. And they told me they used to get to the point they used to burn CDs and ship them out because they just couldn't replicate the data. So what we actually ended up doing was suggesting they put a copy of Interbase at head office, and they mirrored the data using an app from the main system they had, which I think was running on SQL Server at the time, into the Interbase database. And then each of the clients was then able to connect up and just get its data every however often, saved them thousands in courier costs alone. So it really shows that this technology scales, and it scales really well.
It's worth pointing out as well, although there are replication servers around for other database technologies, change views is actually a patented technology. We own the patent, right? In fact,
yeah, we do. Yeah,
your name on the patent?
My name is on the patent. Yeah,
it's
myself, Charlie, and Shahram. Yeah, it was a good week thrashing out ideas in Scotts Valley a number of years ago before XE7 came out, and it was one of the reasons we actually produced the 64-bit integer field into Interbase as well. So
yeah, it's good stuff. And Alexander says, thanks a lot. I'll email. There you go. I've just increased my email stack again. I do it too often. Every morning, like before CodeRage, I have to go through 100 of them because what did I do? Why did I say this? This person says, RAD server doesn't support Nginx natively. Workaround provided recently is a local reverse proxy. However, performance is limited by ND-socket library. Actually, that's not strictly true. I think that's been solved by JP Mugas, who is up on December the 4th. So what's that, Thursday? Yes, Thursday. You can actually do SSL now, the latest version of SSL, and RAD Studio 13, I think, also. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm not sure if you know the answer to this, but I think the latest RAD server does actually support the latest OpenSSL library. So I don't think the performance is limited by the ND-socket library. I think they're saying the difference between HTTP, that kind of technology, and ND-sockets. I don't know, but yeah, we'll have a look at that. I used Nginx a lot. Before I worked with Embarcadero, we used to use it in some very big projects, and I've got a lot of good things to say about it. I have to say, I think it's a lot better than Apache. And my good word, it's definitely better than IIS, which drives me crazy every time I have to use it. Maybe I just don't know enough about IIS configuration, but I've used it enough to say I don't want to know more about how it works, because it's crazy. All right, okay. Well, look, I think we got through the questions, but I want to let you go anyway, because you're going to have a bunch of people descend on you any minute. It proves the point that the mobile works pretty well. It's actually a pretty good image. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I've got a 5G connection, so it's yeah.
Well,
good.
You live in a third world country, don't you? You live in England, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, the one thing I didn't actually mention through the presentation, obviously, everybody who's got an enterprise edition has got the mobile Interbase to go, and change views as part of the mobile there. So the best thing to do there is just create a change view on the local mobile device and just use that to query and pick up the deltas and everything. It's just so useful for when you're building apps. You don't have to worry about how you're going to do your change tracking. Just build your tables and then add it in at the end. It makes it a lot more agile and quicker to work with stuff.
Yeah,
so.
and actually the QR code is in the top right hand corner of the screen at the moment. I can't point to it because it's over that way somewhere past your head. But if they scan that, well done, you pointed right at it. That's so frustrating because I get it wrong. But if they scan that QR code, you can download the developer edition for free and play around with it. I think that downloads Interbase 15 now, I believe. I could be wrong, but Ken Wilkinson 9677, I'm guessing his name's just Ken, says great presentation as well. And our previous commenter says it's not an SSL issue. RAD server works with Apache as native module. Oh, okay, all right, I understand. Oh, that's a technicality of the implementation the other person was talking about with Nginx. I get it. Again, if you've got any questions and you want them answered by people who do know what they're talking about rather than me, then feel free to email me. I often will say I don't know the answer, but if I don't know the answer, I will know someone who does know the answer. That's what DevRel is there for, is to kind of be the funnel. Excellent. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Stephen. Is there anything else you need to add? I think we covered it, really, didn't we?
No, it's nothing else. Just great getting all the comments through and engaging with everybody on CodeRage. There's so many developers around the world who are connecting in, and I know we've had loads of comments about some of the stuff that's already been shown through. So it's
diverse.
It's great getting all that kind of stuff through.
Yeah, diverse selection, and everybody seems to love it, and that's what I like about CodeRage, because our theme is really development, and then go from there. I think, and that's good.
Yeah.
Well, I'll see you again another time. Stephen and I
see you on Thursday.
Regularly. Yeah, Thursday. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot. Good luck.
Happy coding, everyone.
Squished by basketballs and things like that. So it's risky life being an umpire in a basketball game, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I'm crew chief tonight, so I better get in there. So, all right, I'll see you later. Thanks. Bye.
Speak to you soon. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, so that was Stephen Ball, and he was talking about Interbase. And like I said before, if you want to get a free copy, go to there, scan it. You can download the developer edition for free. It's one of those things where I have to say, when I was a Delphi developer, I did use Interbase now and again, but I never really fully appreciated what it can do. And I know, I've got the Embarcadero shirt on, so I'm going to say nice things about it, but it actually is a very impressive database system. You may have seen me do presentations on it before, and it literally has helped put the Mars lander on Mars. Really, it's got some quite impressive robustness with it. It's been used with airplane black boxes, the flight recorders, and they tend to use a different technology internally. They record on a wire, for those that want to know the details. It's very strange, but the actual management stuff behind it is all Interbase. It's all over the place, and just like Delphi, it's everywhere, and you don't even know. It's running in the background and chugs away and keeps going and going and going. So there you go. Okay, and here's a question from Rad C Puman. Just a general CodeRage session. Do you have any sessions regarding using third-party .NET assemblies with Delphi Win32 applications? That's kind of niche. I don't think we do this time. If you want to email me, and I'll try and dig some out, because I'm pretty certain we've got some. It depends on the version of Delphi you're using as well, because .NET is a bit of a moving target, as you're aware. The runtime is always different. If it's a .NET assembly from 5 years ago, it's probably not going to work on modern versions of Windows without some changes. The Delphi Win32 applications, you've got a thunking layer in there as well, if it's working on a Windows 64-bit. So yeah, it starts to get a little bit fiddly, shall we say. But I believe there are what's the word I'm looking for? Recordings, web sessions that we've talked about that kind of thing before. If not, we can put it to some other MVPs and ask them if they've done it. I personally haven't done it. I've worked with OCXs, which are not .NET assemblies, but it's a similar kind of idea that you have to, create interfaces and work with them and things like that. But it just depends on what it is. Particularly if you email me at my email address, I will actually, if you tell me what it is that the name of the .NET assembly you're trying to talk to, I will see if it's a one that's generally available. Then I'll try and find out if we've got any information about that specific one. If it's popular, we may already have done it, because we have all sorts of people that do all sorts of weird things in the background. Anyway, so that was Heavy Sinks to Whisper Updates, Even Over Rest by Stephen Ball. And now Dahlia, who is waiting patiently in the studio back end, the green room as we call it, even though really it's probably better described as a grey room because it greys them out. But Dahlia, one of my favourite presenters, she's a very, very smart person, worryingly smart. You've probably seen her before. She does all sorts of things. She's a photographer. She's an author. She's written several books. She knows her stuff when it comes to multi-threading. She's very passionate. Boy, don't get in an argument with her because she'll win and make you feel like you know nothing. And she's also a moderator on Stack Overflow as well. So she doesn't mess about. She takes no prisoners when it comes to these kind of things. But this is her presentation. And it is called Multi-Threaded, and I love this joke. It's almost a Star Wars joke. Multi-threaded programming. 2 problems you now have. This is Dahlia. She'll be live in 40 minutes' time.
Hi, I'm Dahlia Prašnikar, book author and Embarcadero MVP. Today I will talk about multi-threaded programming. 2 problems you now have. How to avoid some common problems when writing multi-threaded code in Delphi applications. We can sum up the challenge multi-threading presents with the following phrase. Fast code, thread-safe code, readable code. You can pick only one. Multi-threading adds another dimension to the code. Instead of thinking and considering code logic which runs in sequence, with multi-threading we also need to think about code running in parallel. Simple order of execution now becomes random and unpredictable, and we need to make sure code will function properly for all possible combinations. If multiple threads running in parallel share common data, then code accessing such shared data must be thread-safe. This is a non-negotiable requirement. But to write a thread-safe code, we will have to make some sacrifices in terms of speed and readability. Sharing mutable data requires protecting such data, either by using some locking mechanism or synchronizing all data access with the main thread. Such protection makes multi-threaded code more complex and less readable than the equivalent code which needs to run in a single thread. Locking and synchronization also takes more time to execute, and such code will run slower. Effectively, that means we should run code in background threads only when it is really necessary and when paying the price of added complexities is worthwhile paying. We shouldn't force multi-threading in situations where it is not appropriate. And when I say that, I am not advocating for going back to using application process messages, as it is a good indicator that particular code would actually benefit from multi-threading. So, what kind of code is a good candidate for being run in background threads? There are basically 2 reasons for using threads in desktop and mobile applications. First one is to keep our UI responsive while application is running some longer task. The second one is to reduce time required for tasks which can be easily parallelized, and split in smaller tasks which can run across multiple background threads simultaneously. Having said that, if you have tasks which run so long that you want to speed it up by spreading the workload across multiple cores, then such tasks will also run long enough to make your UI non-responsive. So the second reason is just a special case of the first one. Applications with graphical user interface are built around event-driven architecture and around the main event loop, where application waits for various events, like input, output, paint requests, and similar. All those events are processed in the message loop and dispatched to appropriate callbacks one at a time. The main event loop or message loop runs on the main thread. What happens when we run a long task on the main thread is that message processing of all events, including ones from mouse, keyboard, or paint requests, must wait for that task completion. Unresponsive application means that the main thread of the application is busy with some other task and that it cannot process messages, including the most vital ones. So unresponsive application not only gives a poor user experience, but also operating system can decide to kill such unresponsive application at any time. While Windows are rather forgiving about the time application spends in unresponsive state, on mobile platforms it may take only a few seconds for the OS to kill application which stop processing its message queue. So we would want to push any longer processing or synchronous input and output bound tasks like networking to the background thread to keep our UI responsive. Code that runs in predictable and short time, up to 1 second, can run on the main thread. When talking about predictable amount of time, we need to consider the worst case scenarios. Those will tell us whether background threads are needed or not. For instance, anything that uses networking is not very predictable, and such tasks must run in the background threads. While in ideal situations, networking-related tasks may need just a split of a second to complete, in real life it can easily require minutes or more. Applications can also have additional event loops running in some background thread, but that is not a commonly encountered scenario and most applications only have one. So once we need to use background threads, we will have to make sure that our code is thread safe. That requires paying attention to multiple things at a time, and it can be very easy to make mistakes. Those mistakes then can have devastating effects on our code correctness and application behavior. So knowing what kind of code can be problematic and avoiding such code and situations can save us a lot of grief. Another important thing to keep in mind is that what may be a good for some proof of concept or demo code might not work that well for actual code. It is not uncommon that proof of concept code is being extended and refined after it has been integrated with the rest of the code. But such approach can backfire with multi-threaded code, because even small changes in multi-threaded code and its behavior can easily break it. So you will want to have a well thought of concept and workflow from the start. Spending some time on planning and designing, as well as testing, will handsomely pay off soon enough, as such code will generally have less bugs. And multi-threaded bugs can be particularly hard to catch and sometimes even fix, as fixes may require extensive refactoring. Also, documenting the architecture, behavior, and how particular code should be used is of vital importance. We need to know whether particular data can be safely shared between threads and under which circumstances. There will always be code which may require running under the main thread context, and knowing such details is not only important to other developers, but also for your own sake, as you will eventually forget the details, and that is how bugs are made. Knowing what is expected behavior is also important for resolving bugs and other issues. What code actually does and what it is supposed to do makes a difference between having a correct code or not, and the latter is not always obvious from the code itself. This is why you really need to have documentation. The best way to avoid thread safety issues is to avoid sharing data across threads as much as possible. In other words, avoid the problem altogether. Of course, completely avoiding shared data is not always possible. There are few rules which can help us in writing thread-safe code, which manipulates shared data in such manner that all threads will behave properly and without unintended interactions. As long as multiple threads only read shared data, such code will be thread-safe. So the next best thing we can do for making our life simpler is to avoid sharing mutable data between threads as much as possible. Doing that will also have positive impact on the code performance, because only shared mutable data needs to be protected by locking or synchronization mechanisms which slow down execution. However, when dealing with any kind of shared data, mutable or immutable, we still have to pay attention to its lifetime. We need to make sure that shared data is alive and valid as long as it is being used. And using data types with automatic memory management will help us in avoiding problems with shared data lifetime. Using reference-counted object instances through interfaces instead of regular unmanaged objects can also simplify our code. While reference counting is not exactly thread-friendly and will have some small impact on performance, it will also make our code cleaner and reduce number of potential bugs related to data lifetime. If you are concerned about performance impact of reference counting, you should remember that Delphi strings and dynamic arrays also use reference counting, and both types are regularly used in multi-threaded code. Even if you have a mission-critical code which needs to run as fast as possible, there are always ways to improve the speed of such code by avoiding unnecessary reference counting triggers. When we are talking about reference counting and performance, we should also remember that anonymous methods are backed by reference-counted object instances, and every time you enter some code containing anonymous methods, its backing instance will be constructed and reference counting triggered, so this will slow down execution. And even though anonymous methods are very useful and commonly used in various threading libraries, including the Delphi's own built-in dthread class and parallel programming library, if your code does not require capturing variables from the outer context, using overloads with regular methods instead of anonymous methods will make such code run faster. But you should note that we can easily pass regular method as parameter which expects anonymous method one. And in such cases, Delphi compiler will just wrap it up with anonymous method behind our back, so you will lose your performance advantage in such cases. If you want to prevent this from happening, you will need to make sure that there is an actual overload which uses regular methods. This also means you will have to write overloads for regular methods in your own code if you need to pay extra attention to the performance. One of the most common cause of bugs in multi-threaded code is when mutable shared data is not properly protected. So it is important to protect any access to such data, in both reading and writing. It only takes a single thread writing to the shared data to cause problems. On one hand, we should minimize locking to prevent performance issues or deadlocks, but on the other hand, not locking enough code will be even worse. This is why it is extremely important to lock just what is needed, not more and not less. When locking, we also need to pay attention to compound operations which need to be executed in sequence without other thread interrupting in the middle. Another thing that is also easy to forget is that for reference types, thread safety requires protecting both the reference and the content the reference points to. It is also important to remember that variable assignment of reference-counted types is not a thread-safe operation, and if you have a variable which can be simultaneously read and written to by multiple threads, then access to such references also needs to be protected. The only thread-safe part of reference counting mechanism is keeping consistent reference count value. That means if you have multiple strong references pointing to the same reference counted instance, such instance will be safely destroyed once the last strong reference goes out of scope. But even this is not as simple as it may look. For classes, actual reference counting is delegated to the particular class implementation. And not only implementation may not increment and decrement reference count atomically, but also it can be completely disabled, for instance in the component class. For such classes, you will not be able to rely on automatic memory management for handling lifetime of their object instances. Another common problem comes in form of self-destroying threads. Such threads will auto-destruct on completion, and one should not take reference to such thread, as it can become invalid as soon as the thread starts running. We also need to know whether other components and code we use have some special threading requirements. For instance, they may have a thread affinity which ties them up with the thread where they were constructed, or have some other constraints when it comes to their usage in multi-threaded environment, and some may only ever be used from the main thread. Prime example of components which must be used from the main thread are ones belonging to the user interface. We should always access user interface from the main thread. Visual frameworks are not thread safe by design, and very few related types have any thread safety features built in. Even those bits and pieces which can be safely used from the background will require special attention, as it can be easy to step into the code which is only meant to run from the main thread. If you need to access UI from the background, you will have to synchronize such code with the main thread using tthread synchronize or tthread queue methods. And of course, what I have just mentioned here is just scratching the surface of what we need to know and pay attention to when writing multi-threaded code. Now let's take a look at some code examples. I have a memo on a form which will be used to see what the code is doing. And I will add a thread in between. This is a self-destroying thread, and it will be automatically released upon completion. Sleep simulates some work, and after that work is done, this will be shown in the memo. Let's see how this works. As you can see, begin and the end was printed before done, because code between the thread runs asynchronously and will complete after button event handler finishes running. As you can see, code also worked perfectly, even though it has a huge problem. Namely, accessing UI from the background thread is not thread safe, and this part of the code needs to be synchronized with the main thread. So now this code is fully thread safe and will work correctly all the time, unlike the previous one, which could run correctly, but it may also not run correctly. And this is really one of the greatest problems with writing multi-threaded code. We can have a bad thread unsafe code which seemingly runs correctly. And with single-threaded code, you can run the code and test how it works. But with multi-threaded code, running the code means nothing. If you are lucky, it will crash and show you that there are bugs, but if it doesn't, that is no proof that you have a proper thread-safe code. That is why writing multi-threaded code is hard, not because writing a few lines which will run the code in the background is hard to do, but because making sure the code is actually thread-safe is not that simple as soon as code complexity increases. Now let's see why self-destroying threads are problematic. Let's say you want to wait for such thread, and to do that you need to take its reference. And let's see how this works. And it doesn't. It will crash. Here's the problem. The code calling wait for on a thread reference after the thread has already started running. But since this is a self-destroying thread, it can be destroyed at any time after it starts running, and we should never touch its reference after that. We can fix that code by setting its free on terminate flag to false. But now we also need to explicitly free that reference. Because thread will no longer self-destruct, and we need to release it manually. And now the code will run correctly without any problems. Of course, starting the thread and then waiting for its completion in the main thread usually makes no sense. Your UI will be just as unresponsive as it would be if you would run the code directly in the main thread. So if you have some code logic where you want to wait for a thread completion, you should not do that directly from the main thread unless your application is in the process of the shutdown. And even then, it is better to do waiting in the background and just signal back to the UI that application can be closed. But this also depends on how long is the shutdown process. If it only needs a second or two, then you don't need any special logic, and waiting in the main thread will do. But if it is a longer process, it may be wise to show some shutdown screen and let the user know application is closing. Free on terminate can be used in all threads, even custom thread classes. But because you cannot hold references to such threads, you are basically losing control over them, and this seriously limits their use cases to very small, fast-running tasks. If you have a newer Delphi version with task support, it is much better to use them than anonymous threads. One of the reasons is that you can easily wait for tasks if needed, and you still don't have to worry about their memory management. So we can easily replace this thread with the task. We can remove all that, and now we have the same logic within the task class. When we look at this code, it becomes rather obvious why multi-threaded code is less readable. All those anonymous methods really get in the way. But that code also has bigger problems. We have tightly coupled background code with the user interface. And the first thing we want to do here is to remove that tight coupling. The easiest way to do that is using an event bus and sending messages. I will use NX Horizon, my open source event bus implementation. Using event bus requires some setup, and I have already written that code. First thing event bus needs is the subscription type. In this case, I will use a string as the message event type. The next thing we need is to keep a reference to the event bus subscription and an event handler. When subscribing, there are 4 different types of event dispatching. Synchronous, which runs in the same thread from which event bus post method is called. Asynchronous, which runs in the random background thread. synchronously in the main thread or asynchronously in the main thread. Synchronous dispatching are blocking calls, and of course asynchronous ones are not. Since I'm subscribing a form here, I want to receive events in the main thread context. There is no reason to block background thread, so I will use asynchronous dispatching. Once we have a subscription, we also need to unsubscribe and wait for any pending messages to have a clean shutdown. And in the message event handler, we will send a string to the memo. And now, instead of directly calling memo lines add, I will just post a message, and there is no need to have synchronized call either. So that is it, and we can start and test the code. And now we have the same functionality we had before, but with much simpler and decoupled code, and event bus is doing all the heavy work in the background. So far, the only shared data between threads was the memo used for showing what code is doing. But in real life, you will commonly have to pass some data to the background thread, and you will have to receive some data when the thread completes. Event bus solves the problem of receiving the data. It can easily be used to send progress data, but also for sharing any kind of more complex data, as it supports literally any Delphi data type. Of course, using value or automatically managed types also solves the problem with managing memory. If needed, you can also send non-managed object instances with the event bus, but in such cases you need to be careful about where and how will that object be released. There is a difference between passing data to some thread and sharing data with a thread. Passing data means that you will no longer touch that data in the thread which passed it to another thread. If you can guarantee that, then you don't have to protect such data. On the other hand, sharing data means that both threads, or more of them, can simultaneously access that data. In such cases, you need to protect data so that only one thread at a time can access it. What I have here is a simple interface which holds some string data. I will use that to show how we can safely work with such data and pass it between threads, but also how doing even simple operations on shared instance, like assignment, cannot be done without protection. The first thing I will do is to create an instance of the data class and pass it to the thread where it will be changed. Here I will send the content of the data to the memo. If we change the tMessage event to be of eData type, we can also send the whole object, but for now I will just send the string data. Let's see how this works. So we had some data passed in the thread, and in the thread we have changed it to the new data. Everything is thread safe and works nicely. But what if we add another thread? Still works fine. However, here we are changing the string data in the same shared instance from the two background threads. And now this is no longer thread safe. This worked, but only by chance. If we want to share the data between two threads, then we would have to log that data. But I will not do that for now, and I will try to show you how you can easily break such code. So instead of t-task run, let's run this in parallel. We also have to remove this slip here, because now we are doing some real work. And let's see how this works. It will take some time to get the results, because we are now running a blocking call with t-parallel. It seems like everything is working nicely. However, this part of code is not thread safe, because we are sharing this data string between multiple threads. What we have seen is just something working by chance. Let's change this by creating a new data instance each time and assigning it to a shared interface reference. And now we have an exception. So this code was just as thread unsafe as the one before, but just by pure luck we couldn't manage to break it. So this is another example of why you need to pay attention to the multi-threaded code, because just by running the code you don't know whether it is thread safe or not. It can break, but it may not. We can just try to start this again. Maybe you'll get lucky. Maybe it will not break again. See? Same thing running twice. Now it works. And the first time it was broken. What you want to do here is not sharing the data if anyhow possible. If the processing is not related, we can just easily create local variable and solve the problem. Now this is some other variable from the, and each thread will have its own instance. So this will be safe. And this will work every time correctly. Of course, we cannot know for sure that this is correct code. We can only reason about it. But it doesn't hurt to try a few times. But what if we have a situation where the data we have to process came from outside code, and we don't know whether passing the data to the thread is thread safe. We need to process it, but maybe some other code is still using it, and if we directly pass the data to the background thread, we cannot guarantee that this is thread safe without locking, and we want to avoid that. In such cases, if we pretend that this data came from the outside, what we can do is to clone it. So we have to extend our interface. So this is our clone procedure, and we can easily use it. Now this clone interface is can be safely used within a thread. Of course, we will remove this t-parallel 4 because this is not thread safe. We'll go back to the regular task. So we have a new type of code where we pretend that our interface came from the outside and we don't know how it is used. We will clone it so it is thread safe, and we will pass that cloned interface to the thread so it can be safely processed, and we don't care about the original interface. This is thread safe. Again, we cannot be sure that this is thread safe code. We have to reason about it. But it is easy to do because we are not touching anything that came from the outside. We are using the cloned interface in the background thread. And this is the how you will usually work with shared data. The best thing is to avoid it, and the best thing to avoid is by cloning it. So you will always work with locally created data and not the one that is shared. Of course, not always you can use such approach, and sometimes you will have to share the data. But if you share it, then you will have to lock it. And of course, cloning large amounts of data might be expensive, so it will not be suitable in all situations. What I have shown here is just a small part you will need to know when writing multi-threaded code. Because multi-threading adds its own complexity to the code, main rule which will help you in avoiding problems is keeping the code as simple as possible. If it looks too ugly and complicated, maybe you need to take a second look and simplify. This of course may not always be possible, but even simple things like avoiding shared data and decoupling background threads from the user interface can make significant difference. Event bus and similar messaging systems are critical for decoupling such code and making it simpler. While you can access user interface from the background thread as long as it is synchronized with the main thread, such code will work. This is not the best code you can have. I have wrote several books around topics from memory management to thread safety and testing, from which you can learn how to write better, cleaner and thread-safe code with less bugs. You can find the links on my website, dalia.prašnikar.info, and the code for the event bus you can also find on my GitHub account. Thank you for watching.
Hello. Well, I'm pleased to say that Dalia is live in the studio, and just as well because we've got some questions about this, and I'm like, I really hope she can answer them and not me. So, hi Dalia, how's it going?
Hi, hello.
Okay, so lots of questions got asked. Most of them are reasonably straightforward, but let me just pick up the pinned ones that I said. So. As always, your presentations are great, and I joke around and say, "Hey, don't argue with Dalia," but believe me, she does know her stuff, and boy, she's very passionate. Which, no, you can't do it that way. I've seen discussions like that, which is great. I like the fact that you really do know your stuff, and among the MVPs, you're very well respected. For people that don't know you, perhaps it's the first time they've come across you. You are well respected amongst your peers, which is as much as you can ask for, really, I suppose, among those things. So apart from people like Helios saying, go Dalia, apparently you've got a fan there. Woo, go Dalia.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, it's so the main question that I think was very good, and this was from Nigel Armstrong. I know Nigel, he's emailed me in the past. He's asking he says a dumb noob question, but actually I don't think it's any questions like that are that dumb. But is it only relevant within the program? Now, he did explain about this, and really what he was describing was processor affinity. So when you are using T-thread or something like that, does it only apply to the way that the programmer handles the multitasking? Or is there a benefit with the operating system can now take some of your threads and distribute them around? Or
No. There is no difference. It is important what you do with your code. Of course, if you are doing something with some outside resource, for instance, if you are doing some work with the file system, then this is also not thread safe. You will have to watch what you are doing and make sure that you don't access same file from multiple threads, that you don't have multiple processes, multiple applications that are doing something with that file and something like that. But thread safety within your application depends on your code and doesn't matter whether you have multiple CPUs or multiple cores and a single core. Bugs can come and be shown dependent on whether you have a fast computer, slow computer, how many CPU cores you have. But if the code is correct, then this will have no impact on your code.
And in fact, that kind of leads into another question we got, which was which operations are thread safe by definition? And
well, basically nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And he said, for example, if reading a variable, does it fit into a register?
Well, yes, but this also depends on the definition what thread safety means.
Yeah.
Because you can read that value from integer variable, for instance. This will be atomic operation. You can read it safely. You can write it safely. But what can you do with such code? That is another question. For instance, you cannot add integer in a thread safe manner just by reading and adding, because this is no longer atomic operation. You will add it something will be written, and each of those operations will be atomic. But the end result, if you are adding to some variable, if you are adding, incrementing it through multiple threads, then the end result may not be the amount of time you have incremented it. So this is one of the use cases for atomic operations. For instance, automatic reference counting uses atomic increment and atomic decrement, which adds 1 to the reference count in thread-safe way. So this is thread-safe. But adding, incrementing without the atomic operation, without atomic increment, is not thread-safe. So we are maintaining the reference
already
count.
my brain's going blah, 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 blah.
Yes. So we are maintaining the reference count of the reference counted instances by atomic operations, so that we know that that count is always the correct count. Without atomic increment, it will not be thread safe. So just merely reading and writing and adding without the atomic operation is not thread safe in that situation. Another question there was, what is another good fit for atomic operations? You have, for instance, atomic compare and exchange, which is usually used for threads safe initial, lazy initialization, where you create some instance, and then if it is not initialized, you atomically, with atomic operations, compare whether it is initialized or not, and then if it isn't, you can assign it to the variable you are initializing. So this is one of use cases for atomic compare and exchange. But other than that, there is very, very little you can do with that. You should use locking when you access shared data, because atomic operations on their own don't protect much.
Yeah.
Most of the logic you have to do with compound operations. That means if you're adding integer to variable, that is several steps. You have a variable, you have some numbers you are adding. This is multiple step operation. So you have to protect that operation as a whole. And most of the time, code requires such operations to be protected together. And this is where you have to protect it with locking.
Yeah, and I thought it was funny that someone here was saying, I was just reading a topic response on a Praxis forum, Delphi Praxis, which is a very popular forum, by Dahlia, and remembered CodeRage and came here, and here she is presenting the very topic. He's manifested you by thinking about you. There you go. It's great. Yeah, well, good. I'm glad that we were able to help you there, John LM. And someone jokingly said, is Mortal Kombat, which is obviously over my shoulder, is that thread safe? I'm pretty certain it won't be, but you never know. I think you'd need to ask the people that manufacture. I forget what they're called. Oh, Midway. It's hardware. You never know, but I doubt it. I think it's almost certainly not thread safe. Something about the blockchain, I don't know why that's there, is writing data into FD mem table fields across different threads thread safe if each thread is responsible for its own field?
Well, I don't know much about databases, so this is out of my turf. But yes, this could be thread safe if those fields are independent, and if changing one field doesn't change some other state in the class. So if it does change some other state, for instance, if it sets some modified variable, some modified property or something, or does something else that impacts other data which is not protected, then it will not be thread safe. So yes, it could be thread safe, but it doesn't have to be.
I could be wrong, but I haven't got Rad Studio open at the moment because obviously I've got a lot of other things working for the broadcasting. But I believe there is actually a setting on FD Table that it says thread safe. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm just hallucinating it. Because
like I said, I don't know.
but
I don't know too much about it, so
no,
it's possible.
I'm sure
It all
there is.
depends.
It's part of my brain is saying there was some setting I saw somewhere that said make it thread safe. That doesn't mean to say it is thread safe, because as you know, these things always go, oh, it's thread safe, and then you find it isn't for some fantastic reason. But it is what it is. I think it's an attempt at being thread safe, even if it turns out it isn't. Frosto One Dev says, great stuff indeed. Thanks again. I was looking forward to this session, and that's great. I'm glad that people don't realize, I say this to most presenters, but they don't realize how much effort goes into these presentations and the books. Your books are thoroughly researched. I know is it Nevin helps you write? Yeah, Nevin.
My son, yes.
I remembered. My brain is not as addled as I thought it was, but it puts a lot of effort into helping you with those books. It takes a lot of effort. I know there's another book out about multi-threading, but it's different. It handles a different, completely different topic. But there's a lot of effort goes into preparing the slides and the examples, particularly when you're talking about something like multitasking, multi-threading. As you said, a problem you have. Yeah, exactly. It's a very geeky joke. I like that. What else we've got? Veet supports smart contacts. Okay, well, that's got nothing to do with multi-threading. So someone's talking about blockchain. Okay, carry on then. That's the least thing of my cares. Okay, so look, I think that's probably most of the things covered. Your website is up on the top right-hand corner of the screen for those that want to go there. I thoroughly recommend the books. They're relatively low priced as well for a technical book. So, if they want to really understand the topic, because I forget which book it is, but one of them has got a whole implementation of I can't remember now, but there's a class and I forget what it was now. Remind me. There was a whole in one of your books. You've got a whole event bus. That's it.
Yes.
Yeah. I couldn't remember. My mind. You can remember Nevin, but he can't remember event bus. There you go. So, but yes, I remember the event bus. Very fascinating piece of code and explanation behind it as well. So definitely worth taking a look at that. All right. Well, is there anything final you need to say, Dahlia, before
that event bus is open sourced, and of course, code from the books is also on my GitHub Dahlia P. But this event bus, I put it in the separate repository so it can be used. This is production ready code. But what is important in the book itself, I'm writing about thinking process and how it is designed. Yeah. So this could be interesting for others to learn. How do you think about code you need to write, and how do you design code? And another thing for this particular event bus, it is very, very small code, very simple code, and it does a lot. So you don't have to have very complicated code to have a good functionality. So this is also important, keeping it simple, because in simple code you can have less bugs than in complex code. You don't need features, because sometimes features are necessary, you need them, but you don't always need them to have them just because you want to have multiple features in something. Keep it simple, write only what is necessary, but not more, because complexity will kill it. And especially in threading, this is very problematic. If you have very complex code, it will break all over the place before you know it.
I've seen you do a magnificent teardown of the runtime library, which is and VCL and all, like, this isn't thread safe, that's not thread safe, and you can't use that because that's not thread safe. By the end of it, I felt like I knew nothing about Delphi. It was, I'm like, oh my gosh, I never thought about that.
Well, what is interesting that a lot of that code, which is not thread safe in even Delphi and VCL, has been running for years and rarely has problems. But that is the problem with multi-threading. You never know whether it is really thread safe or not.
It's
It
like,
can run for
like
years,
juggling
and
with a
then you have a
sword.
new computer and it all breaks apart.
Yeah, it's like juggling with a sword. You can do it 100 times, then one day you have to go and stand in front of a whole family of people watching you do it, and you throw the sword up and stab yourself in the head. It's just, I've done it hundreds of times before and it never went wrong. Well, you were just lucky. That's really what it is. Yeah,
Well,
I mean, the nature of multi-threading and multitasking is such that actually it's one of those things where, yeah, you can get away with doing it the wrong way for a long time. And then when it goes wrong, it goes spectacularly wrong. And I know how many programs all of us have used where it just freezes up for no, I'm not mentioning any names, ID, but many of them will just suddenly stop working and nobody knows why. And people go, it's actually very difficult to fix it, because it is difficult to fix it, because sometimes it's just milliseconds or even smaller. It just happens that you both access the same area at the same time. It's an unsafe way, or you are making an assumption about a bit of memory that never ever got access before, and you got away with it, and then one day, bang, it blows up. And it's software engineering. That's what I like about what you talk about, is proper engineering of software, and it's a pleasure to read the stuff, and terrifying as well. And also, you know, we've said it before, you're Stack Overflow moderator as well. We've mentioned that a couple of times before. I don't know how you do all these things and still manage to find time to sleep and all the rest of it. Yeah,
well, there is always a time.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, thanks a lot, Dahlia, and I'll see you another time. I think this is your only session in this CodeRage, isn't it? I don't think you've got another session. That's right, isn't it? You haven't planned another session, have you?
No.
No, okay, good. Yeah, I was just going to say, you looked worried for a moment. I thought, oh, have I done something horrible? You looked like 8 sessions and I didn't notice. Yeah.
No, just this one.
Okay, just this one? It was a great one, yeah. Okay, well, thanks a lot. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you soon, okay?
Okay, thank you all. Bye.
Okay, so that was Dalia Prashnikar, a website there. My dog is making a big fuss. I do believe I'm going to have to go and take him out any second now, because he's really cross with me, bless him. He's a great office dog. Many of you have seen me do webinars, and he's sitting around and is very well behaved, but every dog has his limit. We go out at ridiculous low clock in the morning in the freezing cold today in Dallas, and I take him out for a W, and I daren't say the word because as soon as I say it, it's going to start barking at me. And you're right. Yeah, come here. No, he doesn't love me anymore. And I take him out. We get freezing cold, and then he mostly sleeps. He's pretty old now. He's 13 years old, and he's like me. He doesn't want to do anything too strenuous if he can get away with it. Forza says, thank you, Ian, for a great session today. Actually, I don't really do anything. The work is all by people like Dahlia and all the others in the background, and David I, who's coming up next, and all those people. They put the effort in, and I just sit here and talk. So I get reflected glory from the clever people, which is the way I want. And Skybuck Flying, who is riffing on something crazy, apologize, but you know what I mean. Perhaps NVIDIA's CEO had this insight too and came up with lockstep GPU CUDA. I don't know. I mean, I don't try and go down those paths. I let other clever people come up with the ideas, and I just sit back and write the code I've been writing for years, and then occasionally see a webinar and go, oh, that's a good idea. And off we go from there. And talking of which, as it's coming up to the hour, our last session for the day and is, yes, I see you, David, in the green room. And we have got a session from everybody's favorite. He was around for years doing what I'm doing, but way better than I do it. And he taught Jim and I everything he knows, and several others as well. And this is the wonderful David I. And I have, because I'm one of the few people, just to annoy him very slightly for a second. Not really annoying him, but I did actually go to the Delphi Summit cosplaying as David I. Any of you that will know him, this is what David I looks like in real life, although not quite. Actually, I can see in the green room, he does look a bit like that today. So I went to the Delphi Summit, and I did ask him before and check he wouldn't be offended. And I did a cosplay as David I as well, as an homage, because it was Delphi's 30th birthday, and David I was right there at the very beginning. So I've got to take my dog out for a second, but now we're going over to David I's session, and he will be live in the studio with us. Always a pleasure after this.
This is David I, and welcome to my CodeRage 2025 presentation using AI to develop a working Delphi multi-device application. Here's what I'm going to cover in this talk. A quick word about myself, an overview of LLMs for the coding work that I need to do. I'm going to talk about my process for creating this talk, how I decided to use a simple prompt, and then I'll show you demos of using ChatGPT version 5, Claude Sonnet 4.5, and a quick look at Gemini 3. Cover some lessons that I learned along the way, and summarize the effort for each of the 3 chosen LLMs. And we'll end with some Q&A. Here's a little bit about me. I've been a programmer for over 50 years. I worked at Borland, Enterprise Code Gear, Embarcadero for 32 years. I'm an Embarcadero MVP. I still use Delphi and C Builder every day. I've got my blog links, my social links, and my email address there if you want to contact me. So using large language models for coding, there's multiple ways to do it. You can use integrations with IDEs. You can also just use the chat software that connects to all of these different systems. In this talk, I'm going to be using ChatGPT, Claude Sonnet 4.5, and Gemini 3, although there are newer versions that are out. Again, the plan for this talk was I wanted to learn how to build multi-device applications by using a chat system rather than starting with a project wizard in the IDE, that I wanted to have the LLM do all the work, the creation, the updates, and the fixes to create a final working application so that I could compare and contrast and learn how they do using the Delphi programming language and the FireMonkey framework. In general, I use modern AI for building my projects, using AI in the IDE for code completion, for adding new features, for doing modernization and fixes. I also use AI to create prototypes and explorations, taking a look at what I might do with agents to run in my applications and my solutions, but also to do automation inside of the IDE. And then I add AI functionality by using different SDKs for OpenAI and other systems to add additional value and functionality in some of my applications. For me, it started with a simple prompt, and I forget how I got on this text adventure, but I think I was reading an article about using these tools to create the sort of old school text adventure application. So I thought, why not use a prompt like use Delphi 13 and FireMonkey to create a multi-device futuristic text adventure application that features a tour through the solar system's planets, moons, and major asteroids. So that was the prompt I used. And then I went with the flow for what took place when I started from that simple prompt till I got to a point where I was either done or in one case I gave up. And then I recorded everything, and I'll provide the whole transcripts of each of the interactions so you can read through them and see the steps and what choices along the way, what prompts I put in, and how the different LLM replied back and the work that it did for me. And then along the way, I was trying the different projects that were being created in the IDE to see if they, number one, compiled, number two, if they worked, and if they had sort of a pleasing user interface. Okay, it's time for some demos. I'll show you a bit of my interactions using ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini. Okay, I started my ChatGPT session with that simple prompt. Use Delphi 13 and FireMonkey to create multi-device futuristic text adventure application that features a tour through the solar system, planets and moons, and major asteroids. And it finished generating the application after it thought for 19 seconds. So you can see on the screen here what the result was in text, and you can go down to the interface under More Actions and click on More Actions, and you could ask ChatGPT to read those and any additional ideas that it has that you might try out.
Awesome. Your multi-device FMX text adventure is ready to paste into Delphi 13. What I built, a single form FireMonkey app, no .fmx file needed. UI is created in code. Cross-platform, Windows, macOS, Android, Linux via FMX Linux. Embedded storyline covering planets, key moons, and major asteroids. Clickable choices in a command bar. Help, scan, status, save, load, go a D. Save load to a JSON file in the user documents folder. Easy to expand. Just add nodes choices to the solar data JSON. How to use it. 1. Create a new multi-device application, blank application in Delphi 13. 2. Add a new unit named mainform.pas and replace it with the code in the canvas. 3. Replace your projects.dpr with solar text adventure from the canvas, or just update your existing .dpr to application.createform tfrm main and use mainform in the uses clause. 4. Build and run for your target platform. Want me to? Expand the tour, e.g. add Callisto, Oberon, Haumea, series habitats, add a star map mini UI, achievements, or a codex panel, switch to a designer-based layout .fmx with styles and animations. Say the word and I'll extend it.
Well, since ChatGPT said, do you want to add functionality? I said, sure, go ahead and add the extensions that you suggested to the application. And we'll let it think for a little bit, and hopefully it will generate the code. And we'll see that showing up soon. And now it's completed, and it gives you the summary of all the things that changed. And then it says, hey, do you want me to add some additional functionality? And I said, sure, why not? Go ahead. That's done. Now it's saying, oh, do you want some audio added to the application and some other settings? And I said, sure, why not? So it said, is there some more things you'd like to do? What about adding persist the last visit? I said, no, that's enough for now. Can you give me a zip file that packages up the whole project? And it says, sure, I'll create a zip file that you can use. And once you're confirmed that that's the things you want included in the project, I just let me know. And it says, perfect. I'll prepare the Solar Text Adventure Project zip file that contains all of the work that's been done so far. But again, it's saying now, please, before I generate it, please, one quick reference. Would you like to make the placeholder MP3 files silent so that you can replace them with something else later? And well, I didn't know what to say, but ultimately, and I just said, create the MP3 file with some audible tones and make sure those are part of the project as well. So it'll play some achievement sounds. At this point, it's created the starting monolithic application. Now it's asking me if I want to split it into core logic and features. And so, sure, why not? So after 5 iterations with ChatGPT, fixing errors, finding out why I was getting runtime exceptions, I ended up with a pretty cool looking multi-device application. All of the versions that I went through of this ChatGPT are going to be in the GitHub, all the source code projects with the changes, and also the entire transcript of the full conversation that I had with ChatGPT will also be in the GitHub. But here's our final game. It's got a story, a star map, It keeps track of information that you find out about different locations and planets, asteroids, and so on. It's got a tab for the achievements. It checks off achievements that you've done, and it's got a setting interface page. Of course, didn't do a very good job of laying out buttons and their labels. Of course, that would change depending on the form factor of the different targets. But we'll just fix these for now, and then we'll save the project, and let's go and do a build and run on 32-bit Windows. So here's our application. We're docking at Lagrange Station L1. We've got help down here. We can just type help, and it gives us all the different commands that are available. Along the way, I added saving and loading of the game, adding a list of destinations and list which destinations are reachable from whatever point we're at. Those were iterations where I asked ChatGPT to add new functionality as well. So let's go and go down here to let's go down here and type our command for destinations. Okay, and it'll show me a list of all the destinations up here, and you can scroll up and down in this the log of the operations that you do. So for example, if we want to go, let's say we'll go to Mars, and we'll just say go Mars, and then it says, okay, we ride a rover to Mars Moneris, hitched to Phobos, hitched to Deimos. Those are moons of Mars, and we've got the asteroid belt and an asteroid in there as well. And then we can say, okay, where else can we go? So we go back to our help, and we want to see what destinations are available from where we currently are. And this says that we can get to Ceres, Deimos, Phobos, and Valves. Let's go, but instead let's go Jupiter, if that's one of them. And it had an unknown destination, so it knows about the destination list. Let's put destination. I guess we'll go, let's go back to the moon, which is Luna. And then we can say, where can we go from here? And we can go to Mars, we can go to the Luna Lab, we can go to the asteroid transfer, and so on. If we go back and look at our destinations, we could go to Titan. So let's go Titan. Let's see if we can get there. And it does it gets to Titan by doing a transfer at Uranus. And so now we can go look at the achievements page, and we've done a Titan touchdown. We did our first jump. And then as we continue moving around our solar system, we'll get more achievements along the way as well. There's this nice little star map page, so we can see the targets, some of the targets that are in there. This little animation that goes on, that's pretty nice. And then in our codex, it tells us places that we visited, information about them. What's at the Luna moon base, and we went to Titan, so it's got a nitrogen atmosphere, and settings and so on. Here we can do our save and reload the previous game that we were involved in. There's a few little artifacts like some Unicode characters here, and of course down here we could change the interface in some ways as well. But that's just a quick look at the last working iteration that I finished with. After it, I had to tell ChatGPT there was some compile time errors, some misnamed properties, there was a case where it didn't have a certain property, so it came up with another way and told me another way to achieve that. And again, you can see all of that in each of the demos. I saved the transcripts of my interactions with the different tools, including ChatGPT. Here I'm creating the solar system text adventure for Delphi 13 and using FireMonkey multi-device futuristic text adventure. This time I'm using Claude Sonnet 4.5, and we'll take a look and see what gets created. So it looks like so far it's created the main unit, source code, and now it's creating a FMX form file with a, as it says, futuristic UI design. We'll see what that looks like inside of the IDE in a bit. Nice, it's creating a README file as well with instructions, I guess, how to use it and how it was built. And then it says it's going to package everything up for me. And now here it gives a summary of what it built with features and game mechanics and visual design and the complete packages. And it looks like here's the zip file. So we'll save that. All right, we'll open up the project file created by Claude Sonnet 4.5. Here's our user interface it created for me. And it says it called it Solar System Explorer. So let's just try running it, see what happens. See if we can build it. And there it is. So now the question is, I clicked option 1, access violation, option 2, access violation. So I'll have to figure out how to use this Solar System Explorer. I did notice that it created a Win32 and Win64 and a Linux target platform entry in the project. So let's go to the main form and let's click and see where this button takes us. Option click 1. And I'm getting exceptions when I click on each of the buttons. I didn't read the README, so I guess I should click on README and see how to navigate and use it. You know how to build it. Use UI. Okay. Game mechanics. So let's tell them I'm getting exceptions. Okay, I just said here, told Sonnet that when I tried to, told Sonnet it built the project correctly. But when I run the application, click on each of the 2 option buttons, singular is that, I get runtime exceptions and see what it says. So it says, okay, it's going to take a look at the button click handlers. And then it says, oh, I see the issue. Need to check if the button is visible and if it's assigned. Problem is button click handlers weren't checking for current location properly assigned. Okay. And it fixed it. Okay, we've now created, downloaded, unzipped the second try for the Claude Sonnet 4.5 project where it updated some code and option buttons. So let's try to build this one. But now the buttons don't get a fail. Okay, so now I'm back in Claude and I told it that the updated project builds fine and doesn't get any exceptions on button clicks, but there's no locations loaded. So when I click on each of the buttons, nothing happens. So I'm asking Claude to make it so that I can have the locations loaded and see how to use the buttons to choose a location, maybe from a list, for example. Let's see what Claude has to say about that. Okay, so it's going to form create method. Again, adding debug information. Okay. Output to update display method. Okay. Find out what's going on. Interesting. Now I realize the issue. The memo story component might not have its background properly cleared. Oh, really? This memo.lines.clear. Okay. There's a typo on a line. Okay. The app starts, it shows initialize the location. We'll access locations, display the current location. It will show debug options. Okay. All right, run it. Tell me you see the memo area. Okay. You know what happens. Okay, so let's try doing that. Okay, we now have try number 3 loaded in IDE. Let's just hit the run button, see what debug information, whatever we get. There it is. So I don't see anything happening up in the memo. So now it's thinking that the memo story component's not connected or being used properly. Let's check and see if it's a style setting. Something about it. The color still has an X prefix. Something in the memo story color and adding word wrap and scroll bars. Okay. It's fixing the bit button style settings. Well, let's see. Fixed style settings, memo word color. It's an invalid color format. Oh, it had a hex. Now let's set it to CLA white. Okay. But it's scroll bars and word wrap. Enhanced form create. Begin update, end update. Cool. All right, so now we've got try number 4. It supposedly has those fixes that were mentioned before. And then we'll hit run. It still says locations discovered 0. And these buttons don't do anything. And this doesn't do it. Change the window size. Increase the layout bottom height. Better button spacing. What Claude says is the final project. We've got our 4 option buttons here, and in the UI. So let's try hitting run and see. Go. It said it found one location now. Discovered. Nothing showing up here. Oh, there's the text. Looks like it's white on white. And now we've got black text on white background. And we'll try set course for moon. And it says, okay. And it displays new information. Let's go to Mars. Okay. What's going on here? Locations discovered. We're at Phobos. So, sort of working. Let's maximize it. See if anything else special. And here we go back to Mars and continue the belt, asteroid belt. So, sort of working, not as fancy as with some additional options as ChatGPT created, but when it suggested additions like the star map and so on, and achievements and such. But at least finally a working multi-platform application with, again, 3 targets, platforms currently created. So I asked Claude to fix the contrasting text on backgrounds for both the memo and the buttons so that it makes it easier to read. Looks like it changed the fill color for the memo background so that it'll have white text on a dark background and the button text to be from light blue to bright yellow, bold font as well. And so now there'll be yellow buttons on dark yellow text on dark blue. And you can download the fixed version. They're calling it contrast zip. So let's try getting that. Okay, I tried opening up this contrast updated file, and when I loaded in the ID, I got an error in the form file saying that fill color for the memo does not exist. Let's see what Claude has to say about that. Oh yeah, there you go. T-memo doesn't have a fill property like shapes do. And use a different approach. Okay. And then we'll set the background color in code instead. Well, see. Let's use the proper FMX approach. So it got to it. I hinted earlier that it was probably the way to do it would be to put a colored rectangle with the menu. So with the memo. So That's what it's going to do. So I'll give it one last try. Because the text still white on white, and the memo is inside the memo, and the memo is white rectangle on top of the dark containing rectangle. So it's white background memo, yeah, covering the dark rectangle. It's doing something here. Change the text color. Now I need to rectangle declaration. Something line green. Okay, adding rectangle dark background. It sits between the rect story background and the memo. Change memo text to bright line green. Oh, that's gonna be really strange. We'll see. And download a new version of this. Black background behind the memo. Guaranteed we won't get bright line green text. It's impossible for this. Yellow text on buttons. The yellow is just awful. Take that yellow text on buttons. Start to read. This must have to do with style. Now it's putting rectangles on the buttons. It's putting rectangle between each button. Okay. And styles, but let's see. Claude can find creative, a working and usable UI form. Now, giving this tint color. Since they're using rectangles, okay. So wrap each button in a dark rectangle. Let's see. White line green text on pure black background. That's okay. I don't need to. Well, that's pretty optimistic, I guess. What we'll see, we'll find out. Let's do this. So finally, after continuing to work with Claude, just gave up and said, okay, this will be my working final version. I'm still not happy with its use of the colors and the missing backgrounds and so on. And that in its last step, it decided to put this lime green text in the memo. So we'll run this project, zoom it up, and you can see what we have here. We've got still white background, and we've got still these yellow buttons. And at that point, I said, well, I could probably just change the properties myself, but it would go against the premise of this demo is to try to get these chat systems to do the work. It's working as much as it can, and there's my 4 buttons and going through them and seeing the different jumps that take place. So that's going to be it for my demo of using Claude to build a text adventure. Oh, let's take a look at Gemini 3. I'll use the same starting prompt to create the Delphi FireMonkey multi-device app. And Gemini 3 saying, hey, this is a fantastic project idea. Thought for a little while. And here's a complete modular architecture for this Solar Odyssey, it says. The architecture, it's going to right up front separate the game logic or the engine from the user interface, the form. That way we can look at each part of the generated application and see if Delphi can build what is generated. Let's look down at it. Is showing me the source code that is being generated. Has some UI setup here for the application. It's got a style book, layout, a memo, and some edit controls. So we'll have to take a look and see what happens there. And then here's the main code, form create and such. Has a nice, looks like it's used to Shutterstock, and has some notes about how to expand the tour and then how to deploy it on Windows, Mac OS, Android, and iOS. Now it says, would you like me to elaborate on how to add an inventory system collecting rock samples, how to implement the T-image swapping logic? I don't know. Sure. Let's ask it. Okay, it's thinking and saying, okay, expanding the implementation. And updated code. So let's see what we've got here. So it updated the main form, saying I must add the image files to the project. Okay, find images for Mars, Moon, and so on. Looks like there's some additional work to be done. Let's just see if it will generate a project file and forms in a zip file or something. Just asking Gemini if it will get the images for me. Oh, that's pretty cool. The bridge. Okay, then looks like I'm going to have some assembly required for these images. I'll see if I can ask Gemini to put it all together for me. Okay, I just told Gemini 3 to see if it can create a project zip file that I can download that has everything that we did so far. See what it comes up with. Oh, no. It says it can't generate or host a downloadable zip. Security restrictions. However, I can provide a Python script that you can run on your computer. Will create the folder, project file, unit files, and even the form layout file. This effectively builds, quote unquote, the project for you. Okay, we got to copy everything into a text file and save it as build project Python source code. Run it using Python. Well, that's disappointing. But I will save all this and think about doing that in a little bit. So here's the sum assembly required using Gemini 3, since it didn't let me download the project and all the resources that that project needs. But it did give me a Python script. So what we'll do is, in a folder that I've created, I'll run the Python script and see what happens. Okay, it looks like it created the Solar Odyssey folder, the DPR, the pass, the form file, and the game engine. That was cool. I've downloaded the images already, so I'll need to move those into the Solar Odyssey folder and then open the project in Delphi. Okay, we're here in the Delphi ID, and we've got our game engine and our main in the project. Now I'll need to add the images to the project as well. So we'll go to the project menu and choose Add Resources and Images. We'll click the Add button. And in our folder, we've got our images. So we'll select them all and add them. So we'll go through each of the images and make sure that their resource identifier and the resource type is RC data. Click OK, and now we've got some resources included in the project. So let's see if we can build this Gemini 3 generated project. Got success. Let's try to run it. See what it looks like. And there it is. We're on the command deck. Let's try to go to the moon. So like the old text adventure where you can go, you have different exits. You can go north, south, east, or west. Let's go south. And now we're in the transporter room. And our exits are warp moon, north, warp Mars, warp Ceres. Let's try to go warp Ceres. And there we are. Pretty cool. We have a working application. This one built and running on Win32. Looks like some more scaling to be done for the user interface when we maximize and so on. But there we've got a working application built with Gemini 3. Well, there were lots of lessons learned in choosing this approach, using and getting to know the tools, especially the most recent updates that have come out for the 3 chosen LLMs and chat systems. First thing is, the more you specify in a prompt up front can help guide these tools to avoid mistakes. Sometimes it was a difference between FMX and VCL, for example, in a property on an object. Of course, all the tools continue to improve and evolve. Some are appearing, some are disappearing. And so it's a moving target all the time in these early days of using LLMs with coding tools. You want to check support for programming languages, libraries, frameworks, the architectures and platforms that are supported. Some only support doing web-based applications, for example, versus full cross-platform GUI applications. There's lots of discussion about benchmark scores for software engineering and for the different types of applications. But benchmark scores, just as benchmarks of old, don't always predict production code completeness or the depth and breadth of the tools themselves. And finally, I also do this. I leverage IDE and tool integration, components, and automation in my development. In this demonstration, I wanted to use the prompts and just the tools themselves to generate everything and then load them into the Delphi IDE and see what it took to build a working application. Just wanted to summarize some of my experiences in taking this approach for ChatGPT. It was nice that it offered additional app features along the way and asked me if I wanted it to generate those and add them to my project. It also helped with compile errors and with runtime exceptions to go and fix those problems. And it created a nice working application. Claude created a simple app, but I spent a lot of time trying to use prompts to coerce it to generate a better looking UI that worked with good contrasting UI elements. And that just took time, and I finally just stopped and said, okay, that's enough for now. Gemini 3 is new to the scene. It created a project and separated the UI from the logic and the engine, but it didn't provide a project zip download. But it did give me a Python script that would do that work for me. So I didn't have time to install Python and run through that. But I will update the project files in my GitHub with running the Python code to generate a project and see if I can compile it. That's it for now. Time for Q&A, and all of the code, slides, documents are going to be on my GitHub, and there's the GitHub URL, so you can stay tuned to that for updates as we move forward through the projects and any tuning I might add after the fact. And if you have feedback and suggestions, just send me an email and I'll see if I can figure out how to add those things into the solar system text adventure project in the future.
Well, David, there's so many comments. It's amazing. Not all of them were nice, actually. Stop it. Don't be evil. But David is joining us live, no less, in the green room, which isn't the green room. And of course, you've got your poster behind you. Of course.
Hey, hi, Ian. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Yeah, perfectly
Okay.
well. You're such a legend, honestly. I mean, I'm no spring chicken myself, but you've got a couple of years on me, and there you are, vibe coding.
Well, again, I would never build an application this way.
No,
ever. But at the same time, I wanted to get a sense for what there are people that I go to a meetup here in Ashland, Oregon, in the Rogue Valley in Southern Oregon. And there are people who are trying to build applications, sometimes web-based. Imagine they want to build like a multi-tier application with a client that runs across all these places, all these different platforms. And that the only thing I could think is that, I go to some of them and I try to invite them to think about what they're really thinking they might want to do in this world of all these assisting tools. And I agree with everybody who said, yeah, there's plugins for all sorts of things. And, I have conversations with other software engineering friends and talk about sort of two aspects. One is, this is just more money for us developers to take these projects and not try to fix them, but just do it the right way, replace them, and charge a lot of money for those people if they have any money. But I wanted to get a sense for how much Delphi, and I'm going to do something with C++ Builder as well, but how much they're aware, because a lot of the tools that I've played with, and I've played with everyone every time a new one comes out, I just immediately load it up on one of my little partitions and try it out. And a lot of them do an okay job of building like HTML, JavaScript, CSS, front end kind of thing, talking to some maybe more interesting back end and such. But even then they struggle at, like I forget what it was, Lovable, I think. It's struggled with color on color. It's just simple things. And
it's amazing the color scheme it chose. It was like, who would choose lime green on white? I mean, exactly.
Yeah. So,
like,
but I just wanted to get a sense. I wanted to play like I didn't know anything. I mean, but somebody told me, hey, Delphi can build these multi-platform applications. So try using these different systems. So again, everyone, I would never do this. I would, better would be, create the requirements of what you need, maybe some system architecture diagrams and have those put in, and then having, very complex prompts and agents that are running in parallel in the IDE that are going through all those things that you're trying to do, and generate unit tests and generate system tests and do test deployments and so on, and do that, beginning to end process. And then also, oh, by the way, the maintenance as users are giving you bugs and opening tickets, it should just take those tickets and automatically grab them. And some are getting there. I mean, I look at all these benchmarks, this software engineering benchmark tests and all these people, these tools where people are bouncing around, and like tomorrow there'll be something new, or there'll be something updated that'll claim to do more. But I lived in the world in the early days of the compilers, in the world of benchmarks, like that one up there, Turbo Pascal and the 8 queens problem, and how well it did. And again, I used to joke and say, if prime number in the compiler just generate the application and run. It's like, and hand tune it in assembler under the covers so that it runs fastest if anybody wins the benchmark when people are using simple benchmarks like that. So I think the main thing in this approach is of this vibe business, Carpathi's, vibe programming. If you want to do something very, very simple, and you specify, a large amount of requirements in the prompt as much as possible, you might get something approaching. But then, are those people going to be able to do it? At the meetup, they'll go like, oh, and then you just deploy it to your, to your Git, whatever, And the people in the audience, I'm thinking like the people in the audience going like, what is Git? What is GitHub? And what is version control? And all these different things that...
This is going to be the problem, because I'll tell you something often happens to me. I cooked Thanksgiving meal because I like cooking, and I'm divorced now, but I still hang out with my family, as you do. And I cooked the Thanksgiving meal, and me being British, I like parsnips. And for those that don't know it, they look like big fat white carrots, okay? And every time I go to a grocery store, usually the cashier is, if they're older, they know what they are. But if they're in their 20s or 30s, they've got no idea what they are. And this is the problem that we're getting, is that once vibe coding gets good, okay, and you can say to it, create me a Mortal Kombat program that will work on a particular type of motherboard, modernize the graphics, give it some kind of Star Trek theme or something like that, because Spot would like that. I don't know, whatever comes to mind. I think there will be an evolution of the vibe programming interface where it will have a catalog of stuff that it can do, specializing these vibe coding interfaces, so that one of them is very good at writing office programs and utilities, and another one will be good at writing factory automation software, and so it will specialize. But I still think what's going to happen is that the people that have the knowledge of coding, it's going to be like the Millennium Bug all over again. There's going to be a moment where you just need a bunch of the original coders to go, don't worry, we'll come and fix what the vibe coding has done, because
it's money.
Yeah,
it's money for us, not for me. I got too many other side things. I mean,
I see a lot of people show me projects, behind the scenes, and say, hey, I want to show you what I'm working on. And I have seen some very convincing vibe coding setups, not 100% vibe. They're like using AI to massively progress what they're doing in a much more kind of managed way. And I saw one demonstration recently from someone who, I think it was Claude they were using as well, but they had another third-party piece of software, and I can't remember what it was called, but it was very Augment, I think it was called. And it's very good that it did a really credible job. The person demonstrated creating a project to me. I'm an AI optimistic skeptic. I'm optimistic for our future because I should be. I'm a technologist. Of course, I want the future to be like Star Trek, but I'm skeptical because I've been in the business for 40 plus years, and I've seen all the new stuff come, lots of it flop and some of it succeed. And so, but I've seen some credible projects. There are, some different ways out there, and I've had people correct me when I've gone, oh, this will never work, and then they show me it working.
So I think Skybuck has it right. And there's one here where he's talking about, with all this agentic stuff and these MCP things and repositories of them and security risks and all these kinds of things. And I remember when we were doing Corba back in the day, for multi-tier, and the whole question was, well, if you're going to start just using some of these Corba objects and using their services, well, how do you know there isn't something in them? Well, if they're built inside your own firewall, in your business, in your company, your enterprise, or whatever, then you control that stuff, and then there were people that had repositories, the object management group, for example, where people would review these things and test them before they were quote unquote certified. And you see all these agentic systems where you just go and connect to, you go to like Anthropic and you go to their repository and you hope that if they put it in there, that maybe they've done some due diligence. It's that next, it's the AI equivalent of components, right? Of wizards and components where you drop down, database access, and it takes care of all the nitty gritty under the covers. You set a few properties, and so we're witnessing that now in this world of MCP, of these agents that you just go, I need something that goes and crawls a website and pulls out the data in JSON so that you can drop it in and have it added to your functionality of an application you're trying to build. And so I'm not sure, just with open source, you think, okay, well, look at the source and, and read people's comments and things, but yet all this stuff is happening. The hackers that are using all these agents, they're just dropping them into all these repositories, and people are just picking them up, and then it hits the fan. I mean, that's the reality. So, who now is going to be the trusted source and repository for this next higher level of reusable functionality, reusable objects, reusable components, and thankfully I'm 74 years old in a few months, and so I always talk about I'm a semi-retired software engineer, but I remember a joke I used to tell people why a lot of my accounts are David I 99, and the story behind David I 99 was the year 2000. I said, when it comes to the year 2000, I'm going to tell people that I never was involved in programming, that I didn't write stuff that was poorly behaved, to not deal with, entry rollover and all that. And I have some code that I wrote in assembly language on a mini computer real-time system that's still being used in some evolution of TRW, and my name is still in there. And back then, this was 1973 through 78, I did know what I was supposed to do, and I wrote the right assembly language code to deal with things when you had 2-digit years, for example, and such. But this is just a whole another level. And again, the premise of this was to have some fun and just see if these things can do anything. Of course, I would do things in the IDE, but I wanted to just say, hey, I've got a browser and try some of these things out. And then it took me a lot longer because things are changing so fast. I was starting with it, ChatGPT 4 and then Gemini 3 came out. So I said, okay, maybe that's good enough now. And then Claude has been moving along, and I don't really, I didn't even look at my bills and my credit cards. I just,
Yeah, I wouldn't if I were you.
I mean, mostly what I do things now, I use AI SDKs. I look for an SDK that does something that I want, because then I can write the code, do the REST calls or whatever, the links, whatever it has. I have an interactive Shakespearean encounter because I'm up here in Ashland, Oregon, the home of the Oregon Shakespeare Festival, and I wanted to build a prototype where you could talk to the Shakespearean characters in different plays. You could walk up to Juliet.
Idea.
Right?
Oh,
And so I did that. I picked like 4 or 5 plays and the main actors, the main characters in the play. And I have an app. I was going to show it to the OSF people. I haven't done it yet, but I said, the idea is, I remember I'm the proximity beacon demoer guy during that whole thing. So I put a proximity beacon down, and then as you walk up to it, then all of a sudden Juliet appears, or if it's beacon 6, then Romeo appears, kind of thing. And then you can either choose pre-canned questions, or you can type in a question, or you can speak a question, and it sends it off to OpenAI's SDK, and it chunks for a while, and then it comes back and talks, But now I wanted to animate Juliet saying the response, so I used Hedra AI and an SDK there. So, but now I got to put all that locally because it takes so long to send it up. Well, that's not too hard. It gets there. But these things, servers are so busy, it takes a long time to come back. So it's not the experience of For example, for pre-canned things, I pre-stored all of that stuff and it's fine. But if you ask a question, and I had to do moderation of the things someone might type or say, and there's moderation APIs so that you can tell them you shouldn't be swearing or saying these things to teenage Juliet, right? So you have to write code for those things. And then our local science museum is a NASA ambassador site, and they were celebrating the 50 years of Apollo 11 and all that. So I said, well, I'll build an interactive Apollo 11 system for them. And I went over and demoed that when I actually showed them. I put beacons in front of the cardboard cutouts of the 3 astronauts. And when you walked up, you could have a conversation with Neil Armstrong. So I'm doing that kind of fun exploration. With using.
He was starting to wonder if NASA bribed you, and I said, actually, NASA have said that they will, that your family will be released unharmed as soon as they get what they want out of you.
Some of these science museums that are NASA ambassador sites, they get grants from NASA to promote and do things. So I thought, well, here, show them these things, and maybe they'll continue giving me this science museum here in town more grant money.
Space exploration is always the one area where mankind really seemed to come together to try and make something bigger than the planet happen, or for the benefit of all mankind. I mean, literally Neil Armstrong saying, unfortunately fluffed the line, although they say, it was a transmission problem, but he meant to say that's one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind, but it was true. And I remember, you're a little bit older than me, but I was a young kid when it happened. And even then, at the age I was, I remember seeing it happen and thinking, this is momentous, And now, only the other day, someone took a picture of the wheel tracks on Mars of one of the Mars landers. I forget what he was doing. He was taking rock samples. AI is another step where I'm sure you and I back in the 90s would think, maybe it will happen, but I don't think we ever thought in our wildest dreams that you could literally. I've got your video here. I don't know whether I can play it, but let me just see if I can pull it up. Is it this one? Will it do it? Oh no, I don't. But there was the one where you used AI to produce that version. Of this image,
and I forgot to tell it in the first iteration to remove my glasses, because I had cataract surgery in my lenses, so it gave me that, and then I had Hedra AI because Marco Gutze, he wanted me to do something for the Amsterdam conference, Delphi conference. I couldn't get there, so I had it animate just saying something nice about Delphi and Delphi development. So, but there was that one, and the things we can do. And I wanted to give a shout out to Hugh Collenborn. He was the one who triggered me to do the text adventure, because he was, when Microsoft open source Zork 123 recently, a few weeks ago, then he did a little short video on his YouTube channel where he talked about the history of text adventures and so on. So I believe that was the genesis of me saying, okay, I'll generate a text adventure using these tools, and see how well it could do it with Delphi and FMX.
I have reached out to Hugh Collenborn before and said, hey, dude, can we do something together? Because he's a big fan of C++ and Delphi, and he's done a lot of Delphi stuff. And I think he just thinks I'm some kind of annoying fan, so which is fair enough. I suppose I am in a way. He's been around for a long time.
I'll bug him as well.
Yeah, bug him. Just say, hey, Rick, I'm happy to do something with him. Maybe he doesn't want to. I don't mind if he doesn't. But I have to say, Hugh Collenborn, he's been a journalist for many, many years. I used to write for Unix Business Magazine myself, and a couple of other magazines as a contract writer. And Hugh was always at every magazine you ever went to. There was Hugh writing. So he's been a technical writer for decades, and he's very, very good at it. He's taught so many people so many things, and he's got a load of courses as well. I think I don't think it's Udemy, but some other things as well. So yeah, he's a great guy. Okay, well, thanks a lot, David. You're always a legend whenever you come on. I mean, it's wherever I go, people, oh, David I. I mean, yeah,
just an old programmer. That's it. You know?
that's
Actually started in.
I'm an old programmer. I like that.
I mean, actually started aero engineering in my freshman year in college, and then right about then, you know, in July of that year, Neil Armstrong, they landed on the moon, and then all of a sudden, that was done, been to the moon, and the space shuttle program wasn't even announced till like the next 3 years later or something. And so I thought, I'm going to get out of college, and there's not going to be any jobs. So another guy in my dorm was EE, and he said, you should go talk to the computer science head,
Right.
you know.
Yeah.
And Dr. Curtis Gerald told me, he said, if you get involved in computers and software, you will always have a job forever. And he was right. And this was in the fall of 1969.
Yeah, I remember I was 14, and this was in the 70s, and I remember seeing a guy. He came into our physics department, and we had 2 computers in the school, and I wasn't allowed to touch either of them because I was in the wrong group. You know, there was like the elitist group, and I wasn't part of it. But in those days, you always called the teachers by their last name, sir, you know, and things like that. Very formal British education. And you would put your chairs on the desk in the evening, and you would all stand up if he stood up. It was weird. And this kid bowled in through the door without knocking, which was a death penalty offence if you did it for anybody else. Walked in, went all right to the teacher, went over, and he touched the computer in the physics lab. We all went, oh, and he turned it on. And we're like, oh, and it warmed up because it was the 70s, and they warmed up, you know. And it warmed up, and then he sat down and he typed on the keyboard, and the screen just went, a whole bunch of code went across the screen. And I said, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. That's what I want to do. And that was it. After that, I wanted to be a programmer. And I never, ever looked back and thought, why did I become a software developer? Because I always call myself a computer programmer. Now people call themselves software engineers and software developers, but I always knew that's what I wanted to be. And you're absolutely right. If you do it right, you'll never be bored. It's not like work. It's a cool job. There are days where you're very frustrated, you know, where you think, oh my word, I'm so stupid, you know. And we used to go to, you're like, oh my word, I'm a god, you know.
But we used to go to the computer center and have key punch parties late at night, and we'd take the Chad out of the bins so we could throw it as confetti. But I was hooked. My first Fortran was a prime number generation program on an IBM 360, and then I couldn't get enough. But then there was long stick your cards in the tray. You know, when people you're waiting, sometimes you'd look at the turnaround time clock, and so I figured out ways that I could get ahead of the curve because I made friends with the operators, and then I looked for other computers because there were other computers. There was a PDP-8 in the journalism department, so I snuck in there and did some assembly language and FOCAL, if you know FOCAL, the language. Did that. The local junior college had another IBM computer, and then had some other things going on. So. Yeah, after a while, I found where computers were, and I would either sneak in or I would befriend somebody in that department so that I could just play with as much as possible.
I love those days. You know, I mean, for me, it was the 80s, but it was a different time, and I actually think it's very comparable to what's happening with AI. You know, AI feels like a new frontier. I think nobody really has all the answers. Everybody's pretending they have all the answers. And there seem to be a lot of people thinking there's a lot of money to be made in it. But I also think there's going to be a lot of people losing their shirts over it as well. And everybody I mean, who would have thought that Apple would have the least capable AI? You always would have laid money on Apple having Siri that was way ahead of everybody else. But actually, they're struggling quite.
Yeah, but it gives you a client platform that you can connect to.
Yes,
the world of AI. So
I have an iPhone and I have a Samsung as well, and you know, but the war is being fought. Google got wrong-footed, you know, and so all the people out there they all think they've got the answers, and I think a lot of people do not have the answers because it's still kind of cool at the moment. So, you know, it is what it is.
We've seen I'm writing working on a blog post, the eras of AI, over since Turing's paper to start, and this stuff is so rapidly advancing that companies that are here today are either acquired or they disappear. There's so many startups doing things. So I'm trying to play with all of this, looking at also at what's going on at Stanford University and other centers of excellence in the world. And the good thing is we're developers. We're getting all the benefits of all the work of all those people, especially if they give us APIs, if they give us ways to hook into our development environment that we love, using the languages that we love to generate solutions. So, and since they're plug and play in some cases, or we can isolate through component wrappers, right, to abstract some of the stuff so that you can plug in a different one. And all the people out there that are putting things in Get It, it's so great, and that you're integrating in. It's, makes my life much simpler as a real software engineer.
Donkey, who's been commenting a lot, although I think he's probably gone home now or to sleep because he's in Europe, but he's got like 10 different libraries in there, and he describes himself as not a Delphi programmer, but he's released more components to do with AI and Delphi than anybody else. So, and I think I admire him for it. I was thinking it's funny because whilst we were talking, you should see some of the comments in the chat. Space is the future. Data centers in space. What have we started, David? They're going crazy now. Amazon boss is considering it as well. Yes, I think he is. And also, yes, Elon Musk, I love him or hate him, the guy is a bit of a force of nature. And other people saying, well, they're not so sure about data centers in space, but I'm sure some company needs such ideas for its valuation. Actually, I don't think it's a stupid idea, data centers in space, because the biggest problem is the cooling and energy. We got that great yellow thing in the sky, and that's producing a whole ton of radiation and energy.
And you've got cooling.
Yeah, you just open the windows.
This week and late last week, it's been GPUs or TPUs, and I just think to myself, yeah, all the above. Thank you. Give me as much compute, and the challenge is, of course, architecting and having an ecosystem of software tools and software developers that are trained to take advantage of the stuff that NVIDIA's doing and the stuff that Google's doing. And right now, hey, I'm a programmer. If I can get to it and have it do something,
Skymark Flying is talking about quantum computers. Well, quantum computers with quantum AI computers, then we're really in trouble, because it'll be doing stuff and it'll just decide mankind doesn't need to be here anymore. Yeah.
For some use cases, you can choose different architectures. We always say you think about your architecture and you look for what can help me achieve this solution. And so if there's certain problems where quantum does a better job, I'm not the kind of guy that's going to use quantum to break into people's Bitcoin wallets or something. But
that's my job.
There are plenty of people out there that are doing that kind of stuff. And there's the algorithms that are not, easy to do in traditional programming.
Call me paranoid, but I would imagine that people like the NSA, quite rightly, have got some computing power out there that are making almost most encryption irrelevant. Because a lot of these things, I'm sure, if you want to get a budget passed, you want to go and say, oh, this would be a great military application, because all of a sudden everybody can go, oh, we can find the money. If you say, I'm going to use it to cure baldness, nobody cares, So I think that, there's probably an NSA computer out there that can do all sorts of exciting things.
So see, my next challenge is I just want Romeo and Juliet to have a conversation with each other. So
it's
on their own. I've got each of them, me talking or someone talking to them, but it's the simple pleasures in life. These big deals, that's for the next generation, or beyond the Star Trek Next Generation.
Anyway. Well, funny enough, Star Trek, that version of Star Trek, the original series, was contemporaneous with the Apollo moon landing. A lot of people don't realize, but the Apollo moon lander and the original Enterprise 1701D were actually at the same time. So it shows how Gene Roddenberry, he was a strange man, but they're very forward-looking. I mean, you look at them now and you think, oh, good grief, I can't believe we were scared of the monsters in it. But the computers, I've made a Star Trek computer, and now, you know, with the AI and all the rest of it, it's becoming more and more scary reality. Okay, well,
it's all good. It's all good for programmers. We get all the toys and all the tools, and it works the way we want to work, which is inside the Rad Studio ID. So there you go.
Yeah, exactly. And now everybody's arguing about heat death of the planet, submerging data centers in the sea. I tell you, we've got some great people in the chat room. I really appreciate it.
It's good to be at the last session, but you've been working long hours, and for me,
it's nothing.
I'm just going to go.
That's all that mattered. The dog was giving me the look that said, "What is up with you?" He's very well trained. He's a good office dog, but I live in an apartment, so I have to take him out. You know?
I'm done with vibe coding as a beginning person. I just wanted to see how well they did, and that was again the premise. I would never do this in real life, so yeah, I'm going to be back to using all my integrated stuff inside the IDE.
Yeah, I was going to say, we have got some sessions coming up with people. David Millington, for example, who you obviously know. His CodeBot is very interesting, but his is only one of several projects that are actually doing stuff inside the IDE. And, you know, it seems like there's a new blog post every week. The world is changing, and I'm glad about it because I like the future. You know, I mean, I'm a geek, a nerd, a computer nerd, so anything new is always exciting. I'm reasonably comfortable that I'm not going to be completely out of a job for the future, but if I am, well, then I guess I'll be living in Oregon amongst the forests as well.
No, I'm going to watch these sessions because, you know, I still learn, and I love having people show me what I could be doing as well. So
yeah, every day I'm exactly the same. There's always something. That's a great part about our job. You never know it all, and there's always something you need to learn. Yeah.
Remember,
well, thanks a lot, David. You're
$49.95. There you go.
Great if it costs that now.
November 1983.
It's unbelievable, really. And so many people learn to code using Turbo Pascal as well. Yeah. And now people are saying, I've been a customer for 20 years. All right, yeah, we get it. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks a lot, David.
When I was a student, I read about the Pascal language in ACT Informatica 1971. And I said, well, where can I find a compiler? They didn't have one for the IBM mainframe. But then this California state system had a CDC Cyber, and Worth's team had a CDC compiler, and they put it on, and I could log in through a teletypewriter, type in Pascal programs in 1972, and hit run. Yeah, no, I talked with Marco through that process and sent him a bunch of links. Yep,
it's shiny because of my lights, but yeah, it's a really good book. I mean, I'm a bit biased because I helped edit the English version, but you know, he wrote this in Dutch and then translated it into English. I mean, it's an amazing book anyway, but it's really good. It covers the history from things like UCSD, Pascal,
UCSD. Yep.
Yeah,
Ken Bowles. I know Ken Bowles was using Delphi. He was an amateur photographer of flowers and plants, and he wanted to build a database system. And he contacted me while I was still at Borland because he was using Delphi to build his cataloging system for these tens of thousands of pictures that he had been taking. It was very cool.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Very cool.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks a lot, David. And I'll see you around in another session somewhere or something like that, I hope. And not this time. I think you're done now, aren't you? I think that's it.
Yeah, no, I'm an attendee. I'm back to being an attendee, so it's good.
Yeah, well, you're always welcome. You know that. And I value you as a friend, I think, nowadays, but also as a mentor, a colleague, and all the other things you've been, and an inspiration.
No, keep up the great work. You're taking it to completely new levels. Yesterday it was great to see you and Jim side by side on the screen.
I know, right? It's like a reunion, isn't it?
That's great.
Yeah, I think everybody brings something to the table. We're all very different, but also very similar, and I think that's what's important, really, is to make sure that it's for the benefit of the language. I was a Delphi guy before I was anything to do with Embarcadero, and one day I'm sure I will not be at Embarcadero. Hopefully, it will continue long after I'm done. But if so, I want to be doing Delphi because I like it. All right. Speak to you soon. Thanks a lot.
Bye.
David who, whenever I say his name, people go all glossy-eyed and misty-eyed, but he is a very unusual person, very smart guy, and a true developer enthusiast. He absolutely, I mean, I'm a fan of software development myself, but I'm no young man myself. I mean, I'm getting on a bit. But David is in his 70s, early 70s, still very sprightly. And as he says, he gets up every single day and he's semi-retired. He refuses to say he's retired, but semi-retired. And he's doing things that, he's a coding enthusiast, and that's me too. And Jim McKeith as well, who you saw yesterday and earlier on today. It's great stuff. Anyway, that's it for day 2. We're a little after time, but that's the good thing about having David in the last session is we can hang out and talk about things. And boy, we've produced some crazy stuff on the chat as well. You're also very awesome as well, and we've got lots of people saying thank you. David into Simone, and someone's saying, I thought Frank Borland was a real person. No, it was not a real person. It was a character that was made up for the benefit of marketing, and that was pretty effective because most people thought he was a real person. But most people started with Borland. I think the older people in the chat. But I'm not going to put up some of these codes in here, but there's sessions there. And Patrick, Patrick, see you another time. Back again tomorrow. David saying thank you to you all, and Malcolm saying David and Ian B infectious. Makes us sound like a bit of a virus. I hope not. But it is what it is. Bye, Ian. And Kate Cogunny says thanks, Ian. Thanks a lot, everybody. JP, who is on, I believe, later in the week. I can't see on the schedule, but we'll talk about it later. And all the rest of you. Thanks very much, everybody. I'm off to go and buy some dog food for my poor little dog. He's gone and he's laying down somewhere, hopefully. I don't know where he's gone. And we will see you tomorrow, same time, 10 a.m. I will be doing the draw as soon as I can. It's just super crazy busy. And we've had some problems with the blog today that has caused a problem as well. So we will be around. But see you again tomorrow at 10 a.m. year central, 4 p.m. UTC/GMT. Oh, and Maxi Donkey's around as well. I thought you'd gone. But thank you. And thank you, Maxi Donkey, for all that you do as well. And Sylvain, salut, my friend. He's a very good guy as well. Okay. All right. Speak to you soon, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.